Hey, there we go. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Today is September 17th, 2018. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today's kind of a special day. We're back here on the Visual Studio channel, and I need to spend some time learning about DevOps. I keep doing this right-click publish thing whenever I need to go and ship applications out, and I want to spend some time learning about it. I understand that there's a new Azure DevOps release that just went out last week, and I hope you spend some time with me learning about it because I brought in some of the experts to help me with this. And I want to start off with my friend, there he is, Donovan Brown. Hey, Donovan.
Hey, how are you, Jeff? Thanks for having me.
I am so glad that you could join us for this event where, I mean, DevOps, when I hear and I think about DevOps, right, I always thought it was that process, those people that go together. But now it's a product too, right?
Uh, uh, DevOps is not a product. You happen to be able to buy a product that has DevOps in the name. I want to be very
Oh,
clear
yeah.
about that because people were on Twitter having a heyday with me because I've been very publicly saying you cannot buy DevOps. You cannot install it.
Mm,
It is people following a process enabled by products to continuously deliver value. And what's interesting is that everyone was just jabbing at me. It's like, hey, you can buy it. And I was like, yeah, you can't, right? What you can do now, however, is buy a product that has DevOps in the name.
very cool. So it's changed. Everything was bundled together before, right? And now we've got separate products that can do different things to help enable that process.
Right. Well, the way I would spin that, but you're right on the surface. It's this. I always say that the name has changed, but the power has stayed the same. What I mean by that is you can still deploy to any platform that you want. So just because it has Azure in the name
Mm,
doesn't mean it only works for Azure. We can still deploy to your on-prem resources behind your firewalls. We can still deploy to any cloud that you want to. If you want to deploy to mobile, you want to deploy your Docker containers. If you want to build Xamarin, you want to build Python, you want to
mm.
build Go. It doesn't matter. Like any language, any platform. That's a true statement. However, we're tying it a little bit closer because we believe it's the best way to get into Azure, but we know it's not the only way to get into Azure. So what we've done is we've broken apart all of the different features of it. So for example, we have boards that allow you to do all your work item tracking, your planning, your Kanban boards. We also have pipelines, which is where you have your CI/CD system, and people are wanting to use just individual parts. Now, a
Yeah.
perfect example is someone who has code already hosted in GitHub. Actually, I fall into that category myself, as do lots of people here at Microsoft that are adopting open source just wholeheartedly. And what happens is that, well, we already have a place for our repository. So we don't need a repository inside of Azure DevOps. And we're already using issues and maybe even projects inside of GitHub to plan our work. So
Mm.
what we need is a really good CI/CD system. And instead of having to wade through all of the navigation to get to just the part that I want, what we're allowing you to do now is just to streamline the experience and say, you know what? I only want the pipeline feature. If you, I can show my desktop and give you an example of what that looks like, of
Absolutely.
when you're only going to be able to pick what you want. Right now, you're looking at one of my Azure DevOps accounts, or we'll call them organizations. And in here, you can see there's two different projects. If I hover over this, you see how it only has one icon down there. That's
Yeah.
the pipelines icon for continuous integration and continuous delivery, because this project happens to be hosted in GitHub for source control. So I don't need the rest. But if I come over here, you'll see there's a couple other icons here. One of those is for boards, which means I want to do my work item tracking here inside of Azure DevOps. I also want to manage my CI/CD pipeline, and I also want to use our testing features. But my source control still lives in GitHub. And what's really easy, once you drill into one of these projects, you don't have to decide up front, oh, which ones do I want, and then regret that, oh man, I wish I could go back in and add some other new services. You just go to your project settings, and from services, at any time you want, you can just flip these toggles and turn on and turn off the features that you want to start using as part of your project, which is really cool.
So it's very piecemeal. I can add in. I can choose just the parts that I want. I can still use GitHub. I can still use Bitbucket. I can still use whatever other repository I have and take
Correct.
advantage of all these things that are running on Azure for me.
Correct. And this is a slide that I love to show where I'm trying to crystallize this particular idea. It's like it's all about choice. you've already have an investment in how you've set up source control. You just need to add this other thing. We don't want you to feel like you have to rip and replace everything that you use. You might already be very successful with Jenkins, but you need a better way of doing X, Y, and Z. Guess what? We have X, Y, and Z, and you can grab just that if you need to. You don't have to grab the entire suite. And I think this slide really articulates the fact that it's all about choice. And we want to give you the ability to choose what parts of the product you need to use and what products you don't. And it'll streamline the navigation for you, because as I go into a project that only has pipelines, in the left-hand navigation, I'll only have access to pipelines, and I don't have to wade through the other menu items that are literally not adding any value for me at that particular point in time.
Sure. So all of the ways that I'm currently working still work. I can still do my things, but then when I'm ready to add on, I want to do that integration testing. I want to make sure that all of it, that it's working on all the different phones that are out there, or I'm doing testing for make sure that my website, looks good, feels good. I can add that on here without impacting, without destroying or taking down anything that I've already built. I've added on. I'm enhancing my process.
Correct.
Okay.
What I tell people to do is, no matter how mature your pipeline is, there's some point of that pipeline that gives you a bit of anxiety. There's some point of that pipeline that is the bottleneck. And I tell them, focus on that. Let's go find out what hurts the most. And let's go fix that one thing. And you don't have to rip and replace anything else, which is what's so nice about this, is historically that was the case. You want to use our tools? Fine. Get rid of everything that you have, put it all over to our stuff, and then let's go and make it work. Because we talk really well to ourselves, but not to others. And we had to go fix that. So we have REST APIs, service hooks, endpoints that you can connect to, full web APIs that you can leverage, so that you can now literally connect us to any other tools that you have in your tool chain, and also deploy to any cloud or any platform that you want.
Yeah, and when I was deploying and building applications for the .coms that I used to work at, I always ran into that trepidation going into releasing to production, and when you talk about pain points, I think about how, we would go into the office we would wake up at 1 a.m, go into the office at 2, so that we could slowly back out. There were 2 machines in production, slowly back out the one, update that, smoke test it, make sure it works. And an hour or two later, we're like, okay, web server 2 works. We can put that one back in and flip the load balancer. And then I'll go update, server 1 for the next 2 hours and figure it out. And maybe by 7, 8 in the morning, we were ready to go and the application was all updated. This sounds like we're able to make this a lot easier.
Yeah, I remember those days
too. Don't laugh at me. Don't you laugh at me.
No, I'm only laughing because I've been there, right? I've lived that exact scenario to where it's like all hands on deck.
Yes.
We're about to do a deployment,
yes,
and everybody is on pins and needles. Every move has to be verified. And what's scary is that every bit of it was manual. Like every step of it was done by a human being that is now tired, living off of caffeine. It's just like, this is the worst possible scenario for us to get into. What I'll do is I'll show you just how crazy we can get and automate everything. Why don't I show you how we do it here inside of Microsoft? Okay. So Azure DevOps is actually used to build Azure DevOps. And what you're looking at now is the dashboard of one of the teams, and I think there's close to 50 teams now that work together to bring you Azure DevOps every day. This is one of their dashboards, and it's really cool that we can see all this stuff. But what I wanted to show you was actually how we do our deployment, which is what you just described. So instead of all hands being on deck and people sitting there watching the deployment go and manually making changes, this is how we do our deployment. It's completely automated. Okay. So what happens here is we do something called safe deployment. Safe deployment is where we actually have multiple production environments. And what we do is very similar to what you said, like you fixed one server and you let it sit there and kind of bake for a little bit. We do the same thing, but we automated it. Such that ring 0, the first production environment in which it gets deployed to, is actually where the Azure DevOps teams does their daily work. So we call it dog fooding. Some people say drinking your own champagne, but however you want to say it, we are the first to use everything we're about to give to our customers. And it lives in ring 0 for 24 to 48 hours, being used by the 50 teams that actually build Azure DevOps. So if it cannot survive 2 days of us, then we don't even push it out to our customers. We go back in, make whatever corrections we need to, commit it to a repository, and that starts this automatic deployment out into these environments for us. It was just amazing. So what ends up happening is it sits there, and if everything goes all right, these lines tell the code where it needs to go next, which is obviously ring 1, and then ring 2, ring 3, all the way out till it gets to our very last ring, which is ring 5 today. This used to only be ring 4, and obviously the more customers we get, we scale it out, but it's still a completely automated process. So no one has to do or live the life that you used to live, or we all used to live if you're old enough like we are, to deploy code manually and hope it works and then have to roll it back manually if something's happening.
And I can clearly see why this is called pipelines. Just all the little connections back and forth between all the different steps. My gosh, that's very cool to see. And these were logistical things. These were logical connections that we used to make, and it was documented in a Word document somewhere that, myself and my buddy Greg and, Skippy, we would all be, looking at and trying to coordinate, okay, make sure, when you deploy this, it works. And then we'd call Rob in QA and, hey, Rob, everything looked good. Does the feature still work? Yeah, it looks good. All piped together so that you are getting that automation. You are getting a machine.
What's interesting is that the communication between you and the QA person for them to go verify that everything worked, we actually automated that as well. For example, let's say, let me just show you another pipeline here. So I happen to have a few of them up. So here's another pipeline of a project that I demo quite a bit. And what I can do is, like, for example, we go into dev, we're going to go into dev full blast. Every time we make a change, we want our developers to just go in there and see their changes and be able to play with them. And then what I can do is I have this QA environment. Now, I don't want every continuous integration build to go into QA immediately, because they could be in the middle of testing something and I would invalidate their test results, which is sort of like you saying, hey, does it work the way that you want it to? What we do instead is we come over here and we're going to enable something called a pre-deployment approver. And by doing so, I can now come in here and type the name of anyone that I want, any group that I want, and add them to this list. They will get a notification saying, hey, we have a new build for you. Would you like us to go in and actually deploy this inside your environment? Now, the QA person has the ability to go into dev, verify everything looks the way that he wants it to or she wants it to before deploying it into QA, or saying, no, we're in the middle of testing in QA, but I want you to deploy it an hour later or at 4 o'clock in the morning when I'm asleep. Go ahead and automate that deployment so that when I come back into work in the morning, my environment is ready for me to start testing. But again, instead of you sending emails and calling each other and texting each other, we can actually automate the notification of the individuals who need to verify something, their ability to verify it, and then to give approval for the system to continue automatically deploying into their environment.
Okay, so they're going to get a notification that says, do you approve this? Is it just a button? Is it just a link there that they can click and away it goes?
Yeah, absolutely. So what ended up happening, I'm trying to think, do I have an approval waiting on any of my projects? I don't think I do at the moment.
Okay.
But what ended up happening is you will get an email that'll give you a link, and that link will let you come into one of these pipelines and actually be able to review the pipeline. So let me show you one that's run already. So here are some that I was playing with earlier. And once this loads, I can come in here and I can actually review everything that happened on this particular release, which is kind of cool. So I can see, status looks good. I can see I ran some Xamarin test inside of my Xamarin test cloud to make sure that was working. If I wanted to see the logs even more detail, I can actually drill in on any one of these items and see exactly what was executing on there to make sure I'm confident with what happened. Okay. And then when I'm done, what will end up happening is there'll be a little buttons here saying, do you approve or not? And then I'll be able to give a comment saying, yes, I approve, or no, I want to reject this. And I get the ability to give a comment saying, this is why I rejected it. And we'll start another process of getting it deployed or not. But absolutely, you will get a notification, and it literally is just a button click and your ability to give a comment. What I also liked about it is that, let's say, go back to the scenario where you're the QA lead, and it's Friday, and you're in the middle of testing. You'll know you'll be done by the end of the day, but you've gotten a notification at lunch. You don't have to remember to come back before you go to work and approve the release. What you can actually do is say, I approve this release to go into QA, but, and you can give me a time, don't do it until 4 o'clock in the morning. And then I can go ahead and approve it and go home, and then it'll wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go deploy my code.
And do the publish. Nice.
Yep, it's awesome. Yeah,
I have a question on YouTube from Puya asking, can we do this offline or on a local network without accessing the internet?
Oh, good question. So yes, there's two parts of Azure DevOps. There's the one that's available for you hosted in the cloud, and there's one that you can install on-prem yourself. So historically, they were called Visual Studio Team Services and Team Foundation Server. Now they're called Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server. So the next update of Team Foundation Server will be called Azure DevOps Server. That you install behind your firewall, on your own network, on your own hardware. You never, ever, ever have to see the internet. And it'll run whenever you tell it to. It looks and feels very much like what we're looking at now. The only caveat is that we update the product you see online every 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks, it has new features, new enhancements. The product that we ship to you on-prem is only updated every 3 months, which isn't very long. Trust me, 3 months is pretty rapid. Most of our customers can't even keep up with that cadence trying to install it themselves. But what's really nice is that you're probably never more than 3 months behind what you see online.
Wow. Okay.
So yes, the answer is absolutely.
I love hearing that, because that flexibility really is a hallmark of trying to enhance your process and being able to choose and have it augment exactly what you're already doing. You're already working in-house. You're building intranet applications. If you don't need to go to the internet, then don't.
Exactly. And we've had some people who've kind of merged both worlds together. They want to be able to use the Azure DevOps that's hosted in the cloud because they want to make sure they're on the latest and greatest. I always described it as it's everything that you know and love about the on-prem product, but none of the maintenance. You don't have to back it up. You don't have to upgrade it. It's always the latest and greatest. But they had resources that lived behind their firewall. They even had code and stuff. They never wanted to see the internet. So what they did is they actually used the online product, installed the actual agents, because the agents are what do the real work for you. They installed them behind their firewall and then let them see out into the world to just ask it, is it time for me to do anything or not? And when it got the signal from our tool saying, yep, it's time for you to do something, all this happened behind their firewall. They would go and get the code, they'd compile it, and they would install it on a machine behind their firewall and just report status back up to us saying, hey, I'm done and everything worked. It's like, this is awesome. So now I kind of get to use the latest and greatest, even though I'm deploying behind my firewall, and I never want my IP to ever see the internet. So you can actually bridge both worlds if you want to.
Very cool.
It's crazy.
What can we take a minute here real quick, Donovan? That was a good question from Puya. Thanks so much for your question out there on YouTube. And folks, if you have questions out there, whether you're on YouTube or Mixer or Twitch, drop them in the chat room. We've got a bunch of helpful moderators hanging out there that'll help get your questions over here for myself, for Donovan. But what do you say we give away a couple t-shirts?
Sounds cool.
So here's what I want you to do. If you're in the chat room on Mixer or Twitch, type ! Type bang shirt. And we're going to open up a giveaway. You'll see the bots mention it right now. We're going to go for 1 minute. Type in that bang shirt out there, and we'll send you. We'll choose a winner on both platforms, and we will send to you a T-shirt, a coupon code for a T-shirt, and just as a thanks for tuning in and joining us here today. Now, while that's going on, and we've got some folks jumping into the giveaway over there, and I'm keeping an eye on there. Looking for some folks signing up. I'm looking.
Somebody has to want a t-shirt.
I know. For some reason. There we go. Let's see another question here while we're waiting.
Sure.
On YouTube, Eduardo asks, instead of serverless, can I use container technologies with this?
Ooh, fantastic. So that's kind of a tricky multi-question in one, right? So can I use container technology with this? You could use it in several ways. One of which is you can use it to build your actual images and publish those. And matter of fact, I happen to have an example of that too. So if I were to come back over here, let's go back and look at my actual build for this release. So here is a build definition. This is a little app that I use whenever I want to do demos. It's called People Tracker. What's fun about this particular app is that it has a Docker front end written in .NET Core that runs inside of a Docker container. It has a back end that's stored inside of Azure SQL in Azure. It also has a middle tier web service written in pure .NET and hosted inside of App Service. It also has a mobile application written in Xamarin for iOS and Android. Now, what's really cool about this is I build all of those components on different platforms in one single build definition, including the Docker part. So if you look here at my screen, what you see is it says mobile on Mac. The reason it says that is because it's actually using a Mac as my build machine. And inside of Azure DevOps, if you look here at the top, we happen to have all these hosted agent pools for you. Hosted means there is nothing for you to install. They come automatically with Azure DevOps. If you want to do a build, you can now do them on Mac, you can do them on Windows, and you can do them on Linux. And we already have them sitting in the cloud waiting for you. Another one that just popped up that kind of answers the other gentleman's question as well is that we have this is brand new preview stuff. So not everyone will see this in their account yet, but we have the ability for you to give us an image that we will then use to do your compilation inside of as well. But if I scroll down on my build definition past the Mac stuff, past the Windows stuff, and down here to the Docker stuff, this is where I'm actually building a Docker image and pushing it to a Docker registry. So if I wanted it to go to Docker Hub or Azure Container Registry, then I can actually do that too. So the answer is yes, no matter how you want to ask it. Can I build images with this? Yes. Can I use my own custom images for builds? Absolutely. You can deploy to Kubernetes. You can deploy to your own Docker host. We even have the ability to run Docker images inside of Azure App Service, or you can use our new service called Azure Container Instances. The sky is the limit. We will build your images, we will push them to your registry, and then we will deploy them to any platform you want.
Very cool. For some reason, I see a lot of folks out there typing the shirt command, and the bot is not. I didn't even see the entry go out there. Let me try this one more time. I'm going to issue the command for the giveaway one more time. And I should see the command go out into the chat room. No, it's not appearing.
This is what you get when you right-click publish, man.
It wasn't me on this. This is not my app. I promise.
See, matter of fact, I'll show you an example of how you can avoid stuff like that.
Yeah, please.
Once you're done, because testing is a crucial part to making sure that you deliver value to your end users. And what I'm going to show you is one of the largest pipelines I've ever seen, which tests against 60 some odd environments to make sure that what we push out is going to work everywhere. And that's exactly what your code is missing, is that additional level of just verification and testing that shows that, yep, this is going to work every single time.
Very cool. All right, I've got like 4 machines happening here so I can keep things going. So cool. Here's what I'm going to do. Over on, I've got like 4 machines happening here. There we go. See that? I am going to say on Mixer, we're going to give a t-shirt to Angry Wookie 2. I know, that's kind of weird. Angry Wookie 2. And over on Twitch, where did my Twitch panel go? Come on. It's taking its good old time. And I think I see, we're going to give one to Fretya over there. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Very cool.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you too. We'll send out a direct message to you in just a few seconds here with a claim code and a URL so that you can go and you can get get a t-shirt sent out to yourself. Awesome stuff. And we'll do more t-shirt giveaways throughout the day here today. I've got a total of 12 t-shirts we're going to be giving away on the platforms. So, all right, you brought us back to the pipelines here, Donovan. What did you want to show us here again? I've got wrapped up in the giveaway.
No, understood. So we were talking about the fact that you're running some code and it's just not quite working the way that you expected it to, and how crucial testing is to making sure you deliver value. At Microsoft, we define DevOps as the union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. Value is the most important word, and you got to make sure that you test your app. And this pipeline that you're seeing on the screen right now is just test environment after test environment. There's a product, because you were talking about the complexity of setting up a CI/CD pipeline. There's a product called YoTeam that you can actually download for free. It's completely open source. You type YoTeam, you answer a few questions, and an entire pipeline pops out the other end. It runs for Node, it runs for Java, .NET, and .NET Core, and you can deploy to ACS, you can deploy to ACI, you can deploy to App Service, you can deploy to your own Docker system. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the release pipeline that tests every one of those possible combinations. So it takes YoTeam, it installs it on these different environments, and it runs the actual command. So these are not unit tests anymore. These are full-blown integration tests, making sure that the app actually can be deployed and run effectively. So as you can see, this pipeline starts at the top. It has a lane for each language that it supports: Java, Node, Core, and .NET. And then it even tested against TFS 2017, or now, I guess it's still going to be called TFS 2017, TFS 2018, and Azure DevOps. And if you go across, you can just see every different language, every different platform, all being tested for you. It has to get through this entire pipeline, which is completely automated. So once your code gets committed, you just sit back and relax, and you wait. And if you pass all of this, the final thing it does is it publishes your code into the actual NPM package store so that people can download it. But by the time it reaches that point, you know it works in every possible combination available to you, which is really cool.
Yeah, that is very cool. My gosh, so many different testing combinations. And to have, I'm only seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. I'm only seeing 15 tests there, but still 15 tests. 15 different
actually,
environments.
if I scroll back, so that's just the end of the pipeline. So
Right.
if I scroll back, what you'll see, there's 63 environments in this release.
63?
Yeah, it takes about 3 hours for it to test everything, but these are full-blown integration tests on every possible combination. And again, if it survives this release, it is perfect. The code should never, ever fail. And knock on wood, it has never failed for me on stage. I've done this demo countless times. Other partners and consultants use this code to do demos. It has never, to my knowledge, ever failed because of this pipeline.
Right. And thinking about that the manual scenario, it was taking me 2-3 hours just to go through and do our smoke test and all that stuff.
Exactly.
To have this running in parallel, right? And to be able to generate this quickly and easily, that's mighty impressive. And it's something that we should all kind of look forward to using.
And it just shows the power of the product too. That I remember once I got hit on Twitter, hey Donovan, can it work for 22 environments or 21 environments? Like, how about 63 environments? Like that it literally, I don't know of any limit to it. Just tell it what you need it to do, and it'll go off and do it for you.
Oh yeah, I've got a couple questions here. Let me hit on
Sure.
on Twitch. Darkus Prime says, before on VSTS, I was able to view all the queued builds, but now I can't get to that page anymore. Was it removed?
Oh, it was not removed. The navigation has changed quite a bit. So if you come over here to your builds on the left-hand side, this screen here, if you click on the actual build itself, will actually show you. But I think if you're looking for across all your build definitions as well, that would actually be a little bit trickier to get to. But I believe if you come here and you go to your agent pool, so let's go to our agent pools here. I believe you can still get to it. So your agent pools will actually show you all of them that they're running. So for example, this pool here will show you on the right-hand side, these are all of them that are running or have run already. And if they were running, you would see the little blue arrow and be able to jump to those particular builds. So that's a good point, though. I'll give that feedback back to the team. How do I see all the builds running across all my definitions? And right now, the only way I've seen it with the new navigation is per definition, or I'll jump in here if I'm really curious and just look at the queue itself. And I don't believe I have any running right now. Otherwise, you would see all of, this is just all the past builds that it run, but you'll be able to see them all running right here.
Cool. Another question from Twitch. Brave Cobra 2 asks, what are the advantages over GitLab?
There's a couple things I believe that are the fact that you can actually use a lot more of the features together. I believe that our release pipeline with our approvals, our automated release gates, and the flexibility, I honestly, and this is not even because I work at Microsoft, I'm being biased. I use all the other products. I use Jenkins. My team is responsible for getting your code into Azure, not promoting Azure DevOps per se. And using all the other tools and comparing it objectively is like, no, these tools are simply, in my opinion, more powerful. It also gives you all three platforms for a CI system. I'm not sure of any other platform out there, and I'll go back to a build real quick, that gives you access to Macs, Windows, and Linux all for free using our tool set. And when I say for free, I mean it. If you're using an open source project, if you are out there in GitHub right now, you have absolute free access to these tools. We're going to give you 10 concurrent pipelines. You can build as much as you possibly want. You don't have to pay a dime for it. Even if you're wanting to start a small startup, you and 4 of your friends can go and create a startup and pay us $0.00. There you get, I think you get 180 minutes a month of free build in one concurrent pipeline, but that's enough to get a startup going. And literally you don't have to pay a dime for it. If you already have an MSDN subscription, all those friends don't even count against your 5-person quota. So those people you get to add for free, and then you get to add 5 more or 4 more friends who don't have an MSDN account as well. And if I were to go and edit this one more time, I just want to point out that pool again, because I think this is one of the things that differentiates our CI system from some of the others, is the fact that you have access to all these hosted pools. So instead of going, I did this the other day, I was going through GitHub, and I would go to a repository and I'd see they had multiple YAML files. They had a YAML file for AppVeyor, they had a YAML file for Travis, and the reason that they had to do that was so that they could reach all three platforms. So now they're maintaining multiple YAML files with different schemas and different formats just so that they can build on all three platforms. And now you can have one YAML file and literally build against all three platforms at once. And I actually do have an example of that, because if I were to come here and go to the League's website, and from the League's website, I'm going to show you the team module. And I'm using a YAML file to do the build, and that YAML file builds against all three platforms. So, which is really nice. So if I were to come here and look at our logs, I have logs for my Linux build, I have logs for my Mac OS build, excuse me, and logs for my Windows build, but I did it with one single YAML file, which I'd have to go into GitHub to show you, because again, here I am using GitHub for my source control, and you can use different source control. Let me mention that real quick too. It doesn't have to be our source control, as I'm about to show you, because I'm using GitHub here. But if I were to go to Git Sources here, where you're going to notice is that there's actually several different ways that you can get source from our system here. Let's finish this loading. Let me create a new build instead. And then from there, you're going to be able to see all the different ways that I can get my source code. And this is really cool as well. So as you can see, I can get my source code from our Git repository, and we give you unlimited private repositories for free. So if you're paying a dime for a private repository, we will give you all the private repositories you want at zero cost. GitHub, we obviously encourage you to use that for all your public projects. If you're already having code in Subversion, if you already have code in Bitbucket, and if you are using GitLab and you want to use our CI system, you could just use that as an external Git and just give us the credentials to be able to log in. We'll clone the repo and build everything for you from here as well. So that's another cool thing. And let me go to my repository. And here I'll be able to show you the YAML file I'm talking about. And instead of having 3 different YAML files, I just have this single YAML file. And this one YAML file now has for me everything I need to build on Mac, Windows, and Linux. So I don't have to maintain it. So those are just some of the reasons that when I think about Azure DevOps compared to our competitors, why I think we kind of have an edge now.
Very cool. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have, because I know you're out in Poland. We're actually a little bit over.
Yeah, I'm in Poland right now, but I always get wrapped up when I'm talking about this stuff. So yeah, if you don't tell me to stop, I'll just keep going.
No. This is very cool. Very good stuff.
Great.
And we're going to be going into further detail with some of our friends a little bit later throughout the day, whether it's Oren Novotny, Brian Cristante, Steven Murawski, or Abel Wang at the end of the day. So thank you so much for taking some time out of your busy schedule, chatting with us about getting started with DevOps here. Very cool stuff.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's been my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All righty. And I'm going to go over to a video while we get ready to bring on Oren. I'll catch you later, Donovan. Thanks so much.
My pleasure.
Hi, I'm Donovan Brown, DevOps Manager from Microsoft. I would like to introduce you to Azure DevOps, our set of cloud-hosted DevOps services that work for any language targeting any platform. Azure DevOps has everything you need to turn an idea into a working piece of software. You can plan your project with agile tools. You can manage your test plans from the web, version your code using Git, and deploy your solutions through an incredible cross-platform CI/CD system, all while getting full traceability and visibility across your development activities. Let's take a lap around Azure DevOps and see everything it has to offer. We are going to start on dev.azure.com, where I am presented access to all my organizations and projects. As I hover over the tiles for my projects, you can see which services each project uses. You can use as much or as little of Azure DevOps as you need. Right from this page, I can quickly jump to work that is assigned to me and any pull requests that need my attention. Clicking on a project tile takes me to the summary page. Here I can quickly see the description, stats, and team members. From the left navigation, I can access dashboards. Dashboards are fully customizable. Simply click, edit, and drag and drop on the desired widget. Additional widgets are available from our marketplace. The widgets are interactive. For example, I can use the new work item widget to create a new work item, or click the board link on the work widget to jump to my Kanban board. The Kanban board is a feature of Azure boards, which allows you to plan your project using backlogs and boards. You can plan and track your entire release. Right from the Kanban board, I can review my test and task for each item. Using the backlogs, I can plan my sprints by just dragging and dropping an item to the desired sprint. Once in a sprint, we can use the task board to track our progress. As engineers start a task, they can create branches for their work right from the board. This brings us to Azure Repos, which supports both centralized version control with TFVC and distributed version control with Git. From files, you can navigate your repos content and even make quick edits. Commits allows you to see how all your branches come together. Pushes gives you a historic view of the changes pushed to the remote repo, while branches allow you to review all the branches and see if they are ahead or behind master. The tags page not only allows you to review your tags, but even create new ones. Using the pull requests page, you can review and participate in pull requests. Azure Repos allows you to leave rich comments during your pull request and even apply policies that require a build to be executed. This brings us to Azure Pipelines, which is a rich cross-platform CI/CD system capable of building any language targeting any platform. Here, on the summary of a build, we can review the commits, test results, and much more. The deployment section allows you to see where in the release this build is currently. Editing a build definition is where you start to see the real power. Azure Pipelines can pull your code from the most popular source control systems. Azure Pipelines also offers hosted macOS, Linux, and Windows build agents. Adding tasks to your build is as easy as dragging and dropping from our collection of hundreds of open source tasks. Don't see the task you need? Simply search our marketplace for what you need, or write your own. Once the build is complete, Azure Pipelines can deploy to any platform with releases. Releases, like builds, provides hosted agents on macOS, Linux, and Windows, and with the integration with App Center, can deploy to mobile as well. Let's edit a release to see what is possible. You can pull the artifacts to be deployed from almost anywhere, including other CI systems like Jenkins. Releases let you define environments and even assign approvers between them. From releases, you have access to the same rich library of tasks and agents. Azure Test Plans allow you to manage your entire testing effort across all your platforms and configurations. Finally, using Azure Artifacts allows you to apply the same DevOps best practices to the packages that you develop and maintain. That was just a quick glimpse of what is available from Azure DevOps for any language targeting any platform. Get started today for free and see how Azure DevOps can accelerate your DevOps transformation.
All right. Welcome back to the Azure DevOps Workshop here. We're on Mixer, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. Thank you so much for joining us. And we learned a lot from Donovan. We saw a lot about all the different things that are going on around pipelines, about the build process, and all the different things around availability of how we can get involved with some of these pieces. And it really feels like there's a lot to this. And I want to get started with this in a way that just starts to make sense with an existing project. And I know just the person to help us out with this. I want to bring on my friend, there he is, Oren Novotny, and for some reason our screen got a little resized funny here. Let me see if I could fix that. Good morning, Oren. Actually, it's almost good afternoon. Let me fix this. OBS decided to resize everything on us. There we go. Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing great. Thanks. And yourself?
Oh my gosh. I feel like there was a lot there with Donovan, and I know I've worked with you in the past about trying to get continuous builds set up for different things, and I know you've done a lot with the .NET Foundation to set up continuous integration to automate some of these build processes. Can you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So I'm Oren Novotny. I'm a Microsoft MVP, Regional Director, and ALM Ranger, and Community Director of the .NET Foundation. Bit of a mouthful. At the end, I'm really just trying to help other folks succeed. And one of the key ways of doing that is to ensure that projects can build and automate and release hassle-free. I think that's definitely one of the big areas where people struggle with. It's like, oh my God, I can't get a release out because they're too scared to get that release out, as Donovan was saying. So trying to make that as automated as possible so that it's really just no big deal.
Yeah, yeah. So when we talk about automating and getting all that set up, you've been through this a bunch of different times. Do you have some examples that you can get us started so we can see just how easy it is to take an existing project and get it loaded up, or to even what's involved in doing a release?
Yep. So one of the projects I am a maintainer of is Humanizer. For those that haven't used it yet, it's a library that can be used to humanize words, numbers, and such in a way, and dates to make it friendly. The site is over here on Humanizer on GitHub.
There we go. Now we can all see it. All right.
So just quickly, some of the features, like the README will cover it best, would do things like Pascal case or to and from. You want to make things uppercase or transform or title case, dates and numbers. There's a lot of things that it can do, and if you're ever trying to find that said 6 minutes ago and not have to worry about all the logic around that,
yeah,
worth checking out.
Okay.
There's also been a number of community contributions here over the past number of years, and we're about ready to put a release out. The trick is, I need to build this. So I want to go in and I want to use Azure DevOps, and I want to be able to put a release out on NuGet first so that people can check out a beta, and then I want to be able to publish that over to NuGet so that people can download it for real.
Okay.
So, shall we get started?
Absolutely. Let's see what this is all about here.
Okay, so I'm over at GitHub, and what I'm going to do is, I heard there's this new extension in the marketplace, Azure Pipelines.
Right.
I'm going to come on over and come over down to the continuous integration section. I'm a little sad, I don't see Azure Pipelines on the main page yet, but if you all install it, maybe it'll bump it up in the rankings. It just came out, so give it a go install it. But come in here and hit view all though, you'll see it right on over here. And what I want to do is set up a new plan. And I'm going to choose the free one because I'm an open source project. Now, I have multiple accounts, and if you have both a personal or organization account, you may need to choose which one you want to put it in. So I'm going to choose for Humanizer. And I'm going to click complete. I'm going to say, let it have access to all of the repositories in my organization. Complete that. And it's going to take me over to Azure DevOps to complete the process. And despite having logged in, it's going to show me the wrong organization. There is a quick trick here while they work on fixing that. I'm going to come back. I'm going to copy this URL. I'm going to sign in. Click on the... I'm in multiple organizations, and the one I want to install this into is the .NET Foundation account. I did this just before we started.
Hey, right, this is the kind of thing that some folks might need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you'll see here is you can change the context. I know that they've seen this feedback, and they're going to be working on fixing that sign-up flow.
Okay.
So if I paste the URL back, it should work this time. And you can see, indeed, it's showing me the right account name. And I come back, I'm going to choose Humanizer. Continue. And I'm going to have to sign in again. And it finally does show me the humanizer list on the repositories. And there's only one in this organization. What it's going to do here is it's going to try to look at the code. It's pull down a copy of the code and try and guess in terms of which project template is best to start from.
So it's got some logic. It's going to look at the content of your repository. It's going to see, oh, there's a CS proj here. This is a .NET project. Well, let me look a little bit further at it. Oh, it's a whatever.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, it's suggesting .NET Desktop. I happen to know that that's not going to work here. And this is a .NET Core application. It's actually .NET Standard. So I'm going to try and choose the ASP.NET Core template to start from.
Okay.
Because really all I need it to do is do the build and pack commands. And let's see what happens. I have not tried this on Ubuntu, but it should work.
Sure, right? If it's a .NET Standard project, it should compile and run on Windows, Mac, and Linux.
Yes, it should. So what I'm going to do here, and it gives me the choice to create this. It gives me this pipeline, which is very basic, and we'll come back to this in a moment. And I can either commit this directly into my master branch, or I can say, I want to try and make sure this works first. I want to put it in a branch and try it from there. And I'm going to go ahead and do it that way because, we're good developers. We create branches with pull requests.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Isolate it so that you don't end up impacting your current development process or even what you're releasing to production directly yet.
Yep. And it's going to say,
you're in the queue. Oh, okay.
Pretty quick.
An agent is ready for the job. All right, so that's something I've never seen before, right? It's actually, right, some machine that's going to do the build for you.
Yep, this is connecting to Microsoft's pool of cloud Linux servers, and it's going to, hundreds of thousands, I don't know. It's magic. It's the cloud. Somebody else's computer.
We're just renting space and time on it.
Well, in this case, it's a free rental, too, which I love, because as an open source project, I don't have lots of budget for this. It's just spare time. And you can see this aired out, which allows us to come in and try and look. What didn't it like? Did not contain a solution file. Okay.
And this looks just like the build script that I would have run if I had run .NET Build on my own machine, right? I can see it there on line 11 of the script, right? Easy to follow. Okay.
Yep. So in this case, the built-in template didn't have enough information to figure it out, but we can tweak that and play with it a bit to get this working.
Okay.
To do that, I'm going to come back, and let me bring another tab here over to GitHub again. And if we come to the pull requests, you'll see here that it created a pull request for me just like it said it would. Very
fancy.
Cool. And it's even decorated as a bot. You can tell this is not human created. It's also telling me, because this project is in the .NET Foundation, that the Azure Pipelines bot hasn't submitted a contribution agreement, which I suppose is probably something we should fix, because I don't think the bot really can.
Yeah, it's bots chasing bots. All right.
That is funny. I hadn't seen that one before.
It's all brand new, right? This is stuff that, okay, we can lock down and fix.
So I'm going to come in and I'm going to live dangerously, and I'm going to go edit this directly in GitHub, because why not? It's YAML, right?
Sure. Okay, so this is the build definition.
This is the build definition. We're looking here at the file that it added, Azure Pipelines, and this is the same one it showed me in the editor.
Okay.
On BSDS. Or, sorry, I will get that name right eventually. Azure DevOps Pipelines. And what it did here was just create this one script, .NET build, configuration, and it was not able to figure out which is the solution name for it. So if we come in and put that humanizer.sln, I believe that should work. Let me just confirm.
Right. That line 13 looks exactly like the script I would run at the command line to run it, to do my build.
That it is. The key here, though, is that the source directory contains the file, so it didn't find it in here. So because the solution file or csproj wasn't at the root, we need to tell it, and that's the wizard didn't quite figure that out. So I'm going to just say source humanizer, and that should build it this time. I can hit commit.
There we go.
And if I come back to the tab, it should show me. Here we go. Look at that. One, it updated right there. One new build.
So it woke up because it saw the commit, and here we go. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Come on.
Okay. Why was it canceled? That's interesting. Build was manually deleted. You know what that might be?
Did you double click?
Oh, you know what it is? It's trying to prevent you from having multiple builds on the pull request at the same time.
Oh.
And I confess, I did have an existing pipeline in here with that name, so it's the latest one is winning. So I'm going to we'll pick up from there. So I'm going to delete this one so it doesn't step on each other.
Okay.
But I can see the build here, and it still didn't like it. What?
Oh, okay. So now we can see it restoring packages. Cool.
Build failed. Why is that? References. This is where I guess wrong. I guess it wants.
Oh, look at that! All right, hang on. Let me pull down so we can see. It's referencing .NET Framework 4.6, and we're on Ubuntu.
And I guess this is the tests. So this is a case where I had the library was .NET Standard, but the tests were running on the .NET Framework and on .NET Core to make sure that they were being fully covered.
Okay. That actually makes sense.
So I'm going to come back to the pull request here, and I'm going to make a little bit more of a drastic change. I'm going to take this a little bit line by line, and we can kind of go through what we're going to do.
All right, let me pull down our camera so we can see what you're typing.
So by default, when you create a pipeline and you want to, it'll set it up for CI and pull requests for every branch. What I want to do is I want to limit this to be for certain branches. And that's why I can put triggers in here. So I'm going to just delete this and we'll go top down. I'm going to tell it I want it to build on the master branch. And I'm also using a pattern where I have releases coming from a release branch. Release/star.
Okay, so then, monitor those branches. When a change happens, we're going to kick off the build that you're going to define below.
Correct. And then I'm going to come in, I'm going to tell it what pool I want. And I'm going to switch this over to the normal Visual Studio 2017 pool. And the name of this image is in the documentation. It's on the doc site where it goes over the names of the pools and the images. I'm going to say here that we want to build this in release configuration. And then I'm going to copy and paste a bunch of steps, and we'll go through them. Okay, I just pasted a big chunk of text. Let's
yeah, that's a lot. All right, what do we got?
All right, so let's start it here. One of the things I like to do in all of my open source projects is have an automatic version system. The reason is because if I'm going to do continuous deployment, somehow the number needs to get changed each time.
Okay.
I don't want to have to say this is version 2.4.76, check that in and forget to update it. And if
Sure.
I want to be able to release and push the button on each one, something has to automatically increase the version for me each time. One of the developers on the Visual Studio Tools team, Andrew Arnett, has a GitHub library, a NuGet library and .NET global tool called nerdbank.getversioning.
Wait, nerdbank
.getversioning.
.getversioning. Okay.
Yep, and we can pull that up here on NuGet. There we go. And you can see there's the package reference you can add to your project file, which will automatically set the version, assembly info, the file version and the assembly version, and the NuGet package version just by adding this file. You don't have to do anything else.
Cool. Okay.
You tell it what number to start from. And then there's the .NET global tool, which reads that same version file and calculates it as a global tool.
Right. So global tools, for folks that haven't worked with them, right? These are tools that run on the command line. You can just say .NET and then whatever that command name is, and they execute, anywhere on your system. So very handy to have if you're going to be acting on and updating things like the version numbers that are stored in these files in the CS proj file and other locations. Cool.
Very much so. The other thing it can do when running on a build server is it can set the version numbers and set some variables for you on the build server so that you may have seen other builds. In fact, the first one we tried here, why does that window keep moving? Started off with a date-based version.
Yeah.
You can keep that, but if I'm looking at a bunch of builds, I'm not going to know which one is this for.
Yeah.
Is this 2.4? Is this 2.5? Like, I want this to be meaningful to my project.
Right. A date might come in handy if in that fourth part of a build number where it's a build number, right? You've got major, minor, patch, and then some sort of build number, and it's based on the date and it's incrementing because you don't really care about that fourth number. You're actually going to publish the first three.
Maybe, yeah. In this case, I tend to use 3 numbers, and
Sure.
the third one, at least the way this tool works, is based on the git height since the last minor.
Okay.
And that's really cool. So if I bump it to 2.5, it'll start as 2.5.1. I commit something 2.5.2, 2.5.3, and so forth. And that way, that's how it's formulaic, and I don't have to worry about thinking about this. And I like not thinking. At least
Yes.
about version
Automate all of this.
Yes, very much. So what I'm doing here on a build server is I'm using the .NET CLI command, and I'm telling it use the tool parameter. And instead of installing it globally, you can use another way of doing this, and I'm installing it in a specific folder. This is the -- tool path.
So that task entry on line 12, that's the name of this task that's a name you've assigned to this.
This is a system assigned one.
Okay.
Azure Pipelines has a number of tasks built in, and you can write your own using Node and TypeScript or whatever your favorite JavaScript or PowerShell-based scripting language is.
Okay.
And you can install that. So if there's common tasks like running tests, orchestrating things where you might have a set of parameters, like I want a strongly typed thing around the .NET CLI, that this gives me that.
Got it. Uh-oh. I think we just lost Oren. Hang on one second here. I am taking a look and see what happened here. Not quite sure. We're going to take a look. I'm reaching out to him right now. His video froze and it dropped out on him. There we go. There we go. All right, that was weird.
Yeah, all of a sudden you froze on me.
Yeah, something got disconnected somewhere in the middle here. Here we go. We're back. There we are. All right. And I'm waiting for your video. All right, I'm just going to hide that because your video's not updating for me right now. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So this gives me a strongly typed object, if you will, around the .NET CLI.
Okay.
I could do all of this from a script, but then I have to maybe remember the exact parameters or the command line. There's different ways of doing it. There's no right or wrong way. It's the way that you're most comfortable with. So I'm doing it using the .NET Core CLI task, and I believe that there is a there's a reference to all of the built-in ones on the documentation site, so you can see what the parameters are and how to use them.
Okay. So you're passing in a bunch of different arguments that you're going to use to call the .NET CLI.
Yep. The other thing is, as a point-in-time issue, I cannot update the build number from a public pull request. There's a issue that they're working on for now. So I'm going to put a condition on here which checks to say, if this isn't from a fork, run this.
Okay.
And you'll see this in a couple of places, both for the version and for artifact publishing for now. So then I'm going to run, this is just a script. This is the command line, nbgv cloud. And that is going to be the thing that sets the version number. And when we watch the build, you can see it starts off with the date. Mm-hmm. And as soon as this runs, Azure pipelines will see this new value and will update in real time.
So it's a script instead of a task there on line 20 compared to lines 12 and 24 there. A script, now that's something that you wrote. Or is that the script to run as part of the task?
So this is just an inline script.
Okay.
It will run as CMD on Windows and as bash on Linux or I believe Mac OS as well.
Gotcha.
So this gives you the ability to have scripts without having to worry about which platform it's running on.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Especially if we want to run this on multiple agents. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, so you've set the version number there on line 20 with that script. Now what are we doing on 24?
So on 24, I'm teeing up NuGet to make sure that that command is in the path. I'm going to need that later for packaging some of the reference assemblies or the localized assemblies. Humanizer has a set of core libraries, which are English, or the neutral language. But one of the key things about Humanizer is that it supports 46 languages today, and that's entirely because of the community.
Wow.
I don't speak that many languages, for sure. I don't think anybody can. I'd love to meet that person that can.
Right.
But the community has contributed the localization so that the numbers and the dates and the strings can be localized to the right language for you when you're using it. Because that's more human. We want this to be friendly.
Certainly. Okay.
So it does have a bit more of a complex packing process because of that. So I do need to call NuGet.exe. And this tool installer will make sure that this one is in the path for me.
Okay.
There are similar ones for Node or for NPM and for other similar language or Maven. Like if there's a command you want to use and you want to make sure it's in the path, there's probably a tool installer task that will put it there.
Okay.
Then I'm going to call, this is back to the .NET Core CLI command. I'm calling build. I could do .NET build. And I'm passing the solution in, and this is the variable release, and this is just build. This will work here instead of Ubuntu because on Windows, it can build the .NET 4.6 portion of it. That's where we got into trouble before.
Makes sense. Okay.
Once it's building, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a bit of inline PowerShell, and this supports PowerShell Core on, I believe this supports PowerShell Core when running on Mac and Linux.
Okay.
So you can still get your cross-platform PowerShell. Don't hold me to that 100%, but if it doesn't today, I'm sure it's coming. And this is another example of, in my script, I want to be able to pass the version in. This is all, I don't want to hard code versions anywhere.
Sure.
So I can call this nbgv, and it will give me the version as a JSON object, as a JSON string. And one of the cool things I love about PowerShell is that I can take any PowerShell, any JSON object, and it will give me a strongly typed object in PowerShell.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of nested properties, and we can run this locally, and I can show you what this will do.
So yeah, you're defining, you're manipulating the version number here, and you've called build, and you've set the version number inside the files using that mbgv process tool. And is it? Oh, it's writing it to disk.
No, well, the output stream.
Oh, okay. So
this is invoking the command. So I just ran this here locally.
Okay.
On my repo. And it's giving me this command here, the same one I'm going to call on the build server, gives me a JSON object with lots of useful information. Basically anything you might want to slice and dice and make your version, however floats your boat.
Nice.
If you want, here's a calculated file version. You want the build number. You want the full git commit hash, the height. There's all kinds of things, and it presents it to you in a number of different ways.
Okay. And you're able to reference these different configuration points and pull out exactly the version numbers that you want, so you can assemble that together.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and PowerShell lets me take that JSON and give me a strongly typed object that I can use .syntax on.
Okay.
So I don't have to do any JSON parsing. PowerShell does that for me. So on this line, it's taking all of the language-specific NuSpec files, and it's going to run NuGet pack on them. And this is where it's dereferencing the version, and it already has one for NuGet package version.
Okay. So you've analyzed the version numbers that were generated, and you're pulling out and assigning a NuGet package version here so that you can actually run and generate a NuGet package.
That's exactly right.
Now, what's the advantage of doing that instead of actually running, doing the build and letting the .NET build generate a NuGet package for you?
Great question. There's two parts to that. The version number, it's of the opinion that version numbers should be repeatable.
Sure.
I don't want my version to come from the build definition, which is certainly one option. You can have the build definition define some part of the version and use that in your build step. But now I can never check out an old commit, run it locally, and get the same thing. So I want to make sure that no matter when in the future I'm rebuilding a specific commit, I'll always get that version. That's one thing. And then in this particular project, I can't use the regular .NET pack command because it doesn't understand the localized satellite assemblies. It would give me one NuGet with 50 languages or the 46 languages in it.
Okay. And you would prefer to have, right? You'd prefer to have separated. I can say this. NuGet packages for each of the different languages you'd like to support.
That was a community request.
Okay.
Some people don't like seeing 46 directories in their output. They're saying, hey, look, it doesn't bother me, to be honest, but this was one of those, they're 2 kilobyte files. They add up virtually no space.
Sure.
They're resource assemblies. But it was an ask for some people to say, hey, I want to just pick Spanish, French, and English.
Mm.
This format allows that choice.
Okay. So, go ahead.
And there is one package. There is an all assembly. So if you want all of them, you can still get that.
It's available. All right.
Yeah.
So you've generated your NuGet package there on that block starting around line 36, and you've set the version based on the output from that NBGV tool. Okay.
Yep. And you can see it in the JSON right here. So I can see that it's calculating on my local machine 2.4.28 because it's been 28 commits since 2.4.
That makes sense. Okay.
That's the whole thing. I don't have to think about this.
Yeah.
So we're going to continue, and I'm going to run test here.
Okay, so you're using that same .NET Core CLI task and calling test now instead of build.
Yeah. And the reason I want to call .NET test here this way is this will actually automatically put the test results and publish them into Azure pipelines. So if you do this via script, you would need to use a separate task that publishes the test results. This, by the .NET Core CLI task, has extra smarts in the test command that knows, take that output and publish it to Azure pipelines so you can see those results. So that's one thing it does for me. I'm also collecting code coverage, which is another reason why, for now, it has to run on Windows. The built-in .NET code coverage today is Windows only, and I know they're working on making that cross-platform at some point down the road.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know that's a huge ask. I totally agree. And the next step here is Authenticode signing. This is going to take those output packages and sign the NuGet package and sign the binaries, and that stamps the DLLs and the package with a certificate that says it came from Humanizer. So, you can be sure that it is the authentic, real deal. It came from the project and wasn't tampered with along the way.
Okay, makes sense.
I mean, as an open source project, anybody is free to fork, make their own version, by all means, but it won't be coming from us. This is ours. This is our official build, if you will.
Okay.
What I'm also doing, and this might be useful in a number of scenarios, I have secrets that are necessary.
Yes.
Because I have to, I don't want anything to be able to call the digital certificate service.
Yeah.
But I also don't want those secrets to be available to a pull request because a pull request could just echo those and upload them, and someone's going to just steal my login credentials.
Right.
So Azure pipelines will blank the secret for you if it's in a fork build. If it's coming from a fork where it's not trusted, it will be blank.
Okay.
Which is what you would expect. So if you have a token of some sort for code coverage tools, if you're using secrets or whatever secrets you might need in your build, you can test for that by saying, in this case, not equal blank. And I have this anded together with a few other conditions.
Cool. All right.
I also don't want it to run for a pull request at all, regardless of whether it's for a fork or a one just from a branch that's local.
Sure. You only want to do it for when you're saying, yes, it's time to publish, and this is something we need to make a signed release.
So really, in this case, for anything in the master branch, yes. So master branches are signed, but pull requests are not.
Right.
And then the final step here is publish those as an artifact of the build. Again, as a point in time limitation, it does not support publishing artifacts from forks.
Okay. So you're going to publish into the packages folder.
Yep.
Okay.
So there's a staging directory, and I'm going to point to it and say, create a container packages, and that will create on the build pipeline this thing called packages.
Okay. That makes sense. I get it.
I'm going to commit this now.
And then we should see a build kickoff, right?
We should. What I'm going to do, though, is in the interest of time, I'm just going to merge that straight away. I'm not going to let this finish. But that will show you something else that's interesting. So you can see it's in progress.
Yes.
And this is what I'll see here. It's configured as a required check. So I want to make sure that before pull requests are merged, that all my required checks are satisfied. If I click details, it will take me here.
And this is what Donovan was showing us earlier. We can
Yep.
watch the progress of it going.
So it'll take me here.
Okay.
And then
There it is, NuGet. Yeah.
and you can see the version number at the top here is already changed. And the way this tool works is for branches that are not release branches, which are configurable by regex, it will put a git hash at the end of it. So you can tell just by looking, this is not a release build.
Sure. Sure.
So it's building, and I'm going to just merge this right now. We're going to live dangerously a little bit. Merge. Yes, I'm really sure.
Really, really sure.
Yep. So one neat trick, which I don't know if you noticed, because it happened in the blink of an eye. As soon as I merged that, there's another convenient bot that deleted that branch for me. I did not even have to click the button because I'm that lazy.
I am terrible with having just branches laying all over the place in my projects.
This is an example of one of the GitHub apps called Delete Merged Branch.
Okay.
And it does exactly as advertised. You install this app into your repo, and as soon as the branch is merged, it deletes it.
That makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Doesn't get any easier than that.
Yeah, yeah. And then I always run into that problem now where I've got local copies of that branch sometimes.
Oh, I know. I think that I saw Brendan Foster mention that they're looking at how to improve the GitHub desktop app to try and clean some of that up for you.
Yeah.
I would love that. But yeah, I have the same problem.
Tell you what, let me take a quick break. I'm going to give away 2 more T-shirts while we're here. I'm going to open the giveaway on both Twitch and Mixer, and you'll see. I'm going to let the giveaway go just a little bit longer this time. You'll see a message from the bot that you key in the keyword shirt to join. So ! shirt, and you'll get added into the giveaway. And in about 2 minutes, we'll do a drawing, and a couple folks will get an offer. We'll get a keyword sent to them so that they can get a shirt. All right, while that's running, so our build ran. It looks like it ran successfully out there, Oren.
Yep. So that one's still running. We have 2.4.32. What I'm going to do real quick, just to tee off the build, we do want to release this, and I want to make sure that it has time to. I want to release 2.5. I have an open issue right here.
Okay.
What I need to do is update the version.json file.
Oh, are you kidding? Is it that easy? I mean, you've
Just
already
about.
got other features queued up, but to
The pull
update it to the next minor version number.
Yep. So I'm going to come in here, and this is the version.json that is in here. In fact, some of this I can just delete. This was from way back when. I never got around to it. 2.5.
Okay.
And what I have in here is the major minor. And then this is where it says which branches should it consider release branches? What should it not append the extra hash to?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The other part is I like semver 2 in my NuGet packages, and I can opt into that by just setting that variable. At this point in time, I think most of the current NuGet clients do support that today.
Yeah,
just,
I think you're right. They do.
The big advantage of semver 2 is that it gives me basically normal sorting of the versions. I don't know if you remember, you might have to have done like some version -build 001 because it did an alphanumeric sort before, and if I just did 1, 2, 3, it didn't sort right. Or if I got to 10, it would roll over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that solves that.
All right. I've got 2 winners for our T-shirts. We're going to give on Mixer to R. Carvalho Xavier. You're going to get a T-shirt. And Coded Beard on Twitch. We're going to send you a code for a T-shirt as well. Congratulations. All right.
I'm just going to hit commit here, and I'm going to live, just in this interest of time, I'm going to put this in the master branch instead of opening a pull request.
Okay.
Coming back to the pipelines tab, we'll see that it just shows us one new build, and in a moment, this will come over and say 2.5. That it's busy building, but we can explore in here the pull request build, because I want to point out a couple of pretty cool things. Code coverage and tests. So this library has code coverage configured, and we see it had 83.4% code coverage.
Now, is that good? How does that measure up to your normal code coverage?
Hard to say. It's always a topic for debate. How much is too much?
Yeah.
I think that having 100% coverage probably means you're being a little bit too picky. Like, do you need to test all those trivial property get and sets? I think the important part is to look and see where in the code it touches to ensure that the hot paths or the important bits are covered, and do it as appropriate. Like anything else, there's no right or wrong answer.
Very cool.
I can also explore my tests, which gives me this pretty neat view.
Oh, and you look at that. You get a little trophy. You passed all your tests.
There's also, you can see 17,000 tests.
Okay, that's impressive.
This is lying a little bit, though. I will say it's lying because this is running once on .NET Core and once on .NET, and it's duplicating them.
Oh, sorry, you only wrote 8,500 tests. Come on now. That is impressive.
It's cheating a little bit too because there are theories in there. So if I come in and I look at it, I'm just going to put this up real quick. Humanizer. Theories allow the same test to run multiple times. So the number of tests are a lot lower than the actual number because of the data. So you could think about these as data-driven tests.
Okay.
So I want to test the same thing, like
several times.
Did 2 numbers work for 1, 10,000, 100,000? Did it do the right spelling and right string? And that's also per language. It did it for English. Now it's going to do it for Russian, for French, for German, for Spanish, for Afrikaans, for Mandarin, for, pick any number of these languages.
No,
So
that's an amazing thing. That's great to be able to do when you think about all the different parameters that you're really applying to the exact same thing, and to be able to just say, well, you know what, do it for this additional language now.
I can pull one here, these German tests, for example, and you can see these data-driven tests. So
Oh yeah, look at that.
Each one of these is being run twice, and that's how the number just skyrockets.
So can you do me a favor? Can you up your font size there a little bit so that we can see it? There we go.
Let me just make this go away. There we go.
Oh yeah.
So this library is one of those that should be pretty straightforward to test. It's taking a specific, 2 hours ago, in this case -2, and in German, it should say this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? I realize that some libraries may be more difficult to test, but this is one of these that by calling this one method, it's going to run through a lot of logic in here. And so on. Let me come back to...
Yeah, I'm seeing in the Twitch chat room, Austin says, watch it be one test with 8,000 test case sources. No, not quite.
So hopefully this is almost done. In fact, it's getting there. This will take another minute probably. What you can see here is that I can watch this in real time. It did the build, it did the test. Now it's doing the step that was skipped on the pull request.
Now it's signing.
Exactly. So if you notice, if I come back to the other tab here, this is the pull request.
Right, it's got the hash at the end of it, so you can clearly see that this is a pull request one. Okay, and skipped.
And it actually helpfully shows me what the conditions were. So if I am trying to figure out why was this skipped, if I hover over here, I can't use the mouse and the tooltip at the same time, but it shows me the contents of the evaluation. So it's looking for not equal to pull request, and it shows me the expanded true. Yeah, it was pull request equals pull request. Well, there's your problem, and it skipped it.
Right, it was triggered because of a pull request, so don't do this thing. Okay.
Yeah, and it so expands to me the rest of it. Again, it shows me that there's no secrets. The variables are blanked out. So if you're trying to understand why was something skipped in your condition, you can hover over and try and get some more information about why, what it saw at the time.
Very cool. All right, so that conditional is something that you defined as part of defining your tasks in that YAML file.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
If we did that here, we'll just take one more peek. That's again right over this and succeeded, meaning so far no step before it has failed, because if it has, just short circuit and fail.
Right.
And then I can say not pull request, not blank. And this is all documented on the YAML site.
Cool.
About how these conditions are put together.
All right.
So what I can see here is this created some artifacts. And if I look at the summary, it shows me this packages folder, which I can explore. And it shows me...
Oh, look at all those nupkegs.
Oh, yes. 2.5.1.
Very cool.
I can download it and I can test and say, hey, does this look right? And we can see that it's signed. So the signing part worked. We can verify, and it has the files we expected in it.
All the contents you were looking for.
Yep. So this is kind of a sanity check. Yep, this looks good.
Okay. Now, you've gone through and you've done this great build process, and it was all automated for you. Our friend Chris on YouTube asks, is it possible to generate some sort of a Word document that lists the features and the bugs that were fixed as part of this release?
I'm glad you asked, because there's a set of associated changes here.
Okay.
And one thing that is, I guess must be a feature flag, because it's I see it on my account, but not others. And I'm just going to switch so I can show this. It is pulling in some associated work items. I don't see it on that build, but I know I can pull up this one here.
Okay.
And so this one, come on, work items. It's one of the, oh, not NuGet Package Explorer. It was, this one should work, I think. There was one of these in here that it was. I did see it show up as a maybe it's 6119. Sorry, I'm gonna try one more and then we can move on.
Sure.
I just want to see. Okay, here we go. So that's probably why it's not on everyone's account yet. There's clearly some things it's finding and some things it's not. But you can see that this is, will be coming, looks like.
Sure. So this is the linked work item that was fixed as part of the changes in this build.
Yeah, and you can see, and I've already raised this issue, it found one of them, but it's actually, it didn't find the other two. So
Okay.
It shows me the commits, but even though the fix number was right in the commit message, where it's not here. So it's
Okay.
a work in progress.
Right, and this
But
is
yeah,
one of
you
those
can-
reasons why we're releasing updates every few months to this.
Oh, totally.
Okay.
And you can see this on the release tab as well when we dive in.
So we're going to get this list of linked work items, and when I do my release, it can help turn those work items into release notes?
I've heard that can be done.
Okay.
I have not gotten there yet, but I would love to see that happening.
Okay.
I do have a task that we'll explore that shows how the release can publish to GitHub, but it is not yet taking this list of linked work items and giving me a file that I can use as input. So a lot of the pieces are there. We'll figure that out. I'm sure.
Okay.
So what I want to show, if I switch back to the releases tab of Humanizer, what we can see here, and if I can make this a bit smaller, it generated a new release because I have a pipeline that is set up so that every master build, every CI build gets pushed to NuGet. And if we explore this here, here's my pipeline.
Right.
I have CI. Here's the build output. I can give it a trigger anytime it comes from either master or one of my release branches. Create a new release, which is what just happened while we were talking. I didn't have to do anything. It just said, hey, there's a new build for master. Create a new release.
Okay. And then it deploys out to NuGet.
Yep. So in this case, the trigger is after release, go to this stage. And I don't need anything else for this one.
Right, and NuGet is that private NuGet repository out there so that you can share nightly builds or, have a credential, secured repository of packages that are maybe important to only your organization, but you don't necessarily want the world to be able to access it like they can on NuGet.org.
Yep. And for that, for private, you can use Azure Artifacts. Azure Artifacts doesn't work with anonymous access today.
Okay.
So NuGet has been very generous to the open source community for a long, long time and has free feeds for this, for open source projects.
Yeah.
So they have a paid offering for private feeds, but free feeds for open source. And I think it's worked out well, I think, for them, because any time people think of where do I put my development feeds, it is the de facto place.
Yeah, it's MyGet. That's the place people say to put it.
So I know this isn't scaling well, but there is a, I'm going to see if I can paste this into Notepad. It might be easier.
So these are the packages that you're going to upload.
Yeah. So I'm basically star.nupkeg.
There you go. That's the right word. Nupkeg. Remember that, folks. Nupkeg. Okay.
And then we have, but we don't push our symbols package there. Again, you don't have to think about this. This is the default glob that the task puts in front of you. So don't worry if you don't remember this. And then I can choose my endpoints. In fact,
very
I have
nice.
2 endpoints defined, and there are wizards to walk you through. If you're here and say, hey, I don't have any yet, I haven't done this before, we can click on new, in which case we can put on myget or proget.
Right.
Whatever the endpoint URL and the endpoint key.
There's a bunch of different services out there that are available, or you can host inside your own organization.
Yep. So I'm going to choose just leave it alone, Humanizer.
Sure.
And then if I come back to the pipeline, I can say, here's NuGet, here's production in this case.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the library. The prod environment is NuGet. So one of the things I have here, as Donovan talked about before, I have a release approver. So
yeah, he was saying, right, if I've got someone in QA that wants to take a look and has that ability to say, yes, now it can be released out to the world. So this is how you do that. Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to say it's after stage. So I want this to be a code promotion flow. I'm not rebuilding for production. It's the same binary. First, it was in my CI environment, MyGet. Now I'm saying promote that when I want to production. So I can choose here. It's after the MyGet stage. You could do, there's other options for schedules and pull requests. If you want to allow pull requests to be able to deploy artifacts, they can often be less trustworthy, so that's why there's options. Like, it's a pull request. I don't know what's running it, so I inherently trust it a lot less. I can say here an approver, and this could either be individuals or a group.
Okay.
In this case, I just want it to be, for 30 days. You have options to say, in a more tightly controlled environment, I want somebody else to be able to approve this. So if it's my release, sorry, I can't just put this into production because that would, violate 2 keys to the castle, or you want to make sure that there's a separation of responsibilities. There are ways to tweak this. Okay. There's the cold quality gates thing Donovan and others have talked about where I can call in. This doesn't really apply as it's a library. And I'm also then limiting it to 1 parallel deployment. So I only have the latest one as an option, just so I just want the latest one, cancel all the old ones.
Sure. You've got 2 or 3 of them that are in various stages of acceptance testing out on MyGet, and when you choose to accept and deploy one, only push out the latest one.
Oh, so it'll only offer the latest. It'll only put the approve button on the latest.
Now, there's a comment here from Twitch, and I think it's a pretty good question. So if you do have a couple of these builds that have run and they're laying, they've developed and they've deployed their artifacts out there, how do you manage those artifacts that are sitting out there on the DevOps servers that have been built as part of your pipeline process?
Great question. So there are retention policies on the releases and on the builds. Okay. So I can say, for my stage, I want to retain a release for 30 days, and the tooltips are great here to explain exactly the behavior. Oh, man. And at least 3, and whatever the artifacts are associated with that.
Very helpful.
If I come back to the build, you notice some of them have locks and some of them don't. Yeah. Because one of the great things when the release process is tied in with the build process, it can know, okay, keep this build around indefinitely as long as this release is valid. So I don't risk losing build artifacts as long as I have a release out there somewhere. And then as soon as the release retention policy expires, it will remove this lock. And then the build retention policies will kick in.
Okay. So
builds
you'll
have their own.
Right. So you just released 251. Your 251 build log, what went into actually building that, will stick around as long as that release is valid and within its retention policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this build, and you could say builds have their own retention policies, and you can tweak them per branch. To say, I want master branch stuff built, kept for 10 days or what have you. Again, whatever works for your organization.
Yeah. Yeah. Or how quickly you release, right? If you're not releasing but every 6 months, you're going to set those retention policies a little bit longer.
Yep. So I'm going to the NuGet one looks almost the same, except this time it's going to the NuGet feed, which I have an API key on NuGet that's scoped for these set of packages.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then I have one other step, and I've gone back and forth. I could make this a separate stage that runs at the same time, or I just run it here. Pick your poison.
Sure.
This task is from the marketplace, which is, again, a great example of the community here.
Okay.
So this is not built into Azure pipelines, but if I come in and find it in the GitHub in the Azure DevOps marketplace,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I can install this. And this gives me functionality that allows me to, point to the GitHub connection, which repositories is for, do I want to tag my release?
Okay.
Do I want to title? Do I want release notes? And this is where I want to be able to plug in that variable. Not there yet.
Right.
Is this draft release? Here's another one that's very popular. Uploading the assets to the GitHub release so that it's available for manual download from GitHub.
Right, that artifact that was built, in this case, the nupkegs. Nupkegs, There we go again. We're going to upload those and make them available on GitHub for download. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That will do that, which also helps, in my mind, the issue of, does tagging drive a release or does release drive tagging?
Oh, that's an interesting chicken and the egg type of scenario.
So do I tag my build, and then does that trigger a new build and new release and go through that? Or in my mind, I want the whole code promotion flow to do what it's going to do, complete with approvers. And I like this better because this allows the release to say, go back to the Git repository by way of this and add that tag then.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, you've shown us though that you've got that manual approver process to decide whether to deploy to NuGet. What happens if you do decide to go and publish out to NuGet, but you realize, a little bit later, I need to roll back? Is there a way to roll back to a previous version?
So NuGet doesn't allow you, public NuGet does not allow you to rebuild or to delete packages. You can unlist them.
Right. You make them private.
Make them not really private. You can unlist them. Anybody that has a reference can still download them.
Okay.
That's the policy of that NuGet server, because they never want
of
to
the
break
registry.
It.
Yes.
Of the yes. If this is to a website, and I have another pipeline that uses Azure App Services, then yes, you can click deploy on an old version, and it will revert, and it will deploy the older version. Because
like you have here, you can see all the old versions, and you can just go find that other one and say redeploy.
Yep. So in fact, let's show that. It's a great scenario. I'm going to click the button here.
And we're going to put that on NuGet.org.
I am going to put this on NuGet.org, and I'm going to say approve RTM. Or I should maybe RTW, right?
Yeah, release to web, huh?
So if I come back here, this is going to view, and we don't need to watch the paint dry here, but you can see the commits that have been since the last deployment to that environment.
There we go. Yeah.
See all this? These are environment, again, this is another cool feature. These are the environment-specific deltas. This is going to be, this list is a lot smaller on my get because every release is deployed. Notice?
Yeah.
In here, it's just a version, but it's been a little while since prod.
Since the public release, yeah.
All of these things went into it.
Okay.
And hey,
look at that.
I was actually surprised. I was not expecting that to work.
Of course it was. It's always going to work. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. So, but it found the issues. These are the work items that went into this release, and I can actually change if I want to say, let me compare it to an earlier one. It should update the query, and you can look at those gaps.
Okay.
What I would love to see, and this is like pull requests accepted. I want to see this list as input to that NuGet task. But there's got to be a way to query this somehow.
And once again, that lets you generate some release notes.
So while that's pushing, let's go over to this one here. And this one is an example of a pipeline. And let's just go to the releases side. This is an Azure App Services. This happens to be for code signing. This is the thing that is doing the code signing for these. But come on. There we go. But I wanted to call out here this because you can see there's a number of different environments deployed. In this case, there's 3 or 4. There's different releases coming out, and it shows me what's in what environment. And I can come back. There's a failed deployment here. You can see that one failed, and it's in red for me.
Okay.
So I can come back.
And it's still got a red X on it, so even if you do have issues with red-green colorblind, it's still easy for you to tell that there was an issue.
Yep.
All right.
I can come back, and I can do the same sort of, which do I want to redeploy something? Do I want to approve a certain app service for production? And this means I can actually go back and do an old one. You asked about revert. So
yeah.
I can come back here and say, let me find the last one in production. In fact, let me choose, there's a filter that will show me it will filter out anything that's not currently deployed.
Okay.
You caught that?
Yeah.
Here's all releases. This
Yeah,
one's
there's
not
a ton.
deployed. This one is deployed only in the dev environment, but this one's in dev and not anywhere else, 66. The last one that is in production is 65. So if I see here, I have 65 and then 67 because it's only showing me the ones that are deployed somewhere to help me filter that out.
Very cool.
Now suppose I want to take 66 and roll that back into dev. I can take this one. This succeeded, right?
Yeah.
I can hit redeploy, and I say revert back to 66 or whatever.
Right.
And it's just going to go rerun that step. And it doesn't have to rebuild. The artifacts are there. It just runs through the tasks, which are pretty normal for any Azure App Service.
Oh yeah.
It's working on the staging slot, so it'll stop the staging slot, deploy the bits to the staging slot, start the staging slot again, make sure it's all warmed up, and then do a slot swap to prod. Say that 10 times fast. And put that out there. So and because of app services, there's no downtime because of the slot swapping.
Now, so this is cool. And you're using a lot of the out-of-the-box stuff here, and it's very .NET specific tasks that you're using. There's a question on YouTube from Kulkarni Gotham, where Kulkarni, I'm sorry, says, I'm using the Ant task. How do you get an Ant recent validation ID from the Azure Pipelines logs and use it for the next task to deploy in the release definition?
So I'm not exactly familiar with Ant. Let me say that.
Sure.
However, there are ways, if I come back to a release pipeline here, just to edit it and show an example of what's here.
Okay.
All of the build tasks have an output variable. So from the mechanism, most of the tasks should have a way of taking some value they generated from one step, storing that in a variable, which then you can use in a subsequent step. And that can be more than one. It depends on the task. Makes
sense. So then you should be able to consume those in Ant in some fashion.
So the variables, again, I'm trying to understand the question a little bit, but all of the variables that are defined are available as environment variables.
Ah.
So in this case, humanize or deploy doesn't have any.
Okay.
It's using the NuGet endpoints. However, if I come to the build, it has a variable defined. So there's a couple of variables, in which case, these are the built-in ones. I can add my own or configurations.
Okay.
I can use a pretty cool thing called variable groups, which is a library of variables. So I have similar variables that I want to use across build tasks. I don't have to manage, different copies of them. It allows me to link them together.
Very cool.
These two happen to be secrets, but they
Sure.
don't have to be.
Sure.
But these would be available as environment variables for CI builds. This is where the pull request builds will blank these particular ones out because they're secrets.
Yeah.
So if you need to do something from a task and read a variable, just use the environment variable.
All right. Cool. Well, I think that gets us right about to the end here. So we've deployed. You've published out your NuGet package. We should be able to go out to NuGet.org and see it.
It is there, but I want to take one quick detour.
Sure.
We won't go into. We don't have time to go into all of it, but that was a library.
Sure.
If you want to look at NuGet Package Explorer, that was the tool I used to view the signature on the
package.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is also built in deployed here, and it is deployed to a number of environments. There's a CI feed, which is to Azure Blob Storage.
Okay.
So that gets built and deployed on every release. But then there's tasks in here to go to the Microsoft Store because it's a desktop bridge application. Into Chocolatey, many folks like that for deploying it.
Oh, yeah.
There is a library component for extensibility. And the GitHub release, in this case, I split that out into a separate step instead of combining two of them. So the key here, if I was just to look at, say, the store, edit release, I'm in the wrong area. That one hasn't run yet. If I just come back and say, edit the pipeline, there are tasks here for things like connecting it to the Microsoft Store. There are ones that are connecting it to the Google Play Store. There's ones for connecting it to the iOS Store.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Where, as an example, just to take it beyond just a library, I can add in a task, and we can start seeing like App Center, package, or to deploy, right? So where to go? Hockey app I just saw up here.
Yep, Hockey app, Kubernetes. Oh, yeah.
There's the GitHub Service Fabric, and there's more if I search for iOS.
Oh, look at that.
Mobile apps. So there's all kinds of tasks in here for deploying to the different stores.
And it's probably most of the ones that our folks that are watching need are already available for you.
And here's that Ant task. So I suspect this is what the other gentleman was talking about. So I would look for the output variables to whatever it uses.
Cool. All right. Well, this is great. Thank you so much for introducing and showing us, some of these little bit more complex development steps out there. But it really does feel like I'm just taking what is my current build process on my local machine and just extending it a little bit to get these other features to deploy to different locations and to get that hooked in, that triggered build as a commit happens on whatever my source control is.
Yep. And one of the reasons I do this in open source projects, and the thing I love about open source is these are public. Many times you always wonder, how did Microsoft build this thing? Or how, these advanced organizations have engineers whose job it is to do this. But if you want to get started, it can be really challenging to say, how do I do something like this? And I try to put these out there for people to take examples from.
Sure.
Like, here's NuGet Package Explorer. The build pipeline is there. So if you want to see how does it build the store package, how did I do this? In many of the Windows Community Toolkit is public, and more of these projects have public pipelines. So I think that's definitely a place to start. And if you have an open source project in particular and you're stuck on something, hit me up on Twitter.
Okay.
Novotny, Novotny, and I do try to be responsive there and try to help out and really help you guys do awesome things and build really cool products.
Very cool. Thanks so much, Oren. This has been great. And thank you everybody out there watching. I've learned a lot. I definitely want to start hooking this up to some of my projects that we're working on my stream so that it becomes a little bit easier to see exactly what's going on. Cool. Well, thanks so much, Oren. I'm going to go to a video now that shows how to use GitHub with pipelines, and we'll start getting our next speaker all set up here. I'll catch you later, Oren.
Thank you.
All righty.
Hi, my name's Edward Thompson. I'm a program manager at Microsoft working on Azure DevOps. And today, I'd like to introduce you to Azure Pipelines, now available in the GitHub Marketplace. Azure Pipelines is the premier continuous integration service for everything from open source projects to enterprise software. It supports any language on any platform. So it supports your project, whether that's a Node.js app, Java, Ruby on Rails, .NET, or heck, even old school C. And Azure Pipelines provides build agents for you for Linux, Windows, and Mac OS, so that you can build your project on every platform. And they're hosted in the Microsoft Cloud, so that you don't have to manage them. Best of all, Azure Pipelines provides a free pipeline for your project with up to 1,800 minutes of build time per month. And it's even more generous for open source projects. Azure Pipelines provides no limit on the build minutes for open source, and you get up to 10 pipelines in parallel for free. That's why I rely on Azure Pipelines for my open source projects, especially one project that you may not have heard of. It's called libgit2. But just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean you haven't used it. libgit2 is the project that Git hosting providers like Azure Repos and GitHub use to manage pull requests. And as a maintainer of an open source project that makes up the critical infrastructure of software development, it's crucial to me that we have a robust and reliable continuous integration service. Being able to validate changes, ensuring that pull requests build across all the platforms we support, and that our tests pass for every contribution is crucial for my open source project. And it's crucial for your software projects too. So, I'm going to show you how you can add Azure Pipelines as a continuous integration build for your software project to build and test the master branch of your code and validate pull requests. let's take a look at how easy it is to get started with Azure pipelines. Here, I have a very simple project. It's a pocket calculator. Well, sort of. It's actually a Node.js application that looks like a retro calculator, the kind that we nerds had back in the day before the phone in your pocket could calculate integrals. And of course, I've published this project out on GitHub. I'm excited to share it with the world in the hopes that other people will use it and maybe contribute back to it. Maybe somebody will find a bug in my code, or maybe somebody will theme it up so it looks more like the pocket calculator that they remember from their youth. But if I'm going to take contributions, I need to have a build pipeline configured so that when somebody opens a pull request, I can make sure that their changes build and that all the tests pass. And the easiest way to do this is with Azure pipelines. All I have to do to get started is to go to the GitHub Marketplace. Just look up in the top banner of github.com and click Marketplace. There are a bunch of great services here that integrate with GitHub. But for continuous integration builds, we want Azure pipelines. So I'll just type that here in the search box. And then click on the search results. I can click on Read More to get more details about Azure pipelines. And when I'm ready to get started, I can just click to set up a new plan. In the pricing information, I'm reminded that Azure Pipelines is completely free for open source projects. So just by selecting the free plan, you get unlimited build minutes across up to 10 simultaneous build queues. It's the most generous offer for building open source projects. And it's free for private projects as well. Private projects get a single parallel job with up to 1,800 minutes of build time included every month. And if you want to scale up beyond that, you can add additional private build agents. But for open source projects, it's still free for unlimited minutes. When you're ready to get started, just click Install it for free. On the next page, you'll choose where you want to install Azure pipelines. You can install it directly to your GitHub account or into a GitHub organization, which you might have if you're part of an open source project or a company. I've actually created an organization for my application, so I'm going to select to install it there. Then I can click Complete My Order and begin installation. On the next page, you'll need to verify that you want to install Azure pipelines. This permission is needed so that Azure pipelines can read your repository and write its configuration into your GitHub account. This adds the continuous integration workflow and adds builds into pull requests. As a safety precaution, you may need to enter your GitHub password here to confirm this access. And finally, you'll need to sign in with your Microsoft account. And if you don't have a Microsoft account yet, you can just click to create one. It's free and easy. But here, I'll just type in my username and password. And once I'm logged in, Azure DevOps will set me up with a new account to build my GitHub project. Once my account is created, it will bring me to this new pipeline designer. Here, the first thing that I need to do is make sure that the correct repository to build is selected. That's easy since I only have one in my organization, and that's my calculator app. So I'll click on it. When I do that, Azure Pipelines will analyze my repository to try to figure out what kind of project I have checked in and how to build it. It's detected here that I have a Node.js project, which I do. It also selects some other project types in case it guessed wrong. If I were using React or Vue, I could select those templates. If I were using Webpack, I could select that. I could even design my own pipeline from scratch, but of course I don't need to. Let's take a look at the Node template that Azure Pipelines has recommended. So when I click on it, it shows me the build YAML. Azure Pipelines uses a YAML configuration file to describe the build pipeline. It's a technique called configuration as code, which is great because you can check in the build description right next to the code that it builds. So as your code changes and as the build needs to change to support that, those changes to the build configuration get versioned right alongside your source code. So Azure Pipeline shows me this YAML up front before it finishes creating the pipeline. This is an opportunity to make sure that this matches what I expect from my project. And it is. It's just building my node.js project with NPM. So this is perfect. So to complete the setup, I just need to click Save and Run. This actually adds the YAML file directly to my repository on GitHub and sets up an Azure Pipelines build that reads it. I could also select to use a pull request, which would let other contributors to the project look at the YAML before it goes live. And pull requests are definitely a best practice, but since I'm just getting started with this project and I don't have any other contributors yet, I'm happy to just click Save and Run and commit it directly. And once I do that, you can see that this actually starts a build of our project. It's going to find a free Linux build agent in our cloud-hosted pool of build machines. It's going to download my project's repository from GitHub. Then it's going to run the build script, which runs npm install, then npm run build. I can actually watch the console output from the build as it runs to see the progress as it goes. And once it's finished with all the steps, you can see that it's succeeded. So that's great. But I can make this even more powerful by tweaking the configuration for my project. The out-of-the-box template is good, but it's even better if we customize it. For example, I have tests in my project using the Mocha framework, and I want to run them as part of the validation that I want to perform on pull requests. So I can add this just by navigating to my project on GitHub. I can click this link right here in the build output to go there. Then in GitHub, I can select the YAML file that Azure Pipelines added for me. And at the top of the YAML text, I can click the pencil to edit it. And in the script section, right after the npm install and npm run build commands, I can add npm test. That's the great thing about YAML. It's easy to change. All I need to do is scroll down to the bottom of this page and type a quick commit message in. And then click Commit Changes. Again, although pull requests are a best practice, I'm just getting things set up, so I'm going to commit directly. And when I did that, GitHub notified Azure Pipelines that there's been new content pushed to the master branch, and that it should queue a new build with those changes. So if I move back over to Azure Pipelines, you can see that this did indeed queue a new build for me. If I click on it, and then go to the log view, and then click on the build log for the npm step, you can see that it did run my test suite and that they all passed. So that's perfect. As I commit changes to my master branch on GitHub, they're built and tested with this pipeline. But now let's see how this actually works to validate contributions through pull requests. If I navigate back to my project on GitHub, I can go through the contribution mechanism with pull requests. Let me navigate to my project's controller and then click to view it. And when I do, one thing that I notice is that this operation for addition is a little strange. Plus A plus plus B. If I'm not familiar with JavaScript and how the plus operator is both addition and string concatenation, that might look like an error to me. So I might want to be helpful and contribute a pull request changing it to just A plus B. So just like before, I'll click the pencil to edit this file, and I'll change this operation to something that looks better. And again, I'll scroll down and I'll type a commit message. But this time, I do want to follow best practices. So I'll select this to create a new branch, and I'll give my new branch a name. And then I'll click Propose File Changes. Once I do that, GitHub will navigate me directly to the new pull request experience, where I can double check my code and then click Create Pull Request. And then again, GitHub will notify Azure Pipelines that I opened a pull request. And then it will start a build against that pull request branch to validate those changes. You can see it right here on the pull request page that it's turned yellow. It's in the process of running my build. If I want to see it in action, I can click on the details to open up the GitHub status page. Then I can select to open this in Azure Pipelines. And by the time I do, you can see that this build has actually failed. If I click on the NPM task, I can scroll through the output to see what happened. If I scroll down, I see that my addition tests failed. My test that adds two numbers, 21 and 21, is supposed to return 42. But here it returned 2121. And this one adds 42 and 0 and expects 42 back. But here I got 420. It looks like instead of actually doing addition, it's concatenating these numbers as if they were strings. That's clearly not right. Let me close this window to go back to GitHub and then go back to my pull request. Now, Azure Pipelines has reported back to GitHub that the tests failed. So I have this big red X to warn me about this. This lets me know, as a project maintainer, that there's a problem with this pull request just at a glance. So even though that line of code looked strange, it was actually correct after all. And this pull request validation build made sure that I didn't accidentally break something. Now that Azure Pipelines has given me this helpful feedback, telling me that this contribution was not actually a good change, I can iterate on the pull request. If I go to the Files Changed tab, then again, I can click on the pencil to make another change to this pull request. Obviously, the original code was correct. The +A + +B coerces A and B to numeric values and adds them, instead of treating them like strings and concatenating them. So I'll revert that change. But if you're not familiar with the finer points of JavaScript, then this is still a little confusing. So I'll add a comment to this code to make it clear what it's doing and why. Now, this is a good pull request. It takes some code that was confusing and clarifies it with a comment. So again, I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to type a comment for the commit. And then I'm going to click Commit Changes. This will add a new commit on the pull request branch. So when I click back to the Conversation tab, I'll see this new commit, and I'll see another status update that shows Azure Pipelines is running a build. It's looking at the newest change to see if now this pull request will build. So again, I want to click through to details and then to my build in Azure Pipelines. And I'm going to watch it build again. And this time it succeeded, just like I expected. I certainly hope that adding a comment won't break the build. So now I can close this and go back to the pull request in GitHub. And now I can see that the pull request has this lovely green check mark next to it, instead of that ugly red X. This indicates that all the build validation checks have passed, and that Azure Pipelines has run all the tests. In other words, it's safe to merge this, at least as far as what I've configured my continuous integration build to look for. So I can feel confident clicking this green Merge Pull Request button. This will merge the pull request into the master branch and in a way that I feel confident about the code quality. So now I have a continuous integration build set up that builds whenever changes are merged into the master branch, and it will build pull requests to validate the changes before they get merged. As a maintainer of a software project, this is a level of sophistication that I expect, and I want people who are contributing to my project to know that I'm following these best practices with CI builds. So I can actually show this to them easily so that they know the project is healthy. I can do this by adding what's called a badge to my project's page on GitHub. This badge will show contributors that my main integration branch is building successfully and that all the tests are passing. It's a bit of a litmus test, really, for open source projects. and really for any software project. Azure Pipelines makes it easy to add a badge to your project's README, where it will be shown as soon as anybody navigates to your project on GitHub. To add one to my project, all I need to do is navigate back to my build in Azure Pipelines. Then I need to click this ellipses, and then I'll select the option for a status badge. When I click on that, Azure Pipelines will show me an example of my badge. You can see that it's green. That means my builds are currently succeeding, which is exactly what I want to see. And it shows me the URL for this image, but even better, it gives me some markdown that I can actually just copy and paste right into my README. So I'm going to select that and then copy it to my clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to GitHub to edit my README and add the markdown. Back in my repository, I'm going to click on my readme.md to open it in the viewer. And just like before, I'll click the pencil to start editing. And I can select right here in the file where I want the build badge to show up in my README, and then paste the markdown right in. Finally, again, I'll scroll down to the commit area like before, type in a simple commit message, and then commit the changes. So, now when I'm taken back to my project's README, you can see this nice green badge that shows everyone I'm following.
Be disorienting about setting up a CI pipeline is there's no compile step with Python. It's all an interpreted language. So that shifts more of a burden on your automated testing and things like linting. Python does have optional type checking now, but you can still set up a CI build and still do it cross-platform. That's one of the big things about Python. It is cross-platform. You want to test on 3 OSs, Linux, Mac OS, Windows. So we can do all that with Azure Pipelines.
Now, I've got to apologize. I'm being told by some of our moderators that we had a little bit of an issue with audio up front. I wanted to introduce and bring on Brian here because we've seen a lot about using .NET with Azure DevOps, but I wanted to try and get outside the box a little bit here. Let's use DevOps with Python, and that's what you do a bit of. So how do we get started? What's the story here with bringing Python into Azure DevOps?
Right. So, well, Python is one of the most popular languages in the world today. Very big in open source, very big on GitHub. And Azure DevOps is for open source. That's something we're very serious about. Mm-hmm. So it makes a lot of sense to have strong Python support in Azure Pipelines. We want to be the best CI system for Python. So that's what we're here doing today.
Awesome. So do you have a demo, something you could show us how to get started, putting together a pipeline?
Yeah, I've got a demo right here. Can you see my screen?
Let's share your screen here. There we go. Fantastic.
Got it?
Oh yeah. Let me put your camera back up here.
Okay.
Cool. Alrighty, so this looks like Azure DevOps Demos PIP.
PIP, that's right. So PIP is the package manager for your Python project. There's a public pip repository. Now you install all your packages that you need from pip. And so this is a big Python project. It's open source. It's I chose it because it's a real life Python project. It's got a lot of complexity to it. And that's kind of what we want to do today is I think we've seen, getting started with YAML a little bit, but I've heard people say, like, how do I do YAML for, a real project, like really fleshed out and stuff. So pip gives us a lot of opportunity to do that. So you can see I've forked it right from the official PyPA pip repo. We're here in Azure DevOps demos, and kind of just as our starting point, what we have here, this is as if I had just come out of the GitHub wizard from Azure Pipelines. So we've got I'll hop over to VS Code. This is our Azure Pipelines.yaml file. This is the Python package template. So this is exactly what we would get. Haven't touched it at all if we just came out of the GitHub integration flow. And back here in Azure Pipelines, we've got our build that is set up automatically for us. You can see it failed, and that's expected at this point. So we're going to go ahead and take this starting point from the template and try to take it. It's going to take it on all 3 OSs and add some complexity to it, like we're really doing it.
Okay, so that initial templated, this is Pipelines taking its best guess to get us a good build, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it'll be kind of clear in the logs what you need to clean up to get it working.
Exactly. So let's drill into the build results here, and I think it's taken a minute to come up. Here it is, and looks like things are a little whacked out for a minute. Here we go. So it's the install dependencies step that failed. We check out the logs here, and it says could not open requirements file, no such file or directory requirements.txt. And it's kind of a somewhat standard thing in Python to list your dependencies out in a file called requirements.txt, then just point pip towards that. And so the reason the build is trying to run that step is it's here in our template, right here, this script line. You can see it tries to pip install -r, that means from a requirements file, requirements.txt. So this isn't going to work with pip. If you look at our files here, we have no requirements.txt. That's why it didn't work. But a lot of Python projects, including this one, use something called tox. This is a tool. And one thing that tox does is kind of like a makefile where it has these targets. They're actually called environments. And these kind of prepackage some build steps that we can run. So that's what pip is doing. The other thing that tox does, and we'll get into this in a second, is it lets you run lots of Python versions side by side. So if you're doing Python, that's a big thing with the CI process, is that because pip's popular library, I mean, maybe the most popular library, it has to run on pretty much every version of Python that's out there that people are using. So if you look at Azure Pipelines.yaml, we're going to run on 2.7, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. And that's just because you want to be able to run your automated test on old versions to make sure you haven't broken backwards compatibility.
Makes sense. Okay, right. We want to be as compatible with as many versions of Python as possible. Okay, yeah, that's why we do .NET Standard in .NET World. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, so that's probably a big challenge, for Python coming from other build systems. There's other platforms that are like this as well, but you want to check those older versions to make sure everything is working fine as part of your CI build. So for our install dependencies step, we're not going to install from requirements.txt. If we look at the tox.ini, I believe there's a step here called... Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. The first thing we actually need to do, of course, is install tox, which is yet another Python module. And we're actually going to use pip in the pip build process, so a level of meta here, but it all works fine. So we're going to say pip install tox, and that's the first thing that we need. And the next thing that we need is going to try to run PyTest.
Now, would you actually change that display name on line 30 instead of install dependencies, install tox?
Yeah, you can
make it a little bit clearer so that when you're when you're debugging later your build process, it's clearer.
Yeah,
Cool.
not a bad idea. And then, so the next thing we're going to do is run our tests. And in the template, it's running PyTest. This is another Python module, very popular way to run your tests. And so Tox actually has a test target in here. And so everything in testem, this is what's going to run. If you just run Tox without any like arguments, basically, it's going to run testenv. And you can see in testenv it has commands, and here it actually is wrapping a call to PyTest. The reason we have this layer of indirection in Tox is that, see this env list up here with all the different versions of Python?
Yeah.
You can pass these to Tox, and then on your local machine, it'll run with each of those versions if it can find them. Now, we actually do things a little differently in Azure pipelines, and that's because we're not running just on our machine. We're running this build. It's being fanned out across an entire pool of machines. However many concurrent jobs we have available to us, we want to be able to use all those. So we have this strategy, this matrix in our YAML, and so this is going to fan out into a separate job for each Python version we have listed here, right?
Very cool. That is so cool to see. Instead of me having to wait for, all right, now it's going to build 2.7. Now it's going to build 3.5. I really need that 3.7, but I got to wait for all the other ones. They're going to run in parallel on different machines all at the same time. Love it.
Exactly. So to get Tox to do that, here's what we're going to do. So I won't forget the display name this time. This will be Tox run unit tests. And instead of this script that it has for us right now, I'm going to keep that JUnit XML, but I'm going to say Tox, then -e is going to be our environment, and I'm just going to say Py. This means run Tox with the Python interpreter that was used to invoke Tox. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In our command here, we're going to be running with the Python that's in our path, basically, which in this case will be the version of Python that's selected for our job out of the matrix.
Sure. You started this process on this version. Stay on that version when you go to run the tests. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're really familiar with Tox, you'll know that if you're running locally, you'll say like instead of -py, you'll say Py27 instead. But we've kind of inverted that here so we can take advantage of the parallelism. So that should and so now I say /, and to Tox this means everything after the /- is going to be passed into that PyTest command that's being wrapped by Tox. And so to run just our unit tests, we're going to pass what's called a marker in PyTest. And if you wanted, you could see in tests where it's set up like this, but I happen to know that the marker we want to run is -m unit, and so that'll run just our unit tests as opposed to our integration tests.
Okay.
And the last one is going to export a JUnit XML file, which is going to be consumed in the next step, publish test results. And when you publish your test results on Azure Pipelines in your build summary, you can see a summary of all the tests that passed or failed. You can see how long different test runs took. So that's a good thing to have in your build. So I'm going to call this just I call this unit test.xml. Or actually, so it's in the JUnit folder, unit test.xml. That looks good. And so then when we publish, I'll just say JUnit/star.xml. The reason I'm saying this is because I know maybe not in this video, but down the road, I also have other test runs I want to do. I want to do integration tests. And so that way we can just put all of our XMLs in this JUnit folder and run like that. So that looks good. So I would expect this to fix the error that we failed on originally. Oh, and one thing I wanted to call out about the published test results, just to go back to this for a second. The template has conditions succeeded or failed on it. We definitely want that because if we fail our test step, then the whole build is going to fail fast, right?
Sure.
But then we won't get any test results on the test runs where we fail. So we still want to run this, right?
We need to report them.
Exactly. Failed results are still results.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So this looks like a good starting point. So let's go ahead and maybe just for this one to show that it works, to make sure it works, I'm just going to comment out these versions in the matrix. Enable those once we make sure this is working. So this is going to be, what's a good commit message, like basic build pipeline?
Updated to use talks.
Sure. Cool. And we're on our branch topic / Azure pipelines here. So we're going to do all our development here until we get our builds passing and then merge it into master.
Cool.
All right. So git push that. And this is going back to that fork on GitHub. All right. All right. So if we go back to Azure pipelines, I think we should see a CI build running. We do.
Nice. All right. All right.
And some people I've gotten questions from folks before saying, well, how do I know what triggers I have for my YAML pipeline by default? And so we can click edit on our pipeline, go to triggers, and looks like our pull requests are enabled. It doesn't say override YAML continuous integration trigger from here, but obviously we do have a CI build going. And so I think that's just the default, that if you don't say anything, you're going to get a CI trigger by default.
Okay.
But maybe to be explicit, we'll enable this. And so we need to have some branch filters. We'll have one for master, and we'll also have one for topic / Azure pipelines, this feature branch we're working on. And yeah, I think this looks good for now. Let's save this. Cool. So we'll go back to our build, and looks like our test job has succeeded. Very good. That's what we hoped for.
All right.
Now it's kicking off this publish job. If we look back at the YAML, that's down here. And what this is doing right now is it's just gonna run once, and it's gonna run after all of the test jobs have finished for each version of Python. It's just gonna take the latest Python it can find on the agent and create an sdist. And that sdist is it's kind of just like a tarball of your source code. It's something pip knows how to work with it, but we're gonna make this a little more sophisticated. In fact, let's do that right now.
Tell you what, while you're getting that ready, I'm going to open another T-shirt giveaway for anybody in the chat room on Twitch and Mixer. It's going to be open for 2 minutes. You should see a message come up there from the chat bot. Enter !shirt to enter the giveaway, and we'll see who we can give 2 more shirts to here as we're getting a build running with Brian. All right.
All right, so if you caught that, I just hopped over to a documentation page for this task called publish build artifacts. And we see you got a whole snippet of YAML that I just pasted in. And so this is what YAML for a task looks like. We have a bunch of optional parameters that I'm not going to use this time. We're going to use container. This means store your artifacts on Azure pipelines.
Okay.
And if you're so what an artifact is, by the way, in Azure pipelines, when you finish your build, let's see. Well, so it says no artifacts published, but it's basically just like a bunch of files that are the output of your build. Binaries. In this case, they're going to be packages that are installable through pip, and pip itself is a pip package. Kind of meta. So come back here. The path we want to publish is going to be called. I'm just going to publish dist directly, and if you're familiar with how setup.py works, you'll know that by default it'll publish everything in a folder called dist right at the root. And for our artifact name, I think I'll also call it dist. That'll help me remember what it means. And I'll give this a display name again. Artifacts dist. Cool. I don't need those comments. Cool, that looks good. I'll go ahead and commit that.
All right.
I won't push it just yet. All right, and one more thing I want to do, and if you're running a Python build, this is probably something you'll want to do as well. If you're a build for a Python package, is we want to make what's called a wheel. A wheel is a pre-built Python package as opposed to an SDIS, which is kind of just like a tarball of source code and has to be built when you go to install it. So a wheel is going to be, in most cases, platform dependent, but is usually a little faster to install. So we want to provide a wheel for our users if they have the system that they expect and everything. And pip knows how to do that if you're installing Python packages.
Okay.
So we're going to say python setup.py sdist and then bdist underscore wheel is the name of that target. And then we also have to install the wheel package first. I wonder if we have a tox target for that. No. All right, so I think we just have to go, we'll just say script. We'll say install wheel. Cool, so this should build our wheel for us. This is also going to land in the dist path, so this should all work just fine. All right, I'll go ahead and push this.
And we'll see another build kickoff.
See another build kickoff.
Cool. Now, while we're waiting for the build to kick off, let me just call out. I'm going to pick the winners here for our T-shirts. And on, let's see, we have CD_sharp on Twitch and on Mixer, Lord Rowdy 89. Congratulations. Our moderators are going to reach out to you in just a few seconds with some URLs so you can have those T-shirts sent out to you. Thanks so much for participating. We'll have some more T-shirts that we'll give away a little bit later. All right, so you ran the push. What's next?
We ran the push, so we do want to re-enable these other versions of the matrix, and I think I'm happy with how our test ran, so I'll go ahead and do that now. And then right now we're just running on Linux on Ubuntu here, and Python's cross-platform. We want to run on all three OSs. And by the way, when you publish a wheel, like I said, that's going to be platform dependent. So we want to publish artifacts from all three OSs as well. And I know this is something that a lot of people want to see. They want to see, okay, how do you actually run in all three OSs with Azure pipelines? So we could just copy and paste our YAML file 3 times and have that, but that's not very maintainable. And we could have everything in one big YAML file, but again, that doesn't scale when you have a lot of build configuration going on. So what I like to do is just make a new folder here, and I'll call this Azure Pipelines, just like our YAML file name, Azure Pipelines. And I'll go ahead and move this YAML file in there. And this one will be our Linux build, so I'll just rename this Linux.yaml. And if I push this right now, our build wouldn't work anymore because it's pointing to the YAML file, the pipeline is, and I just moved the YAML file. So that's something we'll have to go back and update. I have to remember to do that. Let's check on that build that I pushed a second ago. Make sure everything's working. Looks like it's still going, but we should see. Oh, no, it's done. Okay. But we should see here this artifacts tab now because we published artifacts. So you click in here, see the dist. And this is the directory that got published. So here's our wheel file. Here's our sdist. Like I said, it's just a tarball. Very cool.
And we're quickly running out of time.
Okay. Yeah, we got a bit of a late start, didn't we?
We did, unfortunately. I'm going to give us a few more minutes here. So you lit up those other versions, though, we wanted to publish to, and you started creating your pipelines folder. So how do we convey to Azure Pipelines to use those instead?
Let's do that now. So I'll go ahead and push this change where I move. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually add the change yet.
I do that so many times.
I know.
I'll push before I commit anything. It's like, of course, what do you mean there's nothing to commit?
All right. that's a less than optimal commit message, but we're just going to squash these changes anyway at the end of the day. So, all right, come back here. So now we got to edit the pipeline. We'll just point it to the new YAML file. And I might need a second. I don't think the push has gone through yet.
Needs to get picked up by pipelines, needs to be recognized.
Yeah, it's gotta make it to GitHub, and then we'll pick it up on our end. Looks like, okay. Am I on the right branch? Not on the right branch. Let's switch the branch. That's the problem. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Change our default branch. Now it knows where to find it. So now we didn't get the CI build, so we'll go ahead and Q1 manually to actually get a build going. Okay. All right. So I do want to show how to get those other OSs going. So let's go ahead and do that. So create a new file called, we'll make this one macOS.yaml and windows.yaml. And like I said, I mean, maybe it would be nice to have everything in one YAML file, but that doesn't scale. So I like to have a different YAML file for each like top level pipeline I'm going to make. And that kind of makes things a little simpler too. But then these are all going to have the same steps. So we're going to do something called a template. And that's how you share YAML between different YAML files. So I think I went ahead and linked this doc in advance, so I wouldn't have to, but you could find it however you like to find your docs with Bing.
Of course.
With Bing. And so here's the YAML syntax for a template. So we can reference another YAML file, and we can even parameterize that file so we can do things like, pass a different VM image like this. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. I'm just going to copy this entire file. I'm going to make a folder called, I'll call this, I don't know, templates, or how about jobs? And we'll make this one, we'll make a test.yaml, and we'll make a publish.yaml. I think we'll actually end up using both of these together all the time, but just to keep things nice and modular. And then I don't know if we really need this comment. We'll say parameters, and this is what we just saw in that doc file. Parameters, we'll say VM image. Cool. And then everywhere here, instead of Ubuntu, look at this parameters replacement syntax with the $sign. So we're going to say that instead. So we'll say parameters is actually parameters.vm image. And change that there. Cool. And by the way, we'll take this out your template file. Publish.yaml. Take that parameters block as well. Oh, I got my... All right. And we got to say jobs again here. That's the syntax. Cool. Then from linux.yaml, we'll just reference that template. You can do something scary and delete everything, but we're in source control, so don't worry.
Can always roll back.
Jobs dash template. I think this is right. Yeah. Yep. And then we'll say parameters, or we got to say our template first. We'll say jobs/test.yaml. Mm-hmm. We'll say parameters, VM image, and like I said before, we'll say Ubuntu 16.04. That hyphenated name is just an alias for what we had before. That'll still work.
Okay.
And then we'll do the same thing. We do want to get that publish step as well. Maybe let's do that real quick. So I'll copy that. Have another template job.
And you're just going to change out the VM image.
This one is still going to be on Ubuntu because this is for the Linux YAML,
Oh, for the
Linux pipeline. But then for Mac OS, we'll do this, and there's a doc page that tells us our image names. And we're going to use Xcode 9 Mac OS 10.30. Oh, got a new view there. All right.
So, yeah, you're just swapping out now the operating system for the different build files that you have here.
Exactly. This is what templates will do for you. So,
oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, and same thing for the Windows image, VS 2017. This is a Windows Server 2016. Oh. All right, so now we're running on all 3 OSs. Let's see if we can get that up real quick. On Mac OS and Windows. Well, all right. Push that. Okay. Hop back here. Here's our build. So you can see all the phases that fanned out. They all passed.
Yeah.
The publish passed. Got our artifacts there. So we'll go back here, and we should see this running yet again since we just pushed it. Oh, and I actually don't want this right now. Cool. And so let's get those other pipelines up for Windows and Mac OS. So another kind of design decision I made here is like you could have Windows and Mac OS just running as jobs in the same pipeline, right? That'll work. But I think there's a couple advantages to having completely separate pipelines. One, we do want separate artifacts for each platform because we want a different wheel, remember, and those are platform dependent.
Oh, yeah.
And these are kind of like logically dependent processes. But also when you're doing a GitHub pull request, you'll see, the 3 different checks. And you can see, Windows and Mac OS passed, but Linux failed. And that's kind of something that's nice to see right away. So this is our Linux build. And then let's make one for that's going to skip to the visual designer real quick. So it's going to be our same repo. It's going to paste this name in here. Oh, hang on. What's going on? There we go. Okay. And we are going to use our feature branch, YAML. We'll go ahead and point it at our YAML file. So let's make this one Mac OS. How are we doing on time, Jeff?
We're a little bit over. So just finish this up.
Well, the people want to see this, don't they?
Oh my gosh, yes. We absolutely want to be able to see how you deploy to all 3 just by swapping out that image and parameterizing your YAML. It looks really easy. And let's prove it out and show it to all the folks there in the chat room, waiting with bated breath. I see folks saying they prefer YAML over JSON and no bracket nonsense. Amen to that.
And comments. You can get comments in YAML. That's what I like best about YAML. Yeah. All right, and we'll do that one more time. I mean, you get the idea at this point. But
yeah, why don't we just run with those 2?
Yeah, run with these 2?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, is there
I think they get the point.
Get the point.
But can we kick them off? Oh.
Well, I just wanted to show you this pull request right here. This got set up automatically for us.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, it got set up automatically when we went through the wizard. So it's been here all along, but you can see your separate pipelines running. I think it's slightly confused right now, but this one will go away when it realizes it doesn't exist anymore. But
right, but it finished the Linux one, and the Linux one, even with your parameterized changes, still worked, and the Mac OS one is going.
Still going. And this is, even though we ran, 5 jobs here, so it's really fast because these are all in parallel. We're a public project here on Azure DevOps demos, so we've got, 10 concurrent jobs for free. So that's really nice. So really fast.
So it's in progress. There it is, building them for the Mac.
Here it is. Yep, you can see they're all going, and once these are done, the publish will start.
So 35 and 36, here comes, and it's not 35, right? It's 3.5, it's 3.6.
Oh, right. That's just the name that's in the YAML file. Yeah.
But very cool how quickly and easily it was to get cross-platform jobs running easily with pipelines. This is really great. As somebody who's not familiar with Python, I can clearly see this is advantageous for folks that do have larger open source projects. They want to guarantee works under these different environments. And there's too many folks in some communities that just say, you know what, I'm not going to get worried about it running on Linux. I'm not going to worry about it running on Windows. There's almost no excuse to not light up the other build scripts for the other environments so you can see exactly how it runs. Very cool, Brian. Thanks so much for sharing.
Of course.
All right. I'm going to run over to another video. This one's about Visual Studio Code and about how you can do some pull request reviews while I get it ready for our next speaker. Thanks so much, Brian.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
All righty.
Hi, everyone. It's Kenneth from VS Code. Today, I'm here to talk about the new GitHub pull request extension that we have made in collaboration with the GitHub team. Over the past many months, we've been busy collaborating with GitHub on enabling a rich pull request experience inside VS Code. Today, we are announcing the public preview of GitHub pull requests, which is a new optional experience that you can install as an extension for VS Code. The extension allows you to authenticate and connect VS Code to GitHub. It allows you to list and browse pull requests from within VS Code. You can review pull requests within editor committing, where we also added Markdown support. We are also enabling a more natural PR workflow within editor checkout that enables you to use rich language features such as go-to-definition and IntelliSense. And lastly, we're enabling a smooth terminal integration that enables the UI in VS Code to coexist with the Git CLI. GitHub pull requests is a new type of VS Code extension. It's powered by a new set of APIs we have baked into the core of VS Code in order to enable code reviews and commenting. But enough talk, let me show you how it works. All right, so what I have here is the Insiders edition of VS Code. I have a folder open called Pull Request Demo, which is a Node application we have put together to actually demonstrate this new pull request experience. The new thing you have here is that if you go to the source control section in VS Code, you'll notice that we now have this new viewlet here called GitHub pull requests. What you can see in this viewlet is that you can see some categories of pull requests that are available for me to browse. And there's one category here called waiting for my review. So I can expand this category, and what you'll see here is that there's actually a pull request on this particular project that is waiting for my review. So I can go expand it, and what you see is that I can kind of get a description of what this pull request is all about, but can also see that the fav icon in this PR is deleted, and I can kind of see that there's some index.js has been modified. But what I do here is that I just clicked on the description. So what I'm presented with here is an overview of this particular pull request. I can kind of see that it's named like update route titles. It's something about like the route titles are being simplified. And I can see Rachel here in my team has been adding some feedback or adding a comment of some of the changes she made. So like I'm a bit curious to know more about the changes she made, so I can just go out here and I can open up routes, the route index.js file. What I'm presented here with is a div editor that is just giving me a nice overview of the changes in this particular pull request. And I can see like she's been kind of adding a comment that this is too generic. But you know what, like this is kind of the same experience that I have on GitHub, and I think this is cool, but we can also do better. So if I go back to the GitHub overview page, what you'll see that we have here in the top is that we have this new button called Checkout. This workflow enables me to check out the pull request by checking it out locally on my computer, and then enables me to do like an in-depth review of the code. So if I click it, what you'll now see is that it's now checked out, this particular pull request. I am now in a review mode, and if you go down here to the bottom, you can kind of see my branch selector has changed. It's now checked out that particular branch for the pull request. And what's cool is that we now also see a new viewlet here in VS Code called Changes in Pull Request. Here I kind of have the same description page I had before. I can kind of see the changes, but I can also see the commits that's inside this particular PR. And down here at the bottom, I kind of have a new panel that we call the Comments panel. This panel gives me an overview of all the comments that has been added in this particular PR. And I'm a bit curious just to see more about Rachel's comments, so I can just click here at the bottom. And what you see here is that I'm taken straight to the index.js file with Rachel's comments shown inline inside my editor. So you know what, like she's asking is like, this is too generic. You know what, I actually think this looks pretty good to me. So what I can do is I can just add the comment, and bam, I just added the comment straight from my editor. But the key thing here is that because the source code for this particular pull request is checked out locally on my computer, is that I can also start taking advantage of someone like the code intelligence. So if I scroll up here in my code, I can kind of see that some of my variables here are kind of grayed out. So you can kind of see that request is declared, but is actually never used. And I can see here that there's a variable here called product ID that is never used. So what I can do here is that this is not strictly related to Rachel's changes, but I can add a comment and saying here looks like product ID isn't used, maybe remove. And if I can fix my typos here, then you can see here that I've just took advantage of like rich language features inside my editor, and I can now apply that knowledge straight on my PR. But overall, I kind of think that Rachel's changes looks pretty good. But this deleted fav icon out here makes me a bit worried. Like, I don't know if this is like kind of having some impact on the code. So what I can do here is that I can go to the integrated terminal inside VS Code, and I can actually run my application. I can validate that things are working. So it's a Node app, so I can just do an npm start. And what we are actually seeing here is that my Node app, when I run npm start, is crashing. It's not working. And if I look at the error here, this error is actually related to the missing fab icon. So this is somehow required for the app to boot. And this is interesting because if I just reviewed this outside of my editor, I would not have been able to capture an error like this. So Rachel probably just like, she deleted this by mistake or something, but I should let her know. So what I can do is that I can go back to the description page. I can add a holistic comment on this pull request and saying, looks like the build is broken, deleted fab icon by mistake. And you know what, I can just say like, I will request some changes because this doesn't work. And bam, I just requested some changes that's now being sent to GitHub. So now I'm kind of finished with my pull request here. So the way I can exit my review is that I can either go up here and click the exit review mode button, but because I'm kind of a terminal kind of guy, what I can do is that I can just go straight down here to the integrated terminal, and I can just say git checkout master because I just want to go back to the master branch. And what you see here is that I just checked out my master branch, but VS Code was kind of picking that change up from the CLI that you now see that the comments panel down here is gone. The changes in this particular PR viewlet is gone. And I'm just back to my regular master branch and I can continue my work. And this is kind of a nice way for me to finish my, my code review.
All right. Wow. There's a lot to the new features of GitHub integration with Visual Studio Code. That's some really cool stuff. There's a lot more going on there that I hope you get a chance to go back and check out. I'm thrilled Brian was able to join us and talk a little bit about using Python with pipelines because I think there's a lot there that is going to enable some folks who don't use .NET or want to be able to test and build their things for other platforms, and they're going to be able to get productive quickly and easily on those other platforms. So I want to talk next about operationalizing these applications, right? We saw from Oren, he deployed a website out there. Well, what happens when that website gets deployed? And I want to start monitoring what's going on out there, DevOps is more than just let's build and deploy things. or test things. What happens when it actually gets out to that production location? How do we make sure that it's running well and get that feedback and add it into the process so we can improve our process? So I'm going to bring in our next guest. This is Steven Murawski. There we go. And yes, Skype decided to resize our video again. Let's resize that. Thanks, Skype. There we go. Hey, Steven, thanks so much for joining us. There we go.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having me. I love talking about DevOps. I love talking about how we operationalize software.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate having a little bit of time to be able to talk about adding some monitoring and logging into our application, as well as managing and how we can manage some of that with infrastructure as code. So how we can take not only the definition of the environment that our software is going to run in, but how we can actually kind of bring along some of the monitoring capabilities right within our infrastructure as code.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Oh no. I've got a sample app, and earlier today you talked to Donovan Brown.
Oh yeah.
And he talked about a tool called EOTeam, and so I'm using a project that I scaffolded out using EOTeam. It built out my build pipeline for me, and I went back in and I actually ripped out a few things because it was a little too full featured. So that I actually pulled back out the application insights integration that it had into it, so we could actually walk through what it's like to just take this application I have. I've got a little infrastructure as code. I've got some pre-existing environments in front of me, and I can actually show you here. We've got, if I pop over to my Azure portal, I've got a few resource groups. I have, let's refresh this because there should be a third one out there. All right. So I should have the monitoring example development environment, a monitoring example production environment, and a QA environment.
Do me a favor, close the Skype window in the top corner.
Oh,
hi. We don't need two Jeffs.
Yeah. No, that kind of just decided to pop itself right back up.
Then there's Skype resizing again for us. Thanks, Skype.
Sorry about that.
No, that's not you.
Yeah. So I've got my 3 existing environments, and inside of these environments, I've already run a build through. I have a basic website sitting there, and so I have an app service plan, and I have an app service.
Okay.
Now inside of my app service, as the portal pulls up the details here, it gives you some basic information in and out, just all for free, just because it's running in app service. And so I can see, some 500 errors, data in and out. I've thrown some traffic at this thing. I got my URL to go visit. Now, the challenge here, right, is this is really basic information. I often want to get more. So when we talk about like traditional deployments, you might have some sysadmins or operations folks who are gathering a bunch of perfmon counters, and maybe they're monitoring some stuff in the application, and maybe you've instrumented some things as well, dumping to logs. Maybe that's us going out to like Splunk or Logstash and Kibana or something like that. And we don't lose those kind of capabilities when we move into Azure and when we move into running into like an app service kind of scenario. And App Insights gives us a lot of great capability. Now, I've got my basic web app here. We saw App Insights has not been added yet. So I can do that from the portal. I can go in, I can click around, and hey, set up application insights. And that's great for this environment. But what does that do for my other environments afterwards? And this is kind of where the infrastructure as code capability really comes to play, is I want my environment set up the same way across those environments. If I blow one completely away, I should be able to rebuild it from scratch, right? That's one of those kind of Phoenix environment kind of scenario. So we're not going to go through and set up App Insights in the portal. We could, but we don't have to. So I'm going to pop on over to Visual Studio. And I've got my project here. And off to the side here, we've got our little Solution Explorer. And I've got a little folder here for monitoring example infrastructure as code. I've got my project, which is a little C# project, full .NET framework. Nothing special about this project. It's a sample app that was generated out of EOT.
Okay.
But we want to go back and add some monitoring capabilities. Now, rather than have me type a bunch of stuff in front of you, I've got a little checkpoint that we can jump to, and I can kind of show you around so we can kick off a deployment.
Okay. Okay.
As I show you some of the changes, because it takes a moment or two for things to go through.
Yeah.
So we're going to just reset, because there's a bunch of tooling and options for how you deal with your Git repositories and things, right? Some folks like to do it in their IDE. Some folks like to do it from the command line. Some like a separate tool. I'm a command line guy. So I'm going to go to one of my checkpoints here.
It's funny, I'm a command line person when it comes to Git, but when it comes to Azure integration, I'm all about the portal.
You know, there's a lot of great features and stuff in there. I love that I have a CLI in the portal, right? Cloud Shell being there.
Okay.
So you can get the best of both worlds. You get the visualization of the portal, and there's going to be some cool visualization capabilities that we're going to see here. But let's git push origin master. And let's get our change up there. And Visual Studio notices that things have changed. So we're going to reload. And what's changed is I've actually put back my application insights reference into my application.
Okay.
And added in my web config a reference to some app insights web tracking. And there's a couple of spots in the web config that we've added this to. And again, this is a simple .NET app that was generated by EOT, so it's really easy for somebody to go reproduce this and give this a great starting place to play from.
Okay.
Now, the important part to me, right, since I'm an infrastructure guy, so the important part to me is what happened over here in our ARM template. And so I have a website.json, and if you have not worked with an ARM template inside of Visual Studio before, and you've worked with them in other editors or just just kind of plain text, the JSON Explorer in Visual Studio is very nice for this.
Now there's an acronym in there, right? ARM template isn't referring to one of these things, right? ARM is short for something else, isn't it?
Yes, as Azure Resource Manager.
Okay, and it's not referring to the chips, Azure Resource Manager. Got it.
Right.
And gosh, folks in the chat rooms, this is a workshop for you. Make sure you're asking questions that you'd like to hear Steven answer about monitoring and about some of these tools as we're going along here, and we'll be sure to relay your questions along. So, okay, go ahead.
All right. So great point, right? And I should have acronym policed myself there. So we have this ARM template, we have this Azure Resource Manager template, and it's a way that we can define what resources in Azure we want our environment to have. So it's a way for me to package up what I've done in the portal and reuse it elsewhere. And you can, from the portal, and I'll show when we jump over into the portal where we can actually get that from.
Okay.
So you don't have to hand author these things, right? There's tooling to help us. Like I mentioned, there's some nice tooling here in Visual Studio. There's some nice tooling in VS Code. And we can use the portal to kind of lay things out how we like. Now, the things I was talking about is we have app insights. We were able to add a little snippet of JSON. And when we deploy our application, it will make sure that there's an application insights resource available for our application to go use.
And
right.
And application insights is going to give us those more in-depth metrics about our application?
Yes, exactly. So application insight, there's a bunch of plumbing. You don't have to change anything about your code. We can just enable this capability in App Insight or in our app service, because our app service knows all about it. And it knows .NET applications, it knows Java applications, it knows Node.js applications. There's a number of languages it supports just out of the box. Basically, if you can run it in app service, it has some strong knowledge, and there's an SDK. So if what you get out of the box doesn't cover what you need, you can always add. But start with the basics. Don't worry about custom metrics to begin with.
So
Right.
just by adding a definition, adding a reference to application insights like you're doing here inside of the template, I get free functionality out of this. I don't have to write any additional code. I just get monitoring.
Yep.
I love free stuff that I don't have to work for.
I love free stuff I don't have to work for. I like, but I also like things that I can write code around too. And so there is that SDK out there. So if the things that you get out of the box, just for adding that reference, just for adding that additional resource into your environment and telling App Insights or telling your telling your app service that App Insights exists, there's a lot of great benefit there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's check in on our deployment, because then we can start seeing what's going on. We'll jump into our resource group here and see if anything's changed yet. Aha. So we now have an application insights instance that is tied to our web app.
Okay.
So when we go back into our app service, before when we went into App Insights, it said, hey, set me up. Now we can say view, now we can see, hey, it's connected, and we can view more in Application Insights. Now we have a ton of instrumentation, way more than like those way more than these handful of metrics here.
Sure.
I can go Application Dashboard, and it will actually scaffold out a dashboard for me in my Azure portal that has all sorts of cool stuff.
Oh, man. Yeah. Now, go ahead.
Usage data, reliability, responsiveness, browser data, right? It can instrument in the plumbing that we saw put in place in the web config, adds a bunch of browser metric data similar to what you see in Google Analytics, but the purpose is a little different. It's not necessarily for like ad tracking, that kind of thing. It's really more for getting a feel of what people are doing and how they're behaving and how they're experiencing your site.
Okay.
Right? It's all about that feedback loop.
Yeah. And
So
this looks, for literally saying, hey, build me a dashboard, this looks not bad.
No, and this is a starting place, right? So one of the things that I think catches people up about wanting to start with monitoring and metrics is, where do I start? What do I measure? What do I monitor? And there are so many things that I could go do. And the first thing is, let's just get a baseline. Let's start with some basics. Let's start with the things that get scaffolded here out of the box, and let's see how things behave. And now we can start building some intuition around, what does running well look like? What does running what does running bad look like? What does it look like as things get bad?
Yeah,
right?
Do
we see trends over time build?
You get that baseline, and you'll be able to make those educated decisions in the future. We have a question from a friend in YouTube. This is Hakeem, asks, what about application insights for .NET Core apps?
It's there. There's .NET Core SDKs, and in fact, and you can use App Insights. You don't have to be running in Azure to use App Insights.
Okay.
App Insights will run wherever your application is. You get some niceties in Azure because it knows about Azure VMs, it knows about App Service, it knows about Azure Functions, right? So it knows where we're going to be running our software, and so you get a bunch of stuff that you don't have to configure out of the box.
Okay.
But if you're running an IIS, App Insights knows all about IIS, and you can get a bunch of stuff, with very minimal effort.
Sure. Okay. So you can run this on other hosting services, but you get the best experience here on Azure.
Yeah, and just like just like a lot of things that are based in Azure, right? A lot of the Azure management capabilities, and this is something we're not going to spend a lot of time on today, but there are a bunch of other management services in Azure that they don't care where you're running. You're gonna see your dashboards and stuff in Azure, but they can work with your services wherever you are, right? Most people have the reality of, I'm running some stuff in the cloud and some stuff on-prem. And so we can take advantage of that, right? Just like Donovan mentioned, on-prem hosted build agents and keeping your source control on premises, you can also do your monitoring of things that are on premise and all of that. So, all right, let's kind of take a look now and see. I haven't made any changes to my QA environment yet. Or did I? Looks like I did. All right, so that makes that easier. We've already pushed that through. The benefit of me putting this App Insights integration back into code, back into this, is as my deployments roll out through my environments, then I don't have to go and set those things up for each and every one of those environments. And I can, hey, if I was feeling cheeky, I could go and, let's delete this resource group, right? And let's do it the faster way, grab the whole, right? If I delete this resource group, it's going to go away after a little bit. And when I want to push new changes, when I want to push new code, right, it needs to be recreated. This is one of my challenges. So Azure DevOps projects is a great way to get started with this stuff as well. The only challenge there is it only scaffolds out one environment, and it doesn't give us the ARM templates. YoTeam gives us the ARM templates with the project, so that tends to be my default for demoing things. I believe building in those ARM templates is one bit of feedback that they've received. But if you just want to play with any of these capabilities, YoTeam or Azure DevOps projects, great way to get started.
So I've got two questions. Let me stop you for a second. I've got two questions that came in from YouTube that I want to touch on. The first question from D Den asks, is there any monitoring data that comes out of the build process into the Azure dashboard so that we've got, and I'm going to interpret here, the data, I think D Den is looking for those pipelines data points, maybe while we're running some integration tests that would flow into the dashboard that we could interpret.
Sure. So there aren't out of the box that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There may be some tasks or stuff there may be a few things in the marketplace that might have addressed that, but this is where that SDK would come in handy, right? And I could write a little step and just have a little step along the way, something that gets called because Application Insights takes like an API key.
Okay.
And so I can then point stuff to a particular environment. I could also see this as useful in a release process, right? The other part of it is the other option another option that you have is log analytics. You can ship your logs from your build into log analytics and have them as part of the broader process. I haven't done that offhand, but I can take a note to take a look and see if there's any good samples, and if not, get that on my backlog of things to do as examples to build. So yeah, really good question.
And there's another question here from Thomas on YouTube. What about IIS security? All this information would be very useful to a hacker.
So yeah, so all of this stuff is as ACLed as you make it, right? It's controlled by whatever permissions that you have, and so the permissions are a complex beast inside of Azure. And the way that you access Application Insights, there are different permissions and roles. So you can be someone who can view metrics, or you can be someone who can submit metrics, and you can kind of separate those permissions. So the other thing, or another option, and I was just seeing a reminder of this, is you don't have to use the portal for your to view all of your metrics and things. There are widgets. You have to go to the marketplace to get it, to add them to your dashboard in Azure DevOps. Sorry, I still have to do the mental regex after the rename. But but yeah, you can even bring, or if there's just a handful of key metrics that you want to have available as you're developing your application, you want to see how things are looking in different environments, you can actually show those in your dashboard, and then it becomes just another reader of that data.
Okay, very cool.
All right.
I have one more question from Alfred on YouTube. He's using App Insights, and one thing he noticed is that Live Metrics Stream stops working when deployed to a Linux box. Is there Live Metrics Stream support for Linux environments?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do some research and we'll get back to you on that one, Alfred.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if maybe one of our moderators can help out with that.
That would be awesome. All right. So let's see where we're at here. We have enabled App Insights in our environment. There's one other kind of neat integration point that we can kind of start that I think starting with would be useful for folks, right? Because we could definitely go down a rabbit hole and talk about custom metrics and and how we can batch them up over time and build some complex rules and things. But let's start with a really basic idea of how can I stop a ongoing set of deployments if my app is throwing too many errors, or if there's too many problems happening, right? If maybe I'm throwing too many exceptions or something like that, right? Let's start really simple, really broad.
Sure.
So to kind of replicate that, we've got another little point that we can jump to, and we'll get that going down the pipeline. But what I've done there now is in our application, I have just added another method into my home controller, just something to throw an exception, so that we can force some errors.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Generate some data.
Yeah. Right. Nothing too special, and so while the build is happening here,
now that build's gonna build and deploy to app service.
Yes.
Do we want some of our viewers to bounce around on that website?
Sure. Let me get the URL here, and
yeah, once it's up, just so we can get some help from some of our friends out there. Hello, friends, to help generate some data.
All right. So yeah, if they want to, I will hand this off in our back channel here, and maybe that it can. Is there a way we can either throw it up on the screen, or I can make it bigger on my screen?
If you can paste that into our Teams chat, I can grab that and put it on the screen, and I'll ask our moderators to copy that into the chat rooms.
Wonderful. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
So let's see. I can put a little.
Oh. You know what? That might be my old link. Sorry. Let me get the new one.
All right.
And let's go resource groups. That's the plan. App service. Here we go. Looks like the same URL. Yeah, the deployment might not be out yet. Let's take a look. Let's take a peek. we can actually look at and see where our releases are going. So release 8 was build 16. Build 16 should have been, yep.
There we go. It's still deploying.
It's still building here. So
all right.
That's why we are not. That's why we're getting the server error. So we'll finish. I'll finish talking that one through, and while it builds out.
All right.
Yep. And the home controller works, but not. Yep. Yeah. Because the build just finished, and so the deployment should be rolling out right about now. We should see. Yep, and we see the development environment is rolling out.
All right, let me see if I can get this link on the screen real quick. That is a long link.
Yeah, probably. I wasn't expecting to share it out, so I didn't.
No worries, right?
Make it nice and friendly.
This is part of the fun of doing this on doing this with our friends here. So it's still deploying.
Yes. Yep. Let's see if I can get the logs here for that. If it's
right. This is how you can tell this is live, friends. See this? We're building and fixing errors along the way, right? Just like you might do when you're building and working with your applications. So, right.
Okay. Looks like I joined just as or started just as the.
Yeah, look at that.
All right. We should get the custom 500 page that, and we'll see.
So there you go. That's the URL right there, just next to me, right between Steven and myself here on video. So, if our moderators can paste that into the chat rooms, that would be phenomenal.
Yep, and
we could generate some errors with some of our friends out there.
Definitely. So now I want to show how we can actually add a little catch. So like right now, this release is waiting to go off into our QA environment, and it may be ready to go, it may not be, but we can actually add a little bit of instead of waiting for a human to approve, we can say, hey, let's let it roll through if we pass a quality gate.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn off pre-deployment approvals, and I'm going to enable quality gates. Now, there's a bunch of different combinations. So you can use approvals and gates in combination. You can have your gates run before approvals, or you can have your approvals run before gates. There's a lot of different options here, but we are going to take a look at enabling a quality gate where we're going to query Azure Monitor alerts.
Okay.
Before we go too far here, we need to have an alert rule. And we set that up in the portal. And I would suggest setting them up in the portal and not trying to craft them in JSON. And then you can export that JSON out, because I promised I'd show how we can do that. And that's something that we can then take and retrofit back into our ARM template.
Okay.
So that becomes something that comes along with our application.
Oh, and look, we can see our friends hitting the website already. Look at the spikes starting to happen in those metrics.
Yep. So we're going to pop over to our Application Insights instance.
Okay.
In the Azure portal. And there is a section here down in configure, and we're going to configure a classic alert, because that's what so there's a newer alerts experience, which is pretty cool to go explore. But what the quality gates are going to look for are these classic alerts.
Okay.
So we're going to add a metric alert. You can do metric or activity log. So depending on what you want to watch or look at, and this is just we'll just call it server errors and fun. All right, and you can add the description, metrics, and it's going to pull. It's going to kind of prompt me for a bunch of information about the resources. And I'm going to say server exceptions are what we're going to count. And I'm going to say if it's greater than 1 over the last, we'll say 10 minutes, then I want to be notified.
Okay.
So we'll use one of my email addresses here. And you could also do other stuff like run a logic app from this alert or call out to a webhook. So email is like kind of lowest common denominator.
Sure.
But you can also make things a little more proactive or reactive to the scenarios that you hit.
Send a text message. Hey, there's a problem here.
Exactly. Right. And actually the newer alerts experience has kind of a revamped view, and they have the SMS alerts kind of all just kind of baked into the first set of questions that you answer.
Nice.
So now I've got this. I can go and pop back over to my Query Azure Monitor alerts. And just because I made a change here, I'm going to quickly refresh the page, do a complete reload there, just to make sure that it's querying stuff fresh. It was probably fine, but you know what? I just like to make sure.
You added a service. You want to make sure that that's available to you as you go and refresh this screen. Makes sense.
Yep. So I'm going to get rid of my manual job. I'm going to add a quality gate, and I have the option to say how long should it wait before it runs that query. And just for sake of time, we're going to say 1 minute. I think by default it sets 5 minutes.
Okay.
And
so you end up with some warm-up time there is what you're suggesting.
Yep. Yeah, you have a little bit of time for the thing to run in your dev environment before you move on, or whatever environment precedes. You can also set up these quality gates at the latter half of a stage. So depending on how you want to do things. So we're going to be looking at the App Insights data from our dev environment, and we're going to actually have we have our server errors and fun.
Yeah.
And we have some evaluation options. We can, specify, hey, if it failed, how long do you check before? If we're doing approvals, this is where I mentioned you can do before the gates get the approval, after the gate do the approval, ignore the gate, and ask for approvals. So you have a lot of different options here. So let us save this. And
all right,
we're going to queue a new build.
Now,
or not, I'm sorry, we're going to queue a new deployment. So
okay.
we've done this one. Folks can still keep hitting the error page if they're having fun with that. And we are going to go back to our releases page here and create a new release. And after our successful release into dev, it should wait a minute and then evaluate that rule and
decide whether to deploy. Right.
So can kind of smooth out that experience, right? And for some environments, that may be sufficient, right? Like I have a certain set of rules that if they all evaluate properly, we don't need someone to say, yes, go deploy to this. But we had done that before to work around a limitation of, hey, somebody's got to go look at the status dashboard before we push that for the QA group to go look at.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. While we're waiting for that to build, can we do a T-shirt giveaway? What do you think?
I would love to. I think that's a great idea.
All right. So friends out there, if you've been with us for a bit of the workshop so far, I am going to open the giveaway on Mixer and Twitch. I nearly called it Twitcher and Mix. And you'll see there's a command in there from the bot. Go ahead and type !shirt to be entered into the giveaway. And in about 2 minutes, we'll draw 2 big winners, one from each platform. And we'll give you, one of our moderators will reach out to you, give you a code that you can use to redeem a Ship It DevOps t-shirt. Alrighty. So we're building, and now it's processing the gates. Now this is the part. Now, Stephen, this is the part that I'm worried about as a long time old guy with graying beard who used to have a QA guy sitting next to me at 3 a.m, and we're deciding whether or not the smoke test passed. This could put Rob out of a job. Rob, my QA guy.
No,
Right.
it frees up Rob to do more interesting work, to do the exploratory testing rather than having him sit and babysit a standard process that we're going to have a computer go do, right? We can apply his actual brain,
His expertise.
right. Right, because a lot of folks who work in QA, they just know how to break things, but they don't get to spend enough time doing that.
Yes.
Because there's so much stuff that they have to do we have to go through the playbook and make sure the happy path works.
Yeah.
Right. Well, let's make that happy path something that we test in an automated fashion. The thing that we do over and over and over. Right. Let's take that off of the QA guy's plate and or lady's plate and free them up to do the stuff that really takes that creative mind to go do.
Let me ask you if you've heard folks say this: do something once manually, second time manually, and it starts to drag on you. That third time, script it.
Yep.
Write some code to do that. Now, so we built this gate that's looking at Azure Analytics. And we have a question on YouTube from A Submannequin. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Can you use a log analytics query for the gate with Azure Monitor?
Oh, to see if the gate passed?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think that ties in really with the what information can I get back out of the build into log analytics and app insights, and it may be a matter of having something take a look at the logs from the build or something like that. It's not something I've looked at, and it's definitely something I'm going to follow up on.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like an interesting approach that would solve some problems there. All right, so the gates are still processing. While that's finishing up, I'm going to pick some winners here.
Okay.
For our two environments. So here we go. I have, let's see, I have Comic Cell 265755 on Mixer, has won one. And I have Johan B on Twitch. Those are our two winners. You should have a message there in both of those chat rooms. Our moderators will pass along a web address that you can browse to, and you'll get your t-shirt sent out. So thanks for participating. All right.
So this may just kind of hang here for a while as it's waiting for a good window to we have that delay period and a chance to for it to kind of reevaluate. So we'll see how this shakes out here. And then there's one other thing I really kind of wanted to just get a chance to kind of talk through, because when we're talking about app service here, not everybody's comfortable with that yet, right? Because especially in an environment where you have a strong ops team, you're deploying a lot of stuff to virtual machines, for example, right? And and when we talk about infrastructure as code and keeping things along in the repository along with our pipeline, one of the challenges, what do we do when we talk about virtual machines? Is it just the ARM template that describes a virtual machine? Are we going to do something else like Chef or Puppet or desired state configuration or Ansible, right? And what does that end up looking like? And is that something that has a place in this kind of pipeline? And the answer to me is definitely. And so I've got a skeleton of a project in the pipeline, just called that we can go through, just kind of call out how it might look to integrate the Azure DevOps pipeline and release with infrastructure as code that's also running on a virtual machine in that environment. So, and it looks like we've had a safe window to deploy, and the QA deployment's going on. We don't have to stick around for the QA deployment here, but because it's going to be the same as the deployment else that we went. There's a load test step in this QA phase before things are ready to go onto production. And so I want to thank everybody in the audience who was helping hammer at the things, because that actually, it forced us to go through a couple of cycles there. That's and validate that our things are working the way we expect them to work. So
yeah, we are running out of time, but let's see if this worked.
Okay, yeah. So so if we're running out of time here, I can very briefly go through. Let me get through everything. So yeah, the web test performance is going to run on. That's probably going to take a couple of minutes.
Yep.
So with that, we will drop over to the next environment, and that's this infrastructure as code example with something in a virtual machine. Now, for this example, I have an environment stood up. There's some basic code. The build is one step. It actually, all it does is publish artifacts. There's an ARM template in this repository. The ARM template is its parameters. There's a lot to this ARM template. It's actually in the Azure, you can find a similar one in the Azure Quick Starts, and it's deploying a Linux server with Chef, with the Chef agent.
Sure. Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff in here, but most of this stuff doesn't matter to know exactly what's happening in each particular place, because we can go find it. But the main idea here is that there is a virtual machine extension, and that's the Chef extension. There's other extensions for other tooling. I'm most familiar with the Chef one. I worked on the product a while back, and there's a DSC extension for PowerShell desired state configuration and so on. But the cool thing about this is we can reflect in our ARM template that, hey, this virtual machine should have this additional service added, and here's some information that you can have to go configure it.
Awesome.
So there's a question: is the code that I'm using publicly available? As I mentioned, this Quick Start template. This is from the Azure Quick Start templates, and the other project is YoTeam, and so both are readily reproducible. If you so desire, I know there's a GitHub repo that a number of the projects were in. I can definitely put the stuff there, but it's all, as I mentioned, relatively common or accessible code. All right, back to our deployment pipeline. So what does the deployment pipeline look like when we have this? So we'll edit this so we can see it. And in order to, and I've stripped out anything application related in here so that we can focus on just the couple of steps that you need to ensure that infrastructure as code will work in your environment. So you can imagine, as part of your deployment process, you would have, okay, we're going to stage out our application code, right? Just wanted to kind of strip this all down so we could focus on kind of the core capabilities here. First, in the release pipeline, we have an Azure Resource Group deployment. This is what allows me to just go and take an ARM template, deploy it. I can pick the name of the resource group and the behaviors. I can supply some overrides, and I can pick the deployment mode. One of the really sweet things is, are you familiar with deployment groups?
Oh yes, yes.
So in deployment groups, you basically run the build agent in a different mode, and it makes it easier to do actions like, hey, take this drop or this published artifact and apply it on a particular machine. And so if you're running virtual machines and you want to deploy software from Azure DevOps, the deployment agent is a great way to do it. And if you're deploying virtual machines with the Azure deployment template, there's just a little thing here that will add that on for you. And all you have to do is wire it up and tell it what deployment group you want it to go in.
Okay.
Right. So once it does that, I can tell that deployment group, hey, I just spun up a machine. I stuck it in deployment group dev. I want you to go do stuff on that deployment group. In this case, we're going to execute the Chef client. It could be I run my Ansible, I run my DSC, I run Puppet, whatever the maybe I just run a PowerShell script, right? It can be whatever you need it to be to happen on the machines in that environment. So we have this rich set of tooling that comes into our pipeline to execute steps on the machines that we need to, so we can manage their configuration along with our application deployments. So rather than, some folks were, and earlier today were kind of sharing some deployment stories, and I've been there as part of the. All right, we're gonna have the ops guys on from midnight to 1. These are the steps that they're gonna go do. Then we're gonna have then the DBAs are gonna start their migrations. Then we're gonna shut down the app. We're gonna spin down the apps, and somebody else is gonna come here, and then we gotta purge the caches and the CDNs, right? And you have all these different steps and things that different people are going out to do. We can pull almost all of that type of stuff into our pipelines. So while it may be the ops guy who's responsible for the configuration management, and maybe he or she is contributing the code to the repository with the ARM templates, or maybe they're building some supporting libraries. Maybe the DBA is submitting the scripts or doing the reviews on the changes on the change SQL that's going in, right? But just because it's code that's all coming together in our pipeline doesn't mean these other parties can't participate. It's just the point of participation. We're moving it up front. We're shifting it left, right? And so that all of this stuff can happen earlier in the pipeline, and we have the tooling and capability in Azure pipelines to accommodate all of those different workflows. And so here's, this is a little love on the ops side of things.
Oh yeah.
We had a little bit of monitoring love, and so for me, I'm happy that I get to share a little bit of the ops love that we have in our DevOps pipeline.
It is. It's very cool. All right. Well, I think we're right at the end of time here. There's one question from Mixer. Can the build agent run with Azure container instances?
Yes. There is actually a project out on GitHub. I wish I had the URL offhand. So in your build job, you can have a non-agent phase that calls an API to spin up an ACI instance.
Ah, okay.
And then add it to your pool, and then you have a agent pool phase. And
okay.
so you have the pool exist, but then you can spin up nodes on demand to go do the builds. And so if you search for that on GitHub, you'll find an example of that.
Very cool. All right. That, I think, is just about time for us. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me put up, there's a name and the Twitter for Steven. If you want to reach out and you have a follow-up question, or if you need to get some information about some of that configuration for how to work with ACI, you can reach out and we'll get you connected.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Ping me on Twitter. I'm happy to help where I can.
Cool. Alrighty, I'm going to set us up for our next video about boards, about Azure boards, and we'll catch you later, and we're going to start getting ready our next speaker. Thanks so much.
Hello world, I'm
All
Ali
right.
Tai and I work on Azure boards. Today I'm going to talk about how your team can get started with Agile work planning using Azure boards. We'll take a tour through our Kanban boards, backlogs, and more to show you how to get started and how we're helping Agile teams manage their work. First, we'll see how easy it is to set up Azure boards for your team. Next, I'll show you how to build your board and backlog. Then we'll dive into running a sprint. Finally, we'll look at how you can use work item queries and dashboards to track important work. Let's dive into the demo. To get started with Azure boards, go to dev.azure.com where you can sign up for Azure DevOps for free. First, you'll have to log in with a Microsoft identity. Then choose a project name that you remember. I'll call my project the Best App Ever and leave it as private, so only people who I add can see it. Once your project is created, go to the Board section of Azure DevOps and you can get started adding work. To add a new item, simply click this plus button and type a title onto the card. You'll see that it's been added to your new column. After creating some more work items, you can move them between columns to visualize the various states that make sense for your project. You can also customize these columns and what shows on the cards so they make sense for your team. I'm going to switch to a project here that I already have set up with some work on it so you can see some of those customizations. You'll see here that I have work items in various states in this Fabricam Fiber Web project. We have the name of the work item, who it's assigned to, and its tags showing up on these cards. And you can update some of those fields from right here. You may have also noticed that some of these cards are highlighted. I've set up some styles on this board so that work jumps out when it needs a higher level of visibility. For example, I have a style set up to highlight cards red when they have the blocked tag, to help get that work unblocked as soon as possible. This is the same view we just looked at, so you can still move any of these cards between columns to visualize the progress of your work. You can also add a series of tasks and have them show up on a card for lightweight tracking to support work elements of a story. Each of these cards can also be opened up for more details, so that you can add as much information as you need. You can use this work item to hold formatted details, images, and links to other work items in the project, whatever you need to refine the work item. You can also customize the fields on your work items to meet your team's tracking needs. Each of these boards also has a backlog associated with it, where you can really get into the nitty-gritty of prioritizing all the work that you have. Reordering on your backlog is as easy as drag and drop. You can also add a new work item here. And then move it around as necessary. There's also a view above this user stories backlog, features, which lets you get a higher level view of the work being done and ensure that you have good cross-team objectives. Each of these features can be expanded so you can see what related user stories are happening under it. So now you have all these user stories for awesome features that you're going to build. What about scheduling the actual tasks that need to get done? We're going to head over to the sprints view for that. For each of the user stories that you defined, this is an iteration view where you can create tasks for each story and visualize the progress being made on them in the current sprint. If something just isn't going to make it in this sprint, you can drag it over to a different sprint in the planning pane on the right. Like your other boards, each sprint also has a backlog view where you can easily see a story split into its tasks that have been scheduled into the sprint. You can also prioritize those tasks and stories and schedule tasks into other sprints as necessary. Finally, you can track work going on using queries. I'm going to create a query that will grab all of the active bugs under the current iteration. I have it set up here so that the work item type is a bug and that the iteration is the current one. I can create as many of these queries as I want and easily share the results with my team. One of the ways I can share the results is by creating a chart which visualizes the work. I'm going to set up a chart here which shows a count of who these bugs are assigned to, so that I can take a look at how many bugs each engineer has to fix before the end of the sprint. I can also take these charts and pin them to my team's dashboard. Over here on my dashboard, I have a tailored view for my team, where I can share information and monitor progress to help inform workflow improvements. And that's it, a quick look at how you can plan, manage, and track work in Azure boards. Thanks for watching.
Hi, my name is Abel, and I'm a senior cloud developer advocate specializing in DevOps. Today, I'm going to show you the ultimate DevOps tool for creating your own CI/CD pipelines for any language, targeting any platform. I'm going to be showing you Azure Pipelines. With Azure Pipelines, we've made it ridiculously simple to go from nothing at all to a new Azure Pipelines project. See, people have been telling us it's too complicated to get started with your DevOps tools. And guess what? We listen. So let's go check this out. Let's say your code is sitting somewhere, like on GitHub, and you don't have an Azure DevOps account. And now you want to create a CI/CD pipeline. Well, just go to this landing page, click on Start Free with Pipelines, and it's going to create for you your own organization, where now all you have to do is jump in here, type in your project name, click Create, and bam, that is all you need to do. Now, when it's done creating the project, you'll have an empty Azure pipeline project like this. So let's go ahead and create our first pipeline. So we'll jump into our pipelines, and we'll go ahead and create a brand new one. And the very first thing it asks you is, where is your code? Is it up in GitHub? Is it in an Azure repos? We also support TFVC and Bitbucket Cloud. But for those, you have to use the Visual Designer. Now, my code is sitting out in GitHub. So let me go ahead and authorize with GitHub. And once it's done authorizing with GitHub, I'll be able to see all of my private repos and public repos out in my GitHub account. So let me choose my repo. And now it's going to go and analyze the code and the technology used inside my repo. And based on what it sees, it's going to offer me a couple templates. It just so happens my application is an ASP.NET app. But if my repo held, let's say, Node.js app running in a Docker container, guess what? It will create for me a build pipeline that makes sense for the technologies that we picked. All right, so now it's going to create for me my pipeline using a YAML file. Now I'm going to go ahead and add a couple more tasks. And basically, the tasks that I'm going to add, I'm just going to go ahead and copy my zip file that's created and deploy and take my build artifacts and publish them back up to Azure Pipelines. Now, once that's done, let's go ahead and save and run this build. And voila, that is literally all we have to do. And now it's kicked off our build. So now it's going to go ahead and spin up a build agent, and it's going to go ahead and build our application for us. Now, it's going to download my code from GitHub, it's going to restore my packages from NuGet, it's going to compile everything using Visual Studio, it will go ahead and run my unit tests, right? This right here is just what we used to have in VSTS. Now, if you remember, we defined this build using a YAML file. If you guys like YAML files, that's freaking awesome. I love YAML files because pipeline as code, what we're doing here, this really speaks to the DevOps in me, right? However, if you still want to define our builds or describe our builds using the visual editor, you absolutely still can. And hooray for that. Looks like our build has finished. Let's go ahead and jump into the summary, where now you can see a timeline of everything that's happened during this build, including all the tests that were run. Now notice the one thing that's missing is going to be, where's my deployments. Well, there are no deployments because we haven't created a release yet. So let's go ahead and create a release for this build. I'll go ahead and click on the release link, and it will take me to the visual editor for the release pipeline. Now, because I'm deploying into Azure, it makes things insanely simple. Let's choose the Azure App Service Deployment template, click Apply, and hooray for that. That's all we need to do. Now, when you go and create a pipeline for your releases, the first thing you have to do is you have to define your stages. So we'll call this our staging. And next, you have to define what are the tasks that are going to run for this particular stage. Now, everything is filled out for us because we're using a template, but I do need to connect my accounts with my subscription. So what I'm doing right now is I'm connecting my Azure Pipelines account to my Azure subscription. And once this is done, we can go ahead and jump in here and select the app service that we're going to be deploying to. In my case, I am deploying to Azure DevOps Launch. Now, there's one other change that I want to make because this is my staging environment. So I'm going to go ahead and deploy this into my staging slot. So first I have to choose my resource group. Then I have to come in here and choose my staging slot. Now, what if you wanted to do more than just deploy an app to Azure App Service? Well, to customize these release pipelines, what you would do is add and remove tasks. Now, out of the box, Azure Pipeline gives you about 100 tasks that you can just download and start using. Now, if what you want to do doesn't exist out of the box, it's not a big deal because go to the marketplace. In the marketplace, our partners have created over 700 build and release tasks that you can just download and start using. Now, if what you want to do doesn't exist in the marketplace and doesn't exist out of the box, guess what? You can create your own custom tasks as well. Custom tasks, those are nothing more than PowerShell or Node.js. So what that means is anything you can do from the command line, you can easily get Azure Pipelines to do as well. All right, so we've created a really small pipeline, right? We're just deploying into one staging environment. Let's go ahead and look at this a little bit deeper, because after you've created your stage and you've created the tasks that should run in your stage, you have the ability to add approvers before and after each stage. So let's go ahead and add a post-deployment approver. And I'm just going to add myself. Select that. And you know what? Let's go ahead and clone this because I want to add a new stage. I want to add a new stage where I can deploy to my production. So we'll call this production. And from here, let's jump into the production tasks. And I do need to make a couple of changes. One of them that I need to make is, instead of deploying to a slot, this is production, so I'm just going to deploy it to my app service itself. So I'll go ahead and save this now. And now, let's go and release this. I'll click on Release, click Create, and just like that, I've created a release. And now, the release will start flowing through our staging environment, and after I approve it, it can flow all the way out into production. Easy peasy. So there you go. Azure Pipelines for your code. We've made it so simple to go from nothing to a full CI/CD pipeline for any language, targeting any platform. And yes, this is your code sitting in your repository of choice, deploying to wherever you need it to be deployed. It can be in Azure, of course, but it can also just as easily be behind your firewall, in front of your firewall, anywhere. Remember, any language targeting any platform. And not only that, if you have an open source project, guess what? You get all of this for free. You get 10 parallel pipelines out of the box. And if you need more, just ping us and we'll give you more. So go and check out Azure Pipelines today by going to dev.azure.com.
All right, and we're back. Wow, that's a lot to pipelines there. You know what? I think we need to bring the man on himself so we can actually ask him about some of these things that are going on in there in pipelines, because wow, there's a lot to do and see. So let's bring on Abel. There he is, right there next to me. How's it going, Abel?
Hey, how's it going? What's going on?
Oh my gosh, we have learned so much today. We spent some time with Donovan earlier, and he gave us the 50-foot up view of everything. We saw a little bit about building a pipeline for .NET and Python, but there's a lot going on here. Can you take us down a little bit further into it, and we can really learn a little bit more about pipelines? Because this feels like this is the thing to do with Azure DevOps.
Yeah. So let me just dive in and start showing you the cool stuff you can do with Azure pipelines.
Oh yeah.
So,
all right, I'm going to come over to your screen.
All right.
There we go.
All right, very cool.
And you can close my window, but they're above you. Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. So as you know, Azure pipelines, it's all about building continuous integration, continuous deployment pipelines, right? So if we're going to build pipelines, let's look at something that I've already built out. Now, this is for a standard .NET application deployed into Azure. So when this stops spinning, what you're going to see is that the build system, the build and release system in Azure pipelines, is basically a task-based build system. One task after another, after another, after another.
Yeah.
So for this particular pipeline, we are literally going to use NuGet. We're going to do a NuGet restore. We're going to go ahead and use White Source Bolt to scan our code for security holes. We're going to go ahead and build our solution using Visual Studio. And then we're going to run all of our unit tests. And finally, we're going to publish everything back up to Azure pipelines so that we can get ready to deploy it into Azure.
So I love the fact that we can drop White Source Bolt in there and do a security check on all these things, right? It's like my security folks, they would tell you need to be doing this thing first, and we are doing it first.
Yeah. So security is a fascinating subject, right? Because it's kind of like back in the day, the way that we used to do security was, all right, when you guys are done building your app, now we're going to do our audits. Now we're going to figure it out. We're going to spend months doing security audits to see if there are any holes.
Yeah.
But in the modern DevOps world, nobody has the time to do that. So what are you going to do? You have to build security into your pipelines.
Oh, yeah.
So using Azure pipelines, you can absolutely do that. Now, the cool thing is with Azure pipelines, everything is fully customizable and configurable. So you can make this pipeline do literally anything you want it to do, right? And the way that you do that is by adding and removing tasks. That's it. So out of the box, Azure Pipelines comes with, I think, 100 and some odd tasks that you can just download and start using. And if you see something that you need, maybe we want to deploy a database, you can just drag it, drop it wherever you need it to be. And then you'd click on the task itself and stick in whatever parameters you needed.
Oh, awesome. So
that's literally all you need to do. So what happens next is people start asking me, okay, this looks great, but what happens if you have to do something that doesn't exist out of the box, right? Are you just out of luck? And the answer is no, because looking at our marketplace, in the marketplace, I think by now, and I might be wrong on the number, but I think by now there are like over 700 build and release tasks that our partners have created that you can just download and start using.
Very good, right? I mean, there's so many different things and so many obscure things that have happened in the past. When I hear folks, we had somebody in the chat room earlier today say, I'm still using Ant to do my build. You know, it's like, okay.
Look at that. We have an Ant task that you can just drag over and start using. So whenever you hear Donovan say, Azure DevOps, any language targeting any platform, right? Both he and I, we say that all the freaking time. We really, really mean it because it is for any language targeting any platform. So of course, what if you want to do something that doesn't exist out of the box and doesn't exist in the marketplace? Not a problem because you can write your own custom tasks. So custom tasks for an Azure pipeline project. It is nothing more than PowerShell or Node.js.
Nice.
So what that means is if you can do it from the command line, guess what? You can easily get Azure Pipelines to do it as well.
Okay.
Which kind of means you can get Azure Pipelines to do whatever you want it to do, right?
Okay, so now you got me thinking. Back in the day, we had those really cool lights that would fire off whenever cruisecontrol.net or cruise control, right? Or we'd have a buzzer that would go off, or police lights that would go off when somebody broke the build.
Yes.
There's devious things that we could do there. Okay, go ahead.
Can you do that? Absolutely. Can you do it from the command line? If you can, then sure, you can get Azure DevOps to do that as well.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Literally anything. So what would be kind of cool is if you had like a little Nerf missile system, and if somebody broke the build, we just start launching missiles at people. That could be my next project.
Okay.
I should
Okay.
have prepped that for this, but no, that would be my next project. All right, so in a nutshell, this is the build system, right? Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Let's see what it takes to create one completely from scratch. Because this kind of, whenever I do these demos, I just show people this pipeline, and I'm like, hooray for that, we're done. But what's it like to really build something, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and try that.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new pipeline. I'm going to click on New Build. And from here, it's going to ask me now, where is your code for your project? Is it in GitHub or is it in Azure repos? So it doesn't matter where it's at, we're able to create CI/CD pipelines for you. It doesn't have to be in Azure repos. It can be in GitHub, it can be in Bitbucket Cloud, it can be in any external Git repo, right?
Okay.
So very, very flexible. But in our case, my code is actually sitting in GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and select my GitHub repo. And now I can go and find my GitHub repo, which is my Mercury web repo. So this is kind of cool. Did you notice how it just said analyzing my repo?
Yeah.
So what it's
No.
doing is it's literally going into my repo, analyzing and figuring out what technologies are we using. Because if it can figure out what technologies it's using, it will go ahead and template out a pipeline that Azure Pipelines thinks makes sense. So it figured out that what I'm trying to build is a .NET application.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what, let's go ahead and use let's just do an ASP.NET build.
So it saw, oh, this is a CS project file here. Let's suggest .NET Desktop, but there's some other more granular templates that it could be.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then notice it builds for us a YAML file, right? So that visual editor that we saw earlier, it is the same build engine as our YAML build engine. It is literally the same thing. It's just a different way of representing the build. One way we have a visual editor that's easy on the eyes, and the other way is we have pipeline as code using a YAML file, and they both get fed to the exact same build engine. So if you look at this, this build is remarkably similar to the one that we were just looking at. First, we're going to use NuGet, restore our packages. In this case here, we're just going to go ahead and build, and then we're going to run all of our unit tests.
Makes sense. Okay.
So maybe we want to add a couple more things, right? So let me go ahead and jump into my DevOps projects, and I'm going to bring up that visual editor for you because I want to show you something really cool here.
Yeah, you've got me thinking, and I think our friend on YouTube, Siduak, let me make sure I'm pronouncing that right, asked the question, can you do canary deployments from pipelines? So after I run that test, to put a canary deployment out there, that might be pretty beneficial to consider as well.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You can literally do anything that you want. So with your build, if you're done compiling everything and running your unit tests, you want to go ahead and deploy it someplace, you absolutely can do that.
Yeah.
You can. It's just, remember, it's just steps. So you need to think, okay, what's the next step that I want to take? What's the next step that I want to take? All right. So what I wanted to show you was this right here. This is the visual representation of my build. When this finally loads up, in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see something called View as YAML.
Okay.
So if I click on that, it will literally take this visual build and show me what that build would look like as a YAML file. So a lot of times I can't remember exactly how to format my YAML files. So I cheat and I do it in the visual editor first. I say view as YAML, then I copy and paste and drop it on in there.
I'm like that with the visual CSS editors. Oh my gosh. Yes. This makes so much more sense to me to be able to do my visual design. All right, I'm sold.
In a visual manner.
Yes.
But then we still get the benefit of pipeline as code.
Right.
So I'm a huge fan of pipeline as code. As a DevOpsy person, you know, we've been asking for pipeline as code inside of Azure Pipelines for a while, and finally now we have it, and it works.
Yeah, right. Now it becomes part of your source control, right?
Yes, because I take this YAML file, I check it into my source control, and so now anytime something changes in my source control, it kicks off my build, and the very first thing the build will do is it will grab this YAML file, and then it will execute the steps described in your YAML file. So once again, as a DevOps person, this is like the holy grail, what we've been looking for a long time. So I'm going to do a couple of things. Let's go ahead and let's just say I want to let me jump back to my pipeline. I want to add a couple stuff because I don't just want to run tests for everything on my unit test. I'm going to want to run my test in parallel. So I copy that over. And I also want to make sure that my code coverage is enabled. So just like that, I've edited my build. Granted, it's very small editing, but I can go ahead and save it and run it. So now what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and save this back to it will go ahead and save this back to my repo and kick off my build for me.
Now, okay, back in the day, when I'm talking 2002, 2003, for me to add code coverage, I had to find a couple different tools. Let me get the executables for these, line them up. You literally put true in there. Come on, man.
That's all I had to do. Code covered, enabled, true. Bam. Right. What if we wanted to add the white source bolt task? Well, let me go ahead and find that white source bolt.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and view this in YAML. Aha, here's the step that I need to take. Let me go ahead and copy that. And if I was prepped better, I would have memorized it and just typed it in. But
why?
Exactly. When it's this easy, I can just copy it and paste it. So now, and of course, the lovely part of YAML is you just have to line up everything correctly.
Instead of remembering that, I can remember more important things like the plot to every Breaking Bad show. You know?
At least you're using your free space for good.
Exactly.
So okay. This right here, this will create for me my build pipeline. We can go ahead and kick it off, and it will start building through my pipeline. So pretty cool stuff, huh?
Yeah, right. I like the symmetry between the two, knowing that, you know, where I really prefer, where I really want to manage this so that I in fact get change control is with my source code, you know, and be able to have, I thought the view as YAML gave you the entire build script, but to be able to drill into each individual task, that's so handy.
It's super handy. I've got to admit that I didn't learn about this by myself. Donovan was showing me some stuff, and he showed me that, and my head was just like, wait. Can I just get the YAML file for one specific task? And of course, he looked at me like I was an idiot. He's like, you could always do this. I'm like, what? I had no idea.
So our on Mixer, Ashishra, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, asked, the YAML file option is only visible in the build interface, or is it also available in a release definition? Do you write your build as well as release task in a single YAML?
Very, very good question. So at this moment, our YAML or pipeline as code that only works for the build, but it is coming for the release pipeline soon.
Nice. There you go, Shishra. You got a little behind the scenes tip there.
That's right. If you want more details, tweet at me, and I can hook you up with the right people to give you the in-depth details.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So the next thing that I wanted to show is after a build is finished, you get this handy-dandy build report, where the very first thing that you see is a timeline of everything that's happened. So this is when I checked in my code. This is my build. Of course, I have a whole bunch of warnings. It then ran all of my tests, and I have 100% of them passed. And it also showed me my code coverage, which is at 12.4%. So it's pretty lame. I need better code coverage.
You're about 11.4% higher than me. Okay.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
All right. Now, as a DevOps person, you know I have to like start frowning at you, going.
Yeah, I know. It's a thing. We'll fix that.
Yeah, sure you will. Sure you will.
Okay. All right. You know what? Well, all right. Can I kick off a T-shirt giveaway real quick?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that. So friends in the Mixer and Twitch chat rooms, I'm going to open up the giveaway. Once again, if you've been here earlier in the day, you've seen this. Type !shirt if you're in the chat room, and you'll get into the raffle for the giveaway. You're going to have 2 minutes to jump into the raffle, and at the end of that time, we'll pull a winner from each platform. And then I've got one more raffle for 2 T-shirts we'll do right as we wrap up here with Abel. All right, folks are jumping in there. So here's your build result. What do we do next?
We need a release pipeline, right?
Absolutely.
We can build our app, we can get our bits together, but we need something that will take these build bits and deploy them into like a dev environment, QA, UAT, Canary environment, all the way out into production even.
Sure.
And we want to make sure we're deploying the exact same bits, right? The same bits that we deployed into dev. Let's make sure we're deploying the exact same bits into our QA environments, et cetera, et cetera. So what we then do is we create a release pipeline. So let me go ahead and show you what our release pipeline looks like for this particular application. So the very first thing that you end up doing is you start building out your different stages. So in my case here, I have a dev stage, a QA stage, a Canary stage, and my production stage. Right? So I have 4 stages where I can deploy my application. So after you define what your stages are, then you can go ahead and define, do I need approvers before and after each stage? So in Azure Pipelines, you have the ability to set approvers before and after each stage.
Okay.
So what I've done is I've added approvers, and I'm pretty sure I just added myself. Yeah. So I have one after, and then also before it goes into an environment as well. Now, when you add your approvers, you can add a list of people, and every single person in this list has to approve before it can pass through the gate. Right? Or you can say, here's a group of people, and if one person in the group approves, then it will flow through the gate as well.
Sure. I've got maybe my QA engineers, and at least one of them has to sign off. Or maybe I've got my security folks, and one of them has to sign off before it can go out.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And so now you can also have a combination of lists and groups as well to make this as flexible as you need to, right? So you can tighten down this release pipeline as much as you need to, or you can just have it completely wide open if you wanted to as well. Right?
The
so
Wild
super
West.
Flexible. Whatever you need, our tool will let you do that.
So I'm gonna announce our 2 winners for our T-shirts, and I can't believe this. On Mixer, it's the person who just asked that last question, Ashishra. You just won a T-shirt, and
Nice.
and our winner on Twitch is Skull Crusher for Life. So I love the handles that we get sometimes here.
Love the handle. That is awesome.
We'll be in touch in just a few minutes with some URLs for you to go to. Look for a direct message, a whisper from some of our moderators. So thanks so much. Now, so you've got your gates set up. You've got lots of flexibility on them. Now what?
Well, so we set up our stages, we set up our gates. Now we need to set up in each of the stage, what are the tasks that are going to run to do our deployments or to do whatever we need it to do. So for instance, let's look at my dev stage. And this UI should look remarkably similar to the build that we saw earlier because it's literally the same engine, right? It's a task-based engine that does one task after another after another. So if you notice, the first thing that does is it runs on an agent, and we host these agents for you. So you can have your own private agents, or you can use our hosted agents if you don't want to have your own infrastructure, your own build infrastructure. And we have hosted agents. Now I'm using a Windows agent, of course, because I'm building a .NET application, but we have hosted agents for Linux and for Mac as well.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, but this is kind of cool because we're the only cloud vendor that does that, right? That has build agents for all three platforms, Windows, Linux, and Mac.
And it really speaks towards that Azure DevOps is for everyone, no matter what tool you're using, no matter what operating system you're using, no matter what cloud you're using.
Yeah, don't say that too loudly, but it literally doesn't matter. Any language, any platform. So does it deploy to Azure? Of course it does. It does it incredibly easily. Can you deploy behind your firewall onto your bare metal? Yeah, absolutely you can. Can it deploy to someone else's cloud? It can do that spectacularly well as well.
We don't want to be too loud in the bookstore here. We want to keep things a little bit quiet.
Yeah, that will make me cry a little, just a little bit. But Azure DevOps, the product, it literally can deploy anything, anywhere, however you need to.
Cool. Okay.
So once again, it's a task runner. So I'm just saying, let's deploy my web app using Azure App Service task. Let me deploy my database schema using an Azure SQL database publish task. And finally, I'm going to go ahead and run a set of automated UI tests against my particular environments, my dev stage, to make sure it deployed correctly.
Makes sense.
So you have the power to do that as well.
Yeah.
So I, of course, do that in my pipeline, my dev environment, my QA environment, my Canary environment. And then finally, for my production environment, because I'm using Azure App Service, I'm using the deployment slots. So that means I can easily slot my Canary slot and my deployment slot with just one simple task. And it just says swap slots. So what was in Canary now becomes production. What was in production now becomes Canary.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. That bit swap.
There's a couple things about that I really love, right? Because one of the things is usually when we deploy into production and if it's broken, what do? It's all hands on deck. Let's dive into the production environment, do whatever is necessary to fix the problem.
Yes, there's fire alarms that go off, spinning lights. Run!
Yes. And usually we do fix the problem. But the problem is now, what do we do now? How do we make sure this problem doesn't occur again? Because all that forensic evidence, guess what? It's gone. It's destroyed because we fixed the problem. But we don't really know what the root cause is, right? We just kind of went in there and fixed it. Maybe we can guess, but we can't go back and look at the evidence because it's already destroyed.
Sure.
But if we can swap those slots, production's immediately back up. And now my Canary slot holds the broken environment with all the evidence still there that we can dive in there and figure out what's going on. So being able to swap slots is one of those things that I freaking love.
Oh my gosh, yes. So there's a question here on YouTube from Rodrigo going towards that direction. So your code that goes into your dev branch, code goes into your dev branch in the Git repository, but then if you have a pipeline where you want to deploy dev to QA to some Canary to production, how do you control that the production code is similar to what's in the master branch of your Git repository?
So that's a very good question. And it kind of drifts into the whole branching strategy, right? The way that we used to do things a lot was we would have a master branch, and then off the master branch, we would have a dev branch. And off the master branch, we'd also have like a QA branch and so on and so forth, right? So for every stage that we would have, we used to have a corresponding branch for that particular code. And what we've learned after working with this for a couple of years is that turns into a branching nightmare. If you try to do that, you're constantly trying to merge between branches. And as we all know, anytime you have to merge, a merge bomb goes off, right? So a better way of looking at this is you have your master branch, and anytime I get work assigned to me, I can go ahead and spin off a dev branch for myself to work in for that particular unit of work.
Right,
And
a feature branch, right? I've heard people refer to them like that. Okay, yeah.
And as soon as I'm done, I'm going to merge that code into master.
Okay, right. Now there's a part of me, Abel, you got worried. I'm going to merge directly into master.
Sure. Why not? What is your worry?
I need to know what the source of truth is for what's in production.
You always know, because when you deploy into production, guess what? You can tag it. You can do lots of stuff to the master branch, so you know exactly where the truth in production is.
So instead of using a branch, which in Git is really just a tag of a location inside of the entire Git source tree,
just use the tag.
Use the tag itself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But remember, the idea of a long-running branch, those are bad. Because if you have a long-running branch, and not for all cases, there's going to be cases where it makes sense, but just in general, anytime you have long-running branches, you have to merge, and those merges it can turn into a mess.
They get ugly. I just had one on a project that I was working on, and it was so long, and it took forever. Oh, it was terrible. There were hundreds of files that had changed, and I got in, and at one point I was like, it's too much for me to merge. I like the term you used. It's a merge bomb. I'm going to end up rewriting my entire project.
We waste so much time trying to resolve code conflicts, right? When we're dealing with these different branches. It makes it so that anytime you have another layer of logical branching, you're adding not just a little bit of complexity, but like a huge amount, right? A significant amount of complexity. So when I look at branching strategies, my thought process usually is, how can I get rid of long-running branches, and how can I try to make things as simple as I need to, yet still have enough code isolation that my developers can, they're not hindered, right, where they have to be blocked and can't do their work. So that's the usual strategy.
So our answer for Rodrigo over there on YouTube is, you know what? Let pipelines manage that deployment process for you and come back with the tag to indicate where it is. Very cool.
Yes, that's the answer. And you deploy off of your master branch. So in my pipeline, that is literally what I'm doing. Let me go ahead and jump to my Mercury Web pipeline. Yeah. Here's one that went all the way through. We'll go ahead and look at that. So this whole pipeline got triggered because I did a pull request, right? I made some code changes in my particular dev branch, my feature branch. I went through a pull request. The pull request can kick off a build as well, right? And then my teammates looked at my code, made sure everything looked good. And when they finally said, you know what, it's good, that code got merged into master. And once it merged into master, it kicked off this particular CI/CD pipeline. So it compiled all my code, it ran all of my tests, made sure everything looked good. And because it did, it picked up those bits, deployed into the dev environment.
Nice. Okay.
So once it deployed into the dev environment, you can literally see all the steps that it took to deploy into that particular environment. And deployed into dev. As the developer that kicked it off, I looked at it, made sure it looked good. And because I thought it looked good, guess what? I went ahead and approved it. And because I approved it, it flowed on over into my QA environment. Now, I could have just blasted new code into the QA environment, but I didn't, because my QA lead would kill me, right? They might be in the middle of testing or something like that. So my QA lead, which also happens to be me since this is a demo, I wanted to make sure I approved it before I could deploy it into the QA environment.
Okay.
So then I approved it, flowed into QA, all the tests were run, everything looked good. I approved it again, flowed into Canary, and then all the way out into prod. So this way, we're guaranteed that the exact same bits from dev is deployed into QA, into Canary, and into prod. We're grabbing the exact same bits from one build. Right? We're not building multiple times.
Right, we're deciding each step along the way of whether or not this is worthy of the next environment. And we're allowing the tool to drive this instead of a physical location inside of our source control.
Right.
That seems a lot more along the lines of what actually happens, right? What physically actually happens, right? We don't need to keep going back to source control. I don't want to tell my folks in production, oh yeah, go get a fresh copy of build so-and-so out of source control and deploy it. this makes a heck of a lot more sense.
It's a little bit safer, right? Because I can say, go back to this particular branch of code for this particular tag, and then they're going to do a get, and then they can compile it, right? And in theory, that's the same bits, but what if something changed on the build server and it's a slightly different compiler? Or what if stray code flowed into the branch, because that happens all the time? Or what if they used the wrong tag? It's much easier to say, build 72, grab those bits and just deploy it again.
Yeah, move 72 out to the next environment.
Yep. And that's literally what our pipeline does now.
Okay.
So this is the release pipeline. Once again, just like the build, it's one thing to see it as a finished product, and it's another to kind of walk through one and build one out by hand. So I figured that's what we can do as well.
All right. Now, we're talking mostly about code while you're loading this up. What about database changes?
Oh, you absolutely can deploy database changes as well. Before we dive into code, let me go ahead and show you what I mean by that. Let me edit this pipeline. So if you look at my deployment steps, one of my deployment steps is a SQL task where I'm deploying the changes to my schema. So here it is. So how am I able to deploy my schema changes? This is a .NET application, and actually the fact that it's a .NET application is irrelevant, but it uses Azure SQL.
Okay.
Or SQL, some flavor of SQL Server. So because of that, I can use a database project inside of Visual Studio to encapsulate the schema of my database. Right. So part of my build process, let me go ahead and just show you this. Part of my build process is build my Visual Studio solution. One of the projects in my Visual Studio solution happens to be my database project. So when this gets built, let me jump to my pipeline really quickly. So here's my build pipeline. When it gets built, I use a Visual Studio task. For my code portion, it's going to create DLLs for me. For my database project, it's going to create something called a DAC pack. Right? So a DAC pack, you can think of a DAC pack as an XML representation of your schema that's kind of been flattened out. Sort of, kind of. But the cool thing is using other tools, you can do schema compares, and it can auto-generate you scripts to take you from whatever your schema happens to be, where you point it, to the schema that's in your DAC pack.
Nice. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me.
So now let's take a look at our build again. And I want to show you what my build artifacts happens to be. So here's my build. And let me go into my artifacts. So this is what the build created for me. The build created, oops, I think I hit the wrong button. Here we go. Number one, there is my web application itself that I put together in a zip file. And the reason why I did that is because I need to deploy this. Since I'm deploying into Azure App Service, you deploy a zip file of your website to Azure App Service. But another thing that I'm deploying is this right here.
There's that DAC pack.
The DAC pack.
Okay.
Right. So those are my build artifacts. And then when it comes time for me to do my release pipeline, let me show you that release pipeline. Here is my Azure SQL Publish. And you notice I'm sticking in things like where the database is, what the server name is, the login and password, and also the path to my DAC pack file.
Okay. Now these are tasks. These are build tasks. These are deployment tasks that the agent will fire. And we've seen there's a lot of these that are already pre-configured. You said there were almost 700 of them, I think, that are available for us for both building and deploying. What about if I needed a custom task? You know, is there an easy way to build those custom tasks? Our friend Ashishra, actually, who just won that T-shirt over in Mixer, is asking, you know, how do we build those custom tasks to maybe as part of a deployment or as part of a build? You know, how do I go about that? Is there a template somewhere maybe?
There's templates in GitHub. So all of our tasks that come out of the box from Microsoft. We have open sourced all of them. So you can just go to GitHub and actually download them and look at exactly how we built our tasks as well. There are quite a few tutorials. I think I've written a couple tutorials as well. And funny enough, I'm about to start a Twitch stream of building Azure pipeline custom tasks.
There you go. All right. So there's a good answer for you. That's a great answer.
So that's probably going to start up in, probably not next week, but in 2 weeks, that's when I'm going to start that up.
Yeah, next week there's a bunch of us that are going to be in Orlando for Ignite.
Yeah, I hear there's something going on that might be a little bit big or important for Microsoft.
Yeah, a little bit.
Something in Orlando. Yep. So yeah, not next week, the week
Maybe
after.
the week after.
Right.
All right. And and then so you're doing the deploy to these different environments. On Twitch, Hazard X64 asks, well, how do you manage those app secrets for your different environments?
Oh, that's such a good question. Let me go ahead and show you how to do that too. Let me edit my pipeline. So app secrets, for instance, like the database password.
Yes.
My admin password. So if you notice here, let me go ahead and jump in. I've added my username and my password. And I'm using variables. So for each pipeline, you can store your variables. So I have my database password and database user. And notice that they're all start out because I've encrypted them.
Sure.
And for each one of, and I'll go ahead and just show you this. For each variable that you add, you can assign it and scope it to a particular environment, or you can scope it to absolutely everything.
Okay.
So this way, very easily, you can have one pipeline and use the exact same deployment for QA to UAT all the way to prod, but then you're just switching out these variables during your deployment automatically so that you can do that, right? So it becomes really easy to clone one environment after the next and just change your variables.
Oh, and it makes sense that I would have a different database user ID and password for QA where my testing folks are going to go in and try and break things, and I'm going to use a different database for production where I don't want them breaking things.
Yeah, absolutely. And your developers and your QA folks and really everybody else, they should have no idea what the database passwords are. They don't need to know, right? And then once it's been turned into a secret, guess what? You can never get that back out again. So I can unlock it. Well, once I save it, I can try to unlock it, and it won't show me, right? It'll just show me. So for instance, it just turns it blank. Yeah.
Nice.
So it is very, very secure.
Cool. Now, all the stuff with the DAC pack, that work. You said that works great with Azure SQL. Would it also work if I was deploying with a local SQL install, an on-prem?
Yes. If you're doing a local SQL install, you can still use DAC packs to do your deployments as well. And I think the tasks that I showed happen to be a task that only works for Azure SQL, but there are tasks that uses SQL package.exe that uses your DAC package to deploy as well. So my long-winded response is yes, you can, and there are tasks that does that for you.
Awesome. Okay.
Yep. So the next question people usually ask me is, this is great for SQL database, SQL Server, but what about other flavors of database, like maybe Oracle or MySQL or whatever? And if you look in the marketplace, there are tools that do the same type of stuff out there that you can just download and use. And that's also one of the first tasks that my custom task that I'm going to be writing. It is database deployment task using things like Liquibase and other database deployment tools as well.
Very cool. All right. Good luck to you. We'll have to tune in and start sending some viewers over there when you start broadcasting.
Yeah. It'll be cool. That'll be awesome.
Oh yeah.
All right. So I figured I'll go ahead and show you what creating a pipeline looks like completely from scratch. Right. So we're going to create a brand new pipeline, and you can choose a template. So out of the box, we have a bunch of templates. And I'm deploying Azure App Service, so let's just go ahead and use Azure App Service as a starting point. And I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what, instead of calling this stage 1, let's call this dev. And let me add an approver. So there's going to be a post-deployment approver, and I'll go ahead and add myself.
Now, when you've added yourself there, right? We saw a little bit earlier with Oren that there's a button that pops up here inside the user interface that you as an approver have to click. We have a question from Carrara on YouTube asking, can that approval be done over email?
Can it be done over email? So you will get an email alert, and in the alert will be a link that will take you directly to the approve button.
Right, close enough. Yeah, I mean, right, a button that would be in your email would jump you through there, so that makes sense. Okay, cool.
Yep. All right, so now that I've added the approver, I need to make sure I have the correct task to deploy my application. So if I'm going to deploy my app to Azure App Service, first let's go ahead and look at the Azure subscription that I want to attach this to. So let me attach it to my Abel subscription. And we are going to deploy a web app. And the app service name, let's go ahead and find that. And I probably have quite a few in here, so this should be a pretty long list. And the one that I want to push it to is Mercury Health. And so now if I look at my Azure App Service, we're going to deploy to my Mercury Health. Do I need to deploy to a slot? I do, of course. So let's check that.
Yeah.
And the slot that I want to deploy to is my dev slot. So let me choose my resource group first. And then after I do that, let me choose my slot, which is my dev slot. And it's basically going to look for any of the, well, it's going to look at anything that I built, and it's going to look for a zip file, which is one of my deployment packages that I created, was my zip file of my website. And an app service URL, this will just grab the URL of where it ended up deploying it to. So let's create a new variable. And we'll call this web app URL. I'll go ahead and jump back to my tasks.
Yeah, so you actually had me thinking when we look at those variables, and we spoke briefly about things that are secret like database user and passwords. How does Robert Tables on Twitch asks, how does key rotation work when you have those in there? Is that something you just have to maintain on your own, or
so if you want to put your variables inside of here, then yes, any type of key rotations or things like that, you're going to have to manage yourself. But you can use something like Azure Key Vault.
Right? There we go. Okay.
And then there are tasks that can literally connect to Azure Key Vault, grab whatever the values are, store them temporarily so that you can use them in your pipeline.
Nice. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm a big fan of Azure Key Vault.
Cool. All right, so the next thing I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to add a task that will deploy my database for me. So let me go ahead and add, let's search for SQL. Well, correctly. Here we go. Let me just go ahead and drag this onto here. And I do need to add some settings. I have to connect it to the right subscription. And then I need to get my Azure SQL name, the database, and add the login information. So I can never remember those, so I always have to drill in and basically look it up. Let me see if I have a tab open that will take me directly to that.
And yet another reason why you'd want to have variables, so you just have a standard name out there, database.user, database.password.
Exactly.
It's somewhere else. I don't need to think about it.
Exactly. Oh, let me go to my portal. And of course, it needs to log me in. And after it logs me in, I need to find my resource group. But the idea is I would just come in here and I would just fill everything out. So it would connect to my database and my DAC pack, which I would connect to. And of course, I haven't kicked off a build, but if I kicked off a build already, you would actually see all of my build artifacts, and then you can just traverse it and pick it.
Yeah.
And hooray for that. That's literally all you would need to do. Save it, click release, and hooray for that. You're done.
And makes so much more sense, to simplify things. Schema management is just one of those pain in the neck things that you've either got it scripted to the nines, or you found a solution like this to take care of.
Yep. So other thing that I wanted to show you was after you've created your pipeline, we have our dev environment. Let's go ahead and clone this. So now we can call this, for a shortened pipeline, we'll just call this my prod. And like you were saying earlier, if we are all using variables, then there's nothing that I need to change, right? Because it'll just swap the variables in.
Okay, makes sense. Now, I have a question here on Twitch from DevOps Master, and it's a little bit off topic. We've been talking about using SQL Server as a task. Do you, DevOps Master asks, which MySQL deployment task do you recommend for PHP MySQL team projects?
That's a good question. And I'm not sure how to answer that because I don't use a lot of MySQL. But what I can do for you is if you tweet that question at me, I will go find the people that know the right answer to that and get back to you.
Cool. All right. And let's put up, there you go. There's the Twitter there underneath Abel's name. So you can reach out. All right.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so you've set up a production deployment. We're using the variables so that we don't have to think about what these things are. And wouldn't we want to set up a logic gate, either security or a quality gate to ensure if it's going to production, this is important stuff.
We probably do want to add a gate, right? So before you deploy, guess what? You can add a manual approver gate. You can add automated approval gates as well, and you can set them all up over here.
There we go. Let me hide our cameras so folks can see.
Okay.
And those kind of make sense, right? These are the things that in a typical, 1980s business world, you need whoever over here to sign off on this and literally put ink to paper. Yes, I approve. This is going into production. Or, whatever quality check to ensure, yes, security signs off on it. You can put it into production. And these are the exact same types of things. Makes sense.
All right, so I've shown you now how to create a build and release pipeline for a .NET application, right?
Yeah.
And I've also been sitting here and screaming any language, any platform over and over again, right? So why did I show .NET deploying to Azure? That seems stupid. So let's do something a little bit more complex.
Hang on. As a guy whose nickname is C# Fritz, I think it's amazing that we're deploying out there. But yeah, actually, let's go check something else.
Actually, I do too. I'm a huge fan of .NET. But once again, Azure Pipelines literally doesn't care. Any language, any platform.
Right.
So I figured the next example that we should look at will be something quite a bit more complex. Let's do a Node.js app running inside of a container.
Okay.
And we want to deploy this into a Kubernetes cluster, AKS.
Okay. I had you at container. As soon as you say Kubernetes, I don't know what to do at that point.
You know what?
I know it's a thing, but I'm all thumbs with that. So help me out here, Abel.
All right. So I barely understand containers because I'm an old school web developer. I've been slinging code for freaking ever. So I've tried to learn as little as I need to about containers and still be kind of functional, maybe just barely functional. So my understanding is this. You can think of containers as instead of a virtual machine, you're now virtualizing the OS layer.
Yeah.
All right, so that kind of makes sense to me. So then I can have my app running in a container, and I need to run my container. Something needs to host it. So that thing hosting it, that can be like my Kubernetes cluster.
Right. And I understand Kubernetes is what's orchestrating those containers. It's controlling how many are up and running and in cold or warm backup. Okay, I get that.
Right. So if Kubernetes is going to host for us, and everyone tells me, like Jessica is the expert on Kubernetes, right? So she says the exact same thing that you did. It's the orchestrator.
Yes.
And I'm like, thank you. That means nothing to me. What is orchestrator?
Yes. Are we conducting here?
Right. Yeah. That means nothing to me. But finally, I realized, okay, yeah, it's exactly like what you were saying. It's how are you going to host it? Are you going to have like 7 versions of that, and then you do a round robin between your web apps, and maybe this is where your database is going to be, and you need SSL and blah, blah, blah. So it's okay. I can kind of get that, or I can get that enough to be like, okay, wave my hands, good enough. That's what Kubernetes is for.
I'm used to seeing the rack of machines, 8 machines with blinky lights. Okay, the top 2 are my web servers. The next couple are my application servers. That's how I orchestrated websites back in the early 2000s. But now it sounds so much more software driven.
It's totally software driven, right? And it's done for you now. Well, so much of it is done for you.
Okay.
So that's what I want to do. I want to be able to have my Node.js app be inside of a container, and I want to run it inside of a Kubernetes cluster.
Okay.
And so for this demo, my Kubernetes cluster, I'm going to use Azure Kubernetes Service, AKS, to host my Kubernetes cluster. And I'm going to use Azure DevOps to build and deploy my application itself. So let's go ahead and jump in and see what this looks like. So the very first thing that I want to show you is in GitHub, I have my Node.js application. So it's just a simple little Node.js app, nothing fancy about it. But the only thing that's kind of interesting about this is if you look carefully, you'll notice that I have my Docker file. So this is going to containerize everything. But I also have a charts folder. So I'm using Helm charts. Are you familiar with Helm charts?
No.
All right.
So help me out with Helm.
Okay. So if Kubernetes is how we're going to host our container, Helm is like a package manager for Kubernetes. So think of package management like a NuGet package.
Sure.
So I can have this application here called my Learn DevOps application, and I can package it up using Helm. So what that means is it will have, Helm consists of 2 things. A Helm package consists of 2 things. It's going to be a reference to my container image. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be my application. And then it will also have all of my Kubernetes configuration packaged together. Because remember, an app is more than just my code. It's going to be what my code is running on plus the configuration. So that's what Helm charts will give us, a Helm package will give us. A reference to the container image and also all my Kubernetes configuration.
Okay. So, right, and I learned a little bit about Docker Compose, and this just feels like it's a little bit more advanced than just what's in that little Docker Compose YAML file.
It is. It's a little bit more because it encapsulates everything. Okay. So in theory, we can do all of this using Docker Compose and using kubectl and all this stuff. But this makes it so it's really easy for me to publish my application, let's say, into some type of repo where people can say, yes, I want this Learn DevOps application, and it will have a reference to my image, which is my code running, and also my Kubernetes configuration. So if I needed to tweak that Kubernetes configuration, that's easy enough for me to do, right? Because I have all these different YAML files I can just go in and tweak things up a little bit. Maybe I don't want to use HTTPS or something like that. I don't know.
Why would you not want to use HTTPS? Don't anger the internet people.
You're right. You're right. For demo purposes.
Okay. All right. I'll give you that.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, all right. So what does a build look like then, if this is where my code is? I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and create a brand new build that will build this application and actually deploy it into a Kubernetes cluster.
Okay.
So let me leave this. We're going to create a brand new build. And once again, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to ask us, where is your code? My code is in GitHub, so let's connect up to GitHub again. And let's go ahead and do Learn DevOps. It analyzes my repo, And because it figured out it was, number one, it's a Node application and it's a Docker application, the template it suggests for me, Docker, and also a type of node. But I kind of made things a little bit more complex because this isn't just a Docker node app. I also made this a Helm package. Right?
Yeah.
So you notice there's nothing talking about Helm. So what do? I'm going to go ahead and create this using the visual editor because I don't want to use the templates. So I'm going to go ahead and use my visual designer. So I'm going to build everything out by hand. And let's go ahead and create a new build pipeline. And from here, we will turn on the visual designer. So the first thing it's going to ask me is, do you want to use a template? And I don't, but I do want to make sure I grab my code from GitHub. And let me choose my repo. Here's my Learn DevOps. Let me select that. I'm going to grab the master branch. Let's go ahead and continue. And once again, there is no template for Helm packages. So I'm just going to create an empty job and just build it out by hand. So what are the steps that I need to do to build a Helm package? Well, first, I need to use Docker to build my image. And after I use Docker to create my Docker image, I want to take that image and then I want to store it into a container registry. Okay.
Yeah.
And then after I do that, then I want to use Helm to create my Helm package for me. And when that's done, I want to take my Helm package and I want to upload that back up to Azure Pipelines as my build artifact. All right, so let's go ahead. First thing I'm going to do is build my Docker image. So let's find a Docker task. And we'll go ahead and add that on here. And what we're going to want to do, oh, you know what I forgot to do? Right now, we're using a hosted Windows agent. And because I'm doing everything in Docker, wouldn't it make more sense if I used a
Linux one?
Linux agent?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and use a Linux agent.
I made that. That was like the first mistake that I made while I was trying to build an ASP.NET Core project. I was using the wrong build agent, so I was on the wrong operating system, and it messed everything up.
It did that.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so then now we just have to fill this out. Let me go ahead. We're going to deploy to an Azure Container Registry. That's fine. Let me grab my subscription. So let's go into my Learn cluster. The Azure Container Registry is going to be this one.
Let me.
So
I'm going to hide. Let me hide your camera there.
Okay.
So we can see. There we go. Because the camera's right over that section of the screen.
Oh, okay. So now we're going to go ahead and build the image.
There we go.
And it's going to build the image by using the Docker file. Right. And when it's done, it will go ahead and create for me. I'm going to tweak my image name just a little bit. So instead of calling it my build repository name, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it my cluster name, which was learn 98, what was it, 93A9 slash and learn cluster. All right, there we go. So I'm changing my image name so that it's going to point to my Azure Container Registry, and I'm going to deploy it into my Learn cluster, and then I'm going to also pass in the build ID, the automatic build ID that gets generated. So every new image should have its own name. All right, so this task here will create for me my Docker image. The next thing I'm going to want to do is take this Docker image and push it to my Azure Container Registry. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to add another Docker task. We'll add that. And I just need to go through all the parameters and fill them out again. So let's link this to my correct subscription. And find the registry that I want to push this to. And I'm going to, instead of building, I'm going to actually do a push. And I do need to change my name again, and it was Learn 9389A, 93A9, sorry. AzureCR.io/learn cluster. And
that feels like kind of a common thing, right? You're going to name your image after the cluster that you're pushing it into, right?
Yeah, yeah. And you don't have to do it just like this. This is just what I'm doing for this demo.
Okay.
And so great. This is what we've done so far is we've built our image, and we've taken this image, and now we're going to push it into our container registry. So the next thing I'm going to want to do is use Helm to create my Helm package. So the first thing I'm going to do is let's go ahead and look for a Helm task. So let me go ahead and click on Helm. And I'm going to need to install it first. And the version that I want to install, I don't want 2.8.2. For this demo, I think I'm going to want 2.9.1. And next, I'm going to install my Helm task to, well, I do need to initialize this first.
Now, while you're initializing that, on Mixer, Ashish is asking, can you combine these tasks and make them into a template for the various platforms so that you have a pre-configured CI template you can hand around to folks in your organization so you have a standard build process?
And the answer is absolutely you can. Yeah. So if you look at this, you have your task groups. So you can create a task group that is basically a template of a bunch of tasks, and you can just start using that in place as well. So now I need to do a Helm init. So let me go ahead and find the command that I want to issue, which is init. There we go. Let me go ahead and init. And I do need to fill in, once again, connect this to my subscription. And connect this to the correct resource group. And connect this to my Kubernetes cluster, which should be my Learn cluster.
When you finish that, one of the folks here in the chat room thinks you might have your image name wrong. Just in trying to connect things up.
Do I? Maybe.
Yeah. They're suggesting, Thorstein NG is suggesting 9389, not 938A9.
Ah, you know what? They're probably right.
That's why I call this sometimes pair programming with the internet. You got a lot of great folks there that are ready to jump in and say, "Oh, you missed a typo or something," you know. So if that's right, Thorstein, that would be awesome. There you go. Azure Container Registry was Learn 9389. Yeah, there's an extra 8. Thank you, Thorstein.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, pair programming with the internet at its best. Well done.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome. All right, so one of the things that I did add, and I want to point this out, is I did, for my arguments, I said client only, and I am not upgrading Tiller. So Tiller is actually on the server portion of Helm that gets installed in your Kubernetes cluster. Because this is my build, I'm not deploying anything yet. So I don't need to do that portion. All I need to do is just initialize the client portion only.
Okay.
And then finally, I want to create my Helm package. So let me go ahead and add another task. And let's go ahead and grab my Helm package.
I love the animations. Just slides right in there. It conveys so much to have just a simple animation, you know?
Right. All right, we'll go ahead and package this. And by packaging it, we do need to find the chart path. So here is my chart path. Click on OK. Let's try that again and actually have me click on it.
Actually, did you? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was going to say, did you click it off? But it worked.
The first time I didn't even click it. I was just opening folders, which is always good. And destination, I think this is all I need to do. So this will create for me my Helm package. And then when I'm done with this, it's going to take that Helm package and put it in my staging directory. So then afterwards, I want to publish this back up to Azure Pipelines as my build artifact. So let me go ahead and find a publish. So here's my publish build artifacts task. Add that in there, and I don't think there's anything for me to change. So I can literally save and queue it. And hooray for that. That's it. It will now create this. It will now build my Docker image for me.
Okay.
It will then take that image, put it into a container registry. And when it's done doing that, it will go ahead and create my Helm package for me.
Now, and that was a private container registry, right? That's not going out to hub.docker.com. That's your own one that you can control, set up your own security guidelines around and retention policies and whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I guess in theory, you can send it to any container registry as well, right? So if you wanted this to be public, you absolutely can.
Sure, right. Thinking out loud, right, when we get to production, and if this is an application that we want folks to be able to install on their own, not only do we deploy it to our production space, but also, hey, here's a copy of the container image for anybody to install.
Yep. So while this is building, let's go ahead and look at one that I've already created before that's already finished. And we'll go ahead and edit this. So here's our build pipeline. Should look exactly the same. And if we go ahead and look at a finished build,
it's right there.
We can go ahead and jump in and look at what the release pipeline will look at as well. So here's a finished build. Hooray for that. It created my image for me, pushed that image to container registry, then it created my Helm package for me, and then it launches through my release pipeline. So here's my release pipeline. Let's edit this pipeline so you can see what this looks like. I have two environments. I have a dev environment and my production environment. And I'm going to use Helm to deploy my Helm package into a Kubernetes cluster. So it becomes really easy to create my pipeline because I just have 3 tasks. Install Helm. Let's go ahead and initialize this and then do a Helm upgrade. Right. So you can watch me go through the exact same steps that I just did earlier where I have to add all the stuff in and type in a bunch of typos or things like that. But literally, that's all you need to do, right? And then you create your pipeline for you. And now we have a full CI/CD pipeline that will take a Node.js app, containerize it, take that container, put it into a registry, create a Helm package out of it, and then our release pipeline will take this Helm package and deploy it all the way out into our Kubernetes cluster. So if we go ahead and look at a one that has already been deployed.
Actually, we have a question on Mixer, and they're asking, can we see the YAML behind what that build looks like with Helm?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and jump back. So here's my build. If we wanted this as a YAML file, all we need to do is come in here and click on View YAML. So once you have that, is there a way for me to zoom in this? Did that work?
Oh, yeah, that worked.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if that would actually work on here or not, but okay, cool. So we're using our repo. I'm going to use the hosted Linux queue, and then here's my Docker tasks. Here's connecting to my container registry. Right. This is the task where I take my Docker image and I push the image to my container registry. And then I'm using Helm to create my Helm package.
And it's literally exactly what you keyed in to the user interface. It's just now it's got appropriate, right, name value pairs for that configuration.
Right. That's all it is.
Cool. Okay.
All right. So I think I showed the release. Oh, what I wanted to show you was the actual release that happened. So here's my release. And you can see I deployed into dev, I deployed into prod. If you want to see where did the app actually deploy to, here's my upgrade task. And this is the log file to each one of the tasks. So this will pull up the log. And you'll notice this is where it deployed to. So if I do a control click, it should take me to my application, deployed all the way out into my Kubernetes cluster.
And here, let's play some applause music. There we go. Very cool.
Very for that. All right. So this is kind of cool, right? You can do a lot of neat stuff. But what I wanted to do next was kind of show you guys just how far you can take these build and release pipelines.
All right.
So we know that you can have build agents for Windows, Linux, and Macs.
Right. Yeah.
And we know you can do that for your release pipelines as well. Another thing that you can do is you can make your build and release pipelines go parallel. Right? So this makes it kind of cool because now I have an application that has a ASP.NET, old school ASP.NET, not even core, ASP.NET front end.
Mm-hmm.
It has a Node.js API layer.
Okay.
And it also has a iOS mobile app.
Built with Xamarin?
Built with Xamarin.
Okay.
But it can be built with anything. I don't
Sure.
care. I built mine with Xamarin because, well, I work here,
.NET.
of course. But exactly, I love .NET. So can you have one build that builds everything for you?
The
and the
Uber
answer,
build.
of course, yeah, the Uber build. And of course, the answer is yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked it, right? But
No, you can't do that. And this is a shortcoming of the product. No.
it sure would be cool, but no. You can't
Yeah.
do it. But no, you can do it, right? So what I've done is I've created a build that uses 3 different agents. I'm going to use a build that uses a Windows agent, and this one builds my .NET front end.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use a Mac, and my Mac is going to go ahead and build my iOS application. And when it's done, it's going to run all of my automated UI tests using App Center.
Now, wait a sec. Isn't there a whole thing with building iOS apps? And let me hide myself there so folks can see the steps in the build. Isn't there a thing that in order for you to build with a Mac, you actually have to have a Mac? This can't be virtualized hanging out there somewhere. Is there an army of Macs out there, Abel, that we're using to build these things?
We actually have an army of Macs that we let you use for free as a hosted agent. All you have to do is choose this dropdown and choose hosted Mac.
Yeah, look at that. All right.
So for someone like me, I don't even need a Mac anymore. Right? I can do everything on my Windows machine, even though I don't. But that's besides the point.
Sure.
Anyway.
Sure. Okay.
All right. So we have a Windows agent that's building my Windows portion. I have a Mac agent building my iOS app.
Okay.
And now, my final portion, I have my Linux agent that's going to build my Node.js API layer that happens to be a Docker container that I want to use Helm as well.
Oh, very cool.
So one build that does all 3 of this.
Yes.
So, of course, the very next thing is you have one build that builds all of this. Can you have one pipeline that releases all 3 of these together?
Now, okay. Thinking this through, I'm thinking, right, you've got these massive distributed applications, right, with microservices that folks have out there, and they've got their mobile apps, and you're kind of emulating that scenario here pretty well, right? This is actually a pretty common scenario. I do need to build microservices that run on Linux containers, and I need to build that mobile app that's Android, iOS, and we want to make sure that it's in sync with all those things. So yeah, I do want to deploy all of those things. Now, let me interrupt you. Before we start talking about deploying them, I think I need to deploy our last 2 t-shirt giveaways. Is that all right?
Perfect.
Fantastic. So here we go. I'm going to open it up again on Mixer and Twitch, throw !shirt into the chat room, and the bot will pick it up, and we will do a giveaway in 2 minutes. And I bet you in 2 minutes, Abel will be finished showing you how this thing deploys.
All right. So here is literally my deployment pipeline, where I have 3 parallel deployments all happening at the same time. One's for my web app, one for my API layer, and one for my mobile.
Okay.
And if we go ahead and jump in here, guess what? These are the tasks that we've shown earlier. Right? It's the exact same thing. But we can do this in parallel. I've added a 4th parallel track just because I can, because what I wanted to show you is...
I just felt like it.
So this is kind of contrived. It's totally contrived for this demo. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to show you that you don't have to use the build portion of Azure Pipelines to do your releases. I am literally grabbing the build artifacts from a Jenkins build to deploy into whatever environment that I want to.
Okay.
So if you happen to be use Jenkins for your build already, but you still want to use Azure Pipelines for your releases, guess what? Here's an example where you totally can do it.
Okay. Yeah, mix and match tools as you need. Like we said earlier, this doesn't force you to change what tools you're using. This augments and makes the tools you're already using better.
Better. Absolutely. And whatever tools you're working, if it's working for you, continue using it, right? Yeah. And if there are portions that Azure DevOps or Azure Pipelines can slot in and plug a hole, guess what? We're great at that. We're great at orchestrating everything all together as well. Or you can use us from beginning to end, just like Donovan showed us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. All right. So usually, at this point, you create a beautiful pipeline. The next thing you want to do is you add approvers, right, before and after each environment. So if I've already shown you how easy it is to add like a physical list of people or a group of people, and I touched on this a little bit, but I want to touch on a little bit deeper, is that you have the ability to add automated approval gates as well. So what that means is you can use continuous monitoring to help you determine if a gate should pass or fail.
Yeah. Okay.
So for instance, this makes a little bit more sense once we dive in with a concrete example. So for instance, out of the box, there are 4 types of automated gates that you can add before and after each stage. So we'll go from the bottom up. The first one is a query for work item, where it will use a work item query to see if a gate should pass or fail. So one way that we use this internally is, well, like Donovan said earlier, we use Azure DevOps to track, build, and deploy Azure DevOps. So because I don't know if he said that or not. But
he did. He said it's very meta.
Yeah, exactly. So because of that, we literally use a work item query gate. We deploy into a ring. We let and one of our gates that we have is a work item query where we're looking for, are there any blocking bugs? And if there are blocking bugs, stop the release, just like that.
There you go. Give me 1 second. I'm going to draw our winners for our t-shirts here. On, what is this? On Mixer, it is Matizeville. And over here on Twitch, it is Chief Z. Congratulations. We're going to have some moderators reach out to you with some URL codes you can navigate to, and we'll ship out those t-shirts to you. All right, Abel, thanks so much.
Okay, cool. So that's how you can use your work item queries, right? It runs a work item query, and depending on how many results gets returned, you can either pass or fail a gate. The next one is kind of cool. You're using Azure monitoring. to determine if a gate should pass or fail. So what we do is we deploy into an environment like we deploy into engineering, or we deploy into Ring 1, which I think is Brazil. And when we do that, we let our Azure DevOps sit in a ring for about 24 to 48 hours while people are using it. And as they're using it, we're using application insight to gather telemetry. And if too many alerts are going off or the response time is too slow, you can automatically stop that release as well. So the next two gates, the invoke REST API and invoke Azure function, these are the extensibility points for these automated approval gates. So using either a REST API or calling an Azure function, you can craft your own custom gates to make it do whatever you need it to do. So what I've done is I've created a couple of gates. So one example that I always bring up, but it's a great example, I think, is that I was at a hospital about a year ago, and they had a rule, or it might be a law or something like that, where they could not deploy into production unless there was a physical piece of paper that was signed and uploaded to their DocuSign servers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's hardcore.
Yeah. Medical field, they have a lot of rules, et cetera. So well, whatever. That's the rule. But the hard part was this was a big bottleneck, right? Because now not only does it have to be uploaded, but someone has to physically look at it, make sure it happened, then approve it.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, well, I know DocuSign has a REST API. Can I just create a gate that will check that REST API to see if the document's been signed or not?
I like where you're going. I like where you're going.
So now this is what my gate looks like. I deployed into the QA environment.
Yeah.
People ran their test. Everything looked good. So the QA person, which is me, of course, approved it. And after I approved it, that's when the gates kicked in.
Okay.
So now when you set up your gates, you get to set the polling frequency.
Okay.
And also, how long do you want the gates to run for before it times out? So I said, let's run this for 24 hours, and let's poll every 5 minutes. So the very first time it ran, document hasn't been signed, so it didn't pass the gate. Second time it polled, 10 minutes later, guess what? Document still hasn't been signed, doesn't pass through the gate. Third time, 15 minutes now, document's been signed, gate passes, and because the gate passes, it flowed on through into the production environment. With no need for human interaction, it just happened automatically.
Absolutely. So you got that document uploaded, signed, and onto DocuSign, and DocuSign's API told you when you queried it, yes, this has been signed, and it's as expected where it should be. That's right. Okay. I love seeing how sometimes when you put together gates and some of the steps of the deployment process, sometimes it feels very Rube Goldbergian, you know, almost like the old Mousetrap game. And this feels like one of those things, right? Yeah, the guy flipped into the tub, so deploy to production. You know, it's like, okay, that makes sense.
Yep. So another way that I've used gates recently is I've been working with Dynatrace. So Dynatrace, as we all know, they're all about performance monitoring, right?
Okay.
So they had this concept of their Dynatrace unbreakable pipeline, where they use Dynatrace monitoring to determine if a deployment was good or bad. And if it's bad, then you don't want to deploy it any further. And if it's good, then you flow on to another environment. So they showed Donovan and me this demo where they were using everybody else's technologies to do their unbreakable pipeline. And I took one look at it and went, we can do that so much better using Azure DevOps. And since I opened my mouth, what Donovan told me was, oh, well, then write it, do it. So,
yeah, put your money where your mouth is, guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like, well, then do it.
Yeah.
So I did. So now we have Dynatrace's unbreakable pipeline inside of Azure DevOps and into Azure as well.
Oh, very cool.
Here's an example. What I've done is I deployed into staging, and the very first thing that I do after I deploy into staging is I run a set of load tests. Right? So I pound the application for a while with load so we can gather performance data. And that's when, let me open this up, my Dynatrace unbreakable pipeline gate kicked in, where it's using Dynatrace monitoring. It's looking and seeing, are Are certain specs, are they within the proper place? Maybe it's also doing compares between what's happened, the performance of in staging and the performance of what's actually happening in production. And based on all these different rules that Dynatrace you can set with Dynatrace, it determined that, you know what, it looked good enough, so let's go ahead and pass it. So then it flowed on over into production.
Nice. Now, can you go back to the gate again, just real quick? I wanted to ask a question. So the first time it's got a white check with it, right? It's got the white background on it instead of the green with the white check. What's the difference between the two there again?
So the very first time it kicks in, you can set up your gates in different ways. You can set up your gates so that there is a bake-in time before you want it to fire.
Okay.
So this is what I'm doing is, let's wait 5 minutes so that Dynatrace can gather up enough information before we fire off this gate to determine if we should pass it or fail it.
Let it warm up, let it get past that initial bit of just-in-time compilation it might need to do, and then do the check.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense to me. All right. Now,
things like that.
I'll hold off on this question. I have a question about DevOps for IoT projects.
Oh, okay, cool.
So Tweetier Rat on Mixer, that's right. Do we have any examples for DevOps for IoT projects or embedded systems? Maybe some tips and tricks if you're working in that environment.
The answer is yes, we do. I don't have any with me.
Okay.
Once again, tweet at me and let's talk. And I can point you to some docs that we have and also maybe walk you through some examples as well.
Cool.
Or I could actually write some blog posts if people are interested.
Somebody might have a Twitch channel coming up that might be interesting to work through.
That would be cool.
All right.
Yeah. So the other thing that I wanted to show you was the unbreakable pipeline when it actually failed, right? So this time I deployed into staging, I ran my load tests, and ran the gate. Guess what? The performance metrics were not in a good state, so it failed, which means I never pushed this broken code into production. So 2 different examples of how you can use these automated gates to deploy faster, yet even safer than before.
More reliably.
Yes.
Yeah, right. We're reducing that risk by automating some of those things that we were doing by hand so many times, and it frees up our folks to actually go and figure out what else could possibly be wrong.
That's right. And of course, there's always something else that goes wrong.
Oh my gosh. There's always going to be something going wrong. Very cool stuff. Okay. So, no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so we've walked through quite a few different examples, right? We walked through, let's build a CI/CD pipeline for just a .NET application. We've walked through, let's build a CI/CD pipeline, but let's do this for non-Microsoft stack. So Node.js, Docker, into a Kubernetes cluster. Let's even use Helm into a Kubernetes cluster, not just kubectl. And also some of the cool things that you can do in your CI/CD pipelines, like these automated deployment gates.
Very cool stuff. All right. I think we're about at the end of the day here.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, gosh, we learned a lot. Thank you so much, Abel. I really appreciate you joining us and walking through and showing us some of these really interesting scenarios.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm ready to take some next steps here. Very cool stuff. Thank you. I'm inspired. Yeah, look at that. All righty. Well, cool. Well, I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks so much.
All right. See you guys. Thank you so much.
All righty. And I am going to go over here. That's me. So, wow, we learned a lot today. I feel like there is so much that we learned about Azure DevOps. We had that great release last week, brand new product, and okay, we've seen how it's evolved, the whole concept of continuous integration, continuous deployment. I love what Abel was saying there about, you know what? You don't need all these different state branches for your different environments inside of your source control. Why create a dev branch? Why create a stage or canary branch? Just have master. All that Git is doing, all your source control really is doing, is tagging those things anyway. So let let DevOps, let pipelines do that for you. That seems to make a lot of sense to me. And as I think about some of the projects that I'm working on, and here on Twitch, or if you've seen me over here, you know that I've been working through a couple of projects, and I've been struggling with, well, where exactly does continuous integration fit into my process? How does planning work? We've deployed one of my projects out to a production space, my Core Wiki project, right? That's an ASP.NET Core project that we've been working on that's intended to be a simple, content management system that we've learned a lot about ASP.NET Core. And I did a right-click deploy, and it's out there, it's running, but I want to take those next steps now. I want to figure out, how can I use pipelines so that the commits that we receive from our friends that are giving us pull requests, let's get that into a pipeline so that it can deploy. And I feel like what we've learned from Oren earlier today really showed how easy it is to enable that with a .NET application, an existing one we can light that up quickly with. And then if I can use some of what Steven taught us about how we can set up that gate with application insights to, let's check that production space or check our staging space, make sure that it's performing well and we're not throwing too many errors before we do decide to deploy it, I think that makes a heck of a lot more sense. And then as I think about the things that Abel showed us around Helm and configuring our containers around a project like Core Wiki, which it's ASP.NET Core, and we can put it into a container. It makes sense, as we push it out into production space, to be able to also put it into a Docker, right into the Docker hub, where our friends are those folks out there that are using containers can pick up and start using what's intended to be a very utilitarian application and deploy it to wherever they need or are interested in working with our Core Wiki project. So I think there's a lot of really great things that I've learned here today around all the different features of DevOps. And you know what? There's still test plans out there too that we can learn from and work with. And I've already mentioned I'm not very good at testing. I think that's something I'm going to need to spend some time learning. And it's something that'll really help us to improve the quality of my application. I don't need to change the way that I'm developing, but if I can improve the way that I'm deploying, the way that I'm building and augment my process, I think I'm going to end up with a much better product in the long run. And that's something I think we can all look forward to, is just augmenting our processes and coming up with better practices, because we're going to reinforce good development practices, and we're going to end up putting some quality gates into play that are going to just help us to be better developers without having to change too much of how we code. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. This is really great. Like I said, I've learned a lot. I am thrilled that so many folks have joined us, both in the chat rooms, that we had all of our great guests today, whether it was Donovan Brown, Oren Novotny, Steven Murawski, right? We had Brian join us, and we had Abel Wang at the end of the day. Thank you to everybody for joining us. And this isn't just a .NET thing. This isn't just an Azure thing. DevOps helps you wherever you are, no matter what framework you're using, whether it's on-prem, in Azure Cloud, or on some other environment, some other hosted environment. It's going to work great everywhere. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to take the video here, and for the next few days, we'll rerun this in the background. So if you missed any part of the event here today, you'll be able to tune in on the Visual Studio channel on Twitch, be able to see more of that. And we're also going to grab the video. We're going to hand it off to some of our folks at Channel 9 who are going to edit, cut this down into each of the individual hours, so that'll be available to you so you can do some on-demand viewing as well. All right? Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is great. We'll see you next time. I'll be back. If you want to look forward to seeing me write some code, I'll be back tomorrow writing code on my channel over there on C# Fritz. And you can see it right there, my little nameplate. All right? Take care, everybody. We'll see you then.